Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
You killed him alone. Ma Kun's face was full of shock and fear, and he even dared not look directly at Lin Zheng. If you really want to help, do it quickly, Lin Zheng said directly. Okay, move right away, little brother. Ma Kun replied repeatedly, and at the same time he was glad that he did not act recklessly just now. One person can kill hundreds of people. How terrifying is his strength to do this? Not long after the heavy fog invaded, he also awakened his supernatural power, which was the fire element. With the blessing of the supernatural power, he was sure to deal with 7 or 8 people at the same time. But dealing with hundreds of people at the same time was beyond his imagination. And the thought of dealing with someone who could kill hundreds of people filled him with fear. Brothers, work, Ma Kun shouted to his men behind him. Originally, Lin Zheng planned to lure a wave of zombies in, eat the corpses and then drive the zombies out and kill them. Now it's better. A group of free laborers have come to the door proactively, so there is no need to use such troublesome methods soon. With the hard work of Ma Kun and others, they quickly moved the bodies outside the base. They were all tired, sweating profusely and panting, leaning against the wall to rest during this time. They also got a clear picture of the base's situation, including a safe house, a row of tanks, and a row of armored vehicles. They didn't know whether they were real or fake. The personnel situation of the entire base is 3 people and 1 dog. It can be said that it couldn't be simpler. But just such a simple base. Hundreds of people from the Liu family died here. No one would believe it just when Ma Kun was looking around. Lin Zheng stepped forward and said to them, "You can leave when you are done. Strangers are not welcome in my base." Ma Kun looked confused. He worked tirelessly to help him, but in the eyes of the other party was still a stranger. It's really a hot face pressed against a cold asterisk. Like a dog licking little brothers. We have been moving for so long and our mouths are a little dry. Can you give us some water and something to eat? In fact, they brought dry food and water. The reason why Ma Kun did this was to check their material reserves. Of course, Lin Zheng saw through his little thoughts at a glance. Lin Zheng said directly, "No, if you don't leave." "Don't blame me for being rude," Ma Kun was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would answer so ruthlessly, without giving any face. Moreover, I had just finished helping him, and now I started to turn my back on him. He truly experienced what it means to throw away. "Haha, little brother, you are really good at joking." Ma Kun used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. "Who are you kidding me?" After saying that, Lin Zheng blasted a blast at the ground not far away, directly blasting a large black hole in the ground. Looking at Ma Kun and others with cold eyes, After a long silence, Ma Kun stood up quickly and said, "Little brother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first after that." The group of them ran away in a flash, fearing that if they were too late, they would become one of the piles of corpses outside. After running far away, they stopped, panting with fear on their faces. "Boss, what should we do? That kid is too scary. It seems that we can't take over that treasure land." Ma Kun glanced at the younger brother. "That's scary. That's simply a devil, never mind. Let's stay here until the head of the family comes." On the other side, the captain of the rattlesnake team, who had awakened his powers, opened his eyes wide and looked at his hands with excitement. And his hands were actually 2 jagged ice spikes. What he awakened was the ice power. The other members of the rattlesnake team have also awakened their powers. They are all elemental powers within the fire and water systems. Only one has awakened the control ability and can control all nearby animals within 100 meters. This person's name is Liu Xiaor. The deputy captain of the rattlesnake team, in fact. Having this power is equivalent to having a walking food warehouse. With the addition of a water power, you don't have to worry about eating and drinking. At this time, Zhang De looked at the ice spikes in his hands and suddenly shot 2 ice spikes at a stone in front of him. The ice spikes hit the stone and immediately shattered. And then the surface of the stone quickly froze and was wrapped with a layer of ice. The guys. Then Zhang De stepped forward and punched the boulder. The boulder split open and shattered into piles. Seeing how terrifying his powers were, Zhang De couldn't help laughing loudly. And at the same time, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Those who he couldn't defeat before. This time he will win them all back. And he will make them lose completely. As he thought about it. He laughed louder and louder, more and more crazily. It was as if those who he had once been unable to defeat had been trampled under his feet. Diddy, sudden lithe communicator on his body rang, interrupting his wanton laughter. He coughed twice and almost choked on his own saliva. Then the communicator was connected. It was Wang Tiancheng, the head of the Wang family, calling. Zhang De, we don't have to do the previous mission for the time being. Now go to a place called Taoyuan Base and capture it. That area is very important. It is related to the future development of our safe zone. We must capture it. Communication. On the other end of the instrument, the serious and urgent voice of Wang Tiancheng, the head of the Wang family, sounded. Zhang Dok suddenly said, Master, how do you know that I have awakened the extremely powerful ice power? Wang Tiancheng on the other end of the communicator said. After a while, Wang Tiancheng continued, I have also awakened the thunder element. Did you hear what I said before? I am rushing to Jiangtang City with people and supplies. You must take down the Taoyuan base for me. Do you hear me clearly? No problem, Patriarch, just rest assured, with me Zhang De. And my extremely powerful and terrifying ice power. We will take down this small base one after another. Zhang De, his mouth was almost raised to the sky. Wang Tiancheng. Okay, that's it, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Wang Tiancheng hung up the communicator and sighed longly. The second head of the Wang family, Wang Mushin, who was standing aside, heard their conversation and said to Wang Tiancheng with a worried look on his face, Brother, is that boy Zhang De okay? Wang Tiancheng slapped his head, his face full of bitterness. They are the only ones in Jiangtang City now. Our Wang family safe zone is the farthest away from Jiangtang City. It will definitely be too late to send people there now. Even if it doesn't work, we have to rely on them. In fact, the Wang family has been monitoring the communications between the other 2 families and the official quarantine area. Not long ago, they monitored the official quarantine area and discovered that the reason for human beings awakening supernatural powers was the mysterious fog. At the same time, they also learned that the highest concentration of fog in this area was in a place called Taoyuan Base in Jiangtang City. After learning these 2 pieces of information, Wang Tiancheng immediately reacted. If the safety zone could be established in a place with the highest fog concentration, that ability will improve the fastest. And then the Wang family safe zone will become the strongest safe zone. When he thought of this, he immediately ordered the people below to prepare and go to Jiangtang City immediately. He would first occupy the place called Taoyuan Base, and then slowly move all the safe zones here. But he was worried that the other 2 companies and the official quarantine area had already taken action first. So he asked the Rattlesnake team in Jiangtang City to occupy the Taoyuan Base first. The official quarantine area is closest to Jiangtang City, almost on the outskirts. After they learned that awakening was related to fog, they immediately used drones to inspect everywhere, looking for places with the highest fog concentration. Sure enough, 3 places with high concentrations of fog were found in Jiangtang City. When they held a meeting to discuss sending people to occupy these 3 places, Wang Tian recognized one of the places, which was Taoyuan Base, and he suddenly looked embarrassed. Then he stood up and said, General Commander, I am very familiar with location No. 3. Lu Chengwei from the official quarantine area looked at Wang Tian. Oh, what's going on? That's a place called Taoyuan Base. The mutated items we brought back this time were given by the lord of that base. Lu Chengwei nodded. Now that we know them, it will be easier to merge them into our official quarantine area. Wang Tian looked troubled. I'm afraid it's not possible. Why? The lords of Taoyuan Base are bohemian and love freedom. They don't like to be restrained. They definitely don't want to join our official quarantine zone. Wang Tian explained. At this time, Zhou Ling, the boss of the special department, said if you don't want to join, let them give up their place. Only when our officialdom becomes stronger can we better help the survivors survive the doomsday. Wang Tian looked at Zhou Ling and said, Commander Zhou, this is not good. After all, they are kind to us. That's not a favor, that's what they should do. In my opinions, since Captain Wang of the Blade team is familiar with them, let him negotiate. Zhou Ling looked at Lu Chengwei and said. Hearing this, Wang Tian's face changed drastically and he looked troubled. His boss Lian saw his difficulty and said, I object. They have just returned from taking office. They must give them a holiday, Commander. Why don't you send people from the special department? They are very capable, definitely better than Wang Tian. Seeing that the boss spoke for him, Wang Tian glanced at him gratefully and whispered, Thank you. Boss Lion nodded slightly at him. His brows twitched, and he gave him a gentle kiss. His doting expression was written all over his face. You still have to protect your own calf. Lu Chengwei lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and said to Wang Tian, Captain Wang, I will leave this mission to you. When this mission is over, I will give you double leave. General Lian wanted to say something else. Lu Chengwei suddenly stood up and said, Okay. This meeting is over here. Let everyone complete their tasks at this time. Zhou Ling walked up to Lian with a proud look on his face and said, This mission is very important. If it cannot be completed, your position as military commander may be in doubt. Otherwise, if you give up your position in advance, you will still have some reservations, save some face. Lian replied calmly, How do you know if we can finish it? We will finish it for you today. Oh, is that right? The Lord of Taoyuan Base is very scary. He killed hundreds of Liu family members by himself. Are you really confident about dealing with him? How do you know the situation at Taoyuan Base? Zhou Ling smiled and said, Humph. If my special department doesn't know this bit of information, why would it still be called a special department? So you just pushed this task to us on purpose. Lian said with anger. Zhou Ling spread his hands and said, What if you think I'm doing your best, damn you? Lian cursed, then looked at Wang Tian. Wang Tian nodded. Understood what Lian meant and asked with a frown, Boss, if you really want to do this, it's not good. Just obey orders. Yes, boss, Wang Tian replied loudly. Zhou Ling watched them talking back and forth. Feeling a little confused, suddenly, the two men rushed towards him and pushed him to the ground, followed by punches and kicks. Stop fighting. Liuji, a safe zone, Grandpa. There is no news about my dad and second uncle yet. Will something happen? Liu Shan's eldest son Liu Ziming said to his grandfather Liu Hongd. At this time they were in a car. After learning the news about Liu Shan, they immediately packed up their belongings in the safe zone and headed to Jiangtang City. Liu Hongd sat upright in his seat and closed his eyes slightly. Your father and the others have taken the 300 elites of the Liu family out this time. Nothing will happen even if they encounter zombies. They should be able to escape unscathed. Did they have any conflicts with other companies? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent us a message for so long. We contacted them, but no one answered, Liu Ziming guessed. Liu Hongd still closed his eyes to rest and analyzed. Since the invasion of the fog, mankind has just awakened. The other companies should understand that now is the time to accumulate, and they will definitely not take action rashly. Maybe they are really in trouble. And then I should be able to contact you after a while. Yes, Grandpa, for a time. The 3 safety zones and the official quarantine zone all rushed towards Jiangtang City. Lin Zheng also saw this scene through the monitor in the safe house. It seems that my Taoyuan base has really become a treasure trove for everyone. Soon, the convoy of Liu Hongd and others arrived outside Taoyuan base. Liu Ziming stretched out the car window, took a look, and saw the words Taoyuan base. He turned back to Liu Hongd and said, "Grandpa, we are here. This is Taoyuan base." Previously, when Liushin saw the fog pillar in Taoyuan base, he wanted to move the safe zone here. So he immediately notified the people staying in the safe zone. "Okay, get out of the car and take a look." Liu Ziming got out of the car first, then went to the other side and opened the door. Liu Hongd then slowly got out of the car. The two stood at the door of Taoyuan base, then waved to summon a subordinate. The man came forward holding a testing instrument. Liu Ziming asked, "How is the fog concentration here?" The subordinate looked at the instrument and said with a somewhat surprised expression, "The fog concentration here is higher than other places." "And much higher," Liu Ziming smiled slightly. "Sure enough. As my father and second uncle said, if the safe zone is established here, the abilities of our Liu family will be rapidly improved, and we will become the strongest among the others in one fell swoop. Even if the official quarantine is overturned, it's not impossible for the district to do so." The more he spoke, the more proud he became, and the smile on his face became more and more arrogant, as if the Liu family had conquered the other two families and the official quarantine area. At this time, Liu Hongd was still looking at the base. After a long while, said slightly, "There seems to be someone here." Liu Ziming stepped forward and took a look at the gate of Taoyuan base, and said with great disdain, "Grandpa, it looks like a small base at this point. If they are willing to join us, it will be best. If they are not willing, we will kill them." "No." Liu Hongd suddenly shook his head and said. Liu Ziming looked at his grandfather with some confusion. Liu Hongd was silent for a while and continued, "Now the food and poultry are all dying mysteriously for unknown reasons. Our Liu family does not have much supplies. The people here have no choice but to die. Only in this way can we survive for a while longer and see if we can find new crops to grow and animals to feed." Hearing this, Liu Ziming was shocked. He naturally heard the implication of his grandfather's words. Now that materials are insufficient, people themselves will become materials. Suddenly a scream caught everyone's attention. What is the ghost's name?" Liu Ziming said with a slightly angry expression. The screaming subordinate ran to Liu Ziming in a panic, and then said tremblingly, "Master Liu, there is a pile of corpses over there, and the death state is extremely strange." Snap. Liu Ziming slapped the man directly in the face and cursed, "Damn. What's the point of being afraid of corpses? Just scream and scare me." The subordinate covered his face, glanced at Liu Ziming and continued, "Those corpses seem to be our people." Upon hearing this, both Liu Ziming and Liu Hongd's expressions changed, especially Liu Hongd. His eyes widened and the beard at the corner of his mouth kept trembling. As if he understood something, Liu Ziming shouted, "What? Our people? Are you sure you read it correctly? It's not wrong. They are all wearing the uniforms of our Liu family." After confirming again and again, Liu Ziming turned back to look at his grandfather. At this time, Liu Hongd suddenly said in great panic, "No. Something happened to your father and the others." Liu Ziming's expression suddenly changed. When the two came to the pile of corpses, they finally confirmed that these were the Liu family, and they were the group of people brought out by Liu Shan. Who did it?" Liu Ziming shouted angrily, "I will cut him into pieces." Liu Hongd was relatively calm and said to his subordinates, "Go and find the bodies of your master and second master." "Yes, old man." After a period of searching, they still couldn't find the bodies of Liu Shan and Liu Lei. After confirming again and again that there was no such thing, one of his subordinates ran to Liu Hongd and said, "Old master, the bodies of the head of the house and the second head of the house have not been found." How could this happen?" Liu Hongd was a little confused at this time. Liu Ziming said from the side, "Grandpa, will my father and second uncle escape this disaster?" They are hiding somewhere at this time. Liu Hongd thought for a while and nodded, it's possible. At this time the subordinate said again, Old Master, Mr. Liu, these corpses all died after their necks were broken. They are all relatively complete. But one of them only has half of his body left. It's very strange. Oh really, take me over and have a look. Liu Hongd said with a brow. Soon they came to the half-body. Liu Hongd took a closer look and recognized that it was Liu Shan's lower body. Then he raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at the corpse. What's wrong, Grandpa? Liu Zheng noticed something strange about his grandfather and asked. That's your father's body, what my dad? Liu Zheng couldn't believe it. Even though he was wearing the same Liu family uniform, Liu Hongd could still recognize the lower body of his son at a glance. But Liu Zheng was different. He walked to the body, squatted down and lifted off his clothes. Sure enough, there was a piece of his father's body on his belly. Unique crescent-shaped scar, it's really my dad. Liu Zheng stood up and glared angrily, who did it? Liu Hongd looked back at the Taoyuan base and said, they died near this base. And they must have something to do with this base. You're right, Grandpa. I'm going to arrest everyone inside and question them one by one. Liu Zheng replied then. Liu Zheng said to his men, come here. Burn these corpses and bury my father's corpse, suddenly. Liu Hongd stopped him and whispered, no need to burn it. Just keep it, Liu Zheng swallowed. Grandpa, the second uncle's body has not been found. Is he still alive? After learning that his grandfather was so ruthless, Liu Zheng became cautious when speaking. Ignore him for now, let's take down this base first. Liu Hongd said decisively, yes, Grandpa. At this moment, the roar of trucks sounded not far away. Several trucks of different models drove from a short distance away. There were people standing behind the trucks. It seemed that they were coming with bad intentions. Grandpa, it seems that people from the Ma family and the government are here. Liu Zheng looked at Liu Hongd and said. Liu Hongd immediately said, no, let's go there quickly. The grandfather and grandson ran all the way to the gate of Taoyuan base. At the same time, the Wang family's rattlesnake team also arrived. Brother, why are there so many people? Liu Xiaoer asked. Zhang De glanced at the crowd and said, it seems that the other two families and the government know about this treasure land. And they are all here to fight for it. There are so many people here but there are only a few of us. Can we win? Zhang De thought for a while. We don't have to fight with them to the deaths. We just need to delay time and wait for our large troops to arrive. For a time people from all directions gathered together. And the scene was extremely majestic. People were standing everywhere. And everyone had weapons in their hands, with serious faces and ready to go. The air is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. And if you are not careful, a war will break out. Liu Hongd walked forward and saw Ma Wenqin, the head of the Ma family, and greeted him very warmly. Master, Ma, long time no see. Ma Wenqin also responded with a smile, Mr. Liu, what kind of wind has brought you to this damn place? Isn't it that crops and poultry have died mysteriously recently? We are in short supply of supplies in the safety zone. I took people out to search for some supplies. I happened to come across this abandoned small base. I just wanted to go in and see if there were any supplies inside. Liu Hongd is worthy of being a man who has lived for decades longer. He preemptively stated in one sentence, meaning, I have already occupied this place. You are not going to fight with me. After Ma Wenqin heard Thish cursed in his heart, old fox. You are bluffing when I don't know that the fog is the thickest in this place, and you still collect supplies. However, he still said with a smile on the surface, yes, Mr. Liu, you don't know something. We have used up all the supplies. If we can't find any more supplies, thousands of people in our Magia safe zone will starve to death. You look, we'll search this base for you. And then you can just give us some supplies. Liu Hongd frowned slightly. He didn't expect this old boy to be quite difficult to deal with. Just when he was thinking about how to respond, Zhang De came forward and said, in this case, Our Wang family also wants to share some. Who are you? Ma Wenqin asked Zhang De, the captain of Wang's rattlesnake team. Our family leader will be here shortly. Zhang De knew that he had no weight among this group of people, so he could only move the family leader out. When Ma Wenqin heard this, he said, "That's just right. I haven't seen the head of the Wang family for a long time. We can wait for him." Ma Wenqin naturally hopes that the chaos will be as chaotic as possible, so that the Liu family will not be able to monopolize it, and he can take advantage of the chaos to seize this place. Because he obtained Ma Kun's information in advance and knew that the lord of this base was very strong, Ma Wenqin brought out almost all his family wealth in order to win this place in one fell swoop. But after hearing this, Liu Han's face became extremely ugly. It was obviously the Liu family who arrived first, and this place should belong to them. Now so many people suddenly came and wanted to grab this place, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Liu Han's constipated expression, Ma Wenqin couldn't help feeling secretly happy in his heart. When he saw Wang Tian next to him, he recognized him at a glance as a person from the official quarantine area. Then he stepped forward and said, "You people in the official quarantine area look different at first glance. They are well equipped and everyone is full of energy. Unlike us, the weapons are poor and everyone is sallow and thin. I don't know what the people in the official quarantine area are doing here." Woolen Cloth Wang Tian heard that he was mocking him, and just replied calmly on a mission no comment. "That's right. It's our turn to take care of official matters." Ma Wenqin said mockingly, looking like he was asking for trouble. Just after he finished saying this, everyone fell silent, each thinking about his or her own plans. I don't know what they were planning. The atmosphere became a little tense for a while. Everyone looked at each other, but they held the weapons in their hands tightly, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Creak. Suddenly the sound of the door opening broke the deathly silence. Everyone present was frightened, and then all looked in the direction of the door. It's the door to Taoyuan base that's opened. I saw Li Jiang walking out from inside carrying a corpse. When he saw so many people standing at the door, he was so frightened that he almost dropped the body on his shoulders. And the body on his shoulder was someone from the Liu family who was in the base before. The body was in a corner. Ma Kun and the others didn't notice it when they were moving the body, so they left it there. So Lin Zheng asked Li Jiang to move the body out. "Damn it. Who are you and what are you doing at the gate of our base?" Li Jiang said, looking at the people outside. Everyone said nothing, just stared at Li Jiang. "You can't say that we are here to capture your base. Grandpa, that's from our Liu family." Liu Ziming noticed that Li Jiang was wearing clothes from the Liu family. Liu Hong took a closer look and saw that it was true. He stepped forward, looked at Li Jiang and said, "Why did members of my Liu family die in your base? You'd better give us an explanation. Otherwise we won't let it go." Liu Hong wanted to take advantage of this situation, so he acted very angry and looked at Li Jiang angrily. Li Jiang said lightly, "If they want to kill us, we have no choice but to kill them. If you want revenge, you are welcome to come and take revenge at any time. However, please give in now and let me throw away this body first." He's very heavy. As soon as these words came out, the Liu family immediately exploded. I thought the other party would quibbles. I didn't expect that they would admit it directly and welcome you to take revenge. This is simply extremely arrogant. Liu Han's beard kept trembling and his face twitched. He looked very angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a small base. But it's so rampant. It seems that my Liu family hasn't taken action for too long. So some people can't tell the difference between the big king and the big king. Right?" He said this not only to Li Jiang, but also to everyone else present, with an obvious threatening tone. After hearing this, Li Jiang threw the body aside casually, then pointed at Liu Hong and said, "Old man, what the hell are you so weird about?" After hearing this, Liu Hong lost his previous calmness, and his facial expression was extremely distorted. For so many years, the mayor had to be polite to him, but no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. His self-esteem was greatly impacted at this moment. And he had an old face inserting and extremely ugly. You. What did you say? Liu Hong gritted his teeth and said in a sinister tone. Li Jiang looked at Liu Hong to put his hands on his hips. Are you really deaf? I said you are being weird. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that what Liu Hong said was completely threatening. And it was not that he really didn't hear clearly. Unexpectedly, Li Jiang a straight man actually repeated it. Everyone on the side was shocked by Li Jiang's innocence. Especially Ma Wenqian, head of the Ma family, who looked at Li Jiang in surprise and couldn't help but admire in his heart. This boy is really brave. Who is Liu Hong? Before the end of the world, he was a master of both black and white on the surface. He looks like a kind-hearted old man. But in fact he is ruthless and kills without blinking an eye. When he smiles at you, it means that you are already a dead person in his eyes. And when he glares at you, it means you may die several times. Ziming Liu Hong shouted in. Liu Ziming, who was behind him, led a few people to surround him and pointed his gun at Li Jiang. Boy, are you tired of livings? You dare to speak like this to my grandfather? Liu Ziming spat and said viciously to Li Jiang. At this moment, Wang Tian and others who had been behind the crowd saw that Li Jiang was surrounded by guns and immediately rushed forward. They all raised their guns and pointed them at Liu Ziming and others. What are you doing? Put down the gun, Wang Tian yelled. His tone was extremely serious. His eyes were fixed on Liu Ziming and others. Without any expression on his face, seeing Wang Tian, Li Jiang was a little surprised. Captain Wang Gui, are you here? Wang Tian looked at Li Jiang and smiled slightly. I owe my little brother so many promises. And today I am here to fulfill my promise, okay? After I finish dealing with these annoying things, I will take you to find Zheng, Li Jiang replied. Seeing this scene, Ma Wenqian seemed to understand something. It turns out that this small base has something to do with the official quarantine zone. No wonder it is so confident that even the old man of the Liu family dares to directly attack him. Seeing the people in the official quarantine area taking action, Liu Hong's expression changed. He couldn't believe it. How could people from such a small base be related to the people in the official quarantine area? Liu Ziming couldn't make up his mind for a moment. So he looked back at Liu Hong and asked him for help. Liu Hong stepped forward, looked at Wang Tian, and suppressed his anger and said, do you officials want to defend him and antagonize our Liu family? Although our Liu family is not a big family, if you antagonize us, you should be in trouble. I hope you think it through. These words may sound friendly on the surface, but in reality they are full of threats. The meaning is also very clear. Do you want to be an enemy of our Liu family or this small base? Anyone who is not stupid knows how deep the Liu family is. Even the official people will not easily turn against them. Ma Wenqian squinted his eyes on the side with an expression as if he was watching a show. Now it's fun. He silently guessed in his heart that these official people would definitely not turn against the Liu family for the sake of the people in this small base. It seemed that the boy who had bumped into old Mrs. Liu was going to be in trouble thinking of this. Ma Wenqian couldn't help but smile jokingly, shook his head slightly, and showed a playful expression of regret. When Liu Ziming heard his grandfather's words, he instantly became confident. Our Liu family is one of the 3 major safety zones. How could the official people make enemies of our Liu family for the sake of a person from a small base? When he thought of this, he puffed up his chest and put the gun directly on Li Jiang's head. But the next scene made everyone dumbfounded. When Wang Tian saw Liu Ziming holding a gun against Li Jiang's head, he immediately became angry and put the gun in his hand against his head. He said in a very angry tone, I'm warning you. If you dare to touch him, you must die. Liu Ziming was instantly stunned when he heard this. He looked back at his grandfather blankly. What's going on? Why don't your words work? Liu Hong was also confused by this scene. He didn't expect that the official people would actually make enemies of the Liu family for the sake of people from such a small base. Idiots, idiots, all idiots. He couldn't help but curse it in his heart. Okay, very good. You are indeed an official and courageous person. I didn't expect that there would be such a kind person like you in the official quarantine area. I will definitely visit the official quarantine area if I have the opportunity in the future. What's your name? Liu Hongd said with a smile, looking extremely eerie. Pa, just when Wang Tian was about to speak. Suddenly there was a burst of clapping. Everyone looked in the direction of the clapping sound. It was Lin Zheng who came out of the base with Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao. Lin Zheng looked at Liu Hongd and said directly, Old Yin. You ask someone's name. Do you plan to take revenge in the future? And do small tricks behind your back? It's really disgusting. Who is this? I feel even more arrogant than the kid before. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and said, this is not treating the old man of the Liu family as a human being. F***K, Liu Hongd was so angry that he cursed then. Lin Zheng walked up to Li Jiang and said to him, Jiang. The third lesson of Doomsday. When someone points a gun at your head you must kill him. How dare you? Liu Hongd glared at Lin Zheng and said angrily. Boomei blast shot out from Lin Zheng's palm. Liu Ziming's head was instantly swallowed by the blast. After the flames of the blast disappeared, his head also disappeared. He didn't even hear his screams. His body seemed to be frozen and motionless. Li Jiang nodded. Zheng, I understand. After that, Li Jiang summoned his own black demon giant shadow. And a huge black shadow tens of meters high slowly emerged behind him, scaring the people next to him to quickly back away, watching with horrified eyes as the black shadow slowly grew larger. What kind of superpower is this? Everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly. With shock in their eyes, look at your own abilities again. It's all about getting stronger. Arms and legs getting longer, growing 4 hands. 3 legs and even more outrageous. The peeing range can be 20 meters. Although the water volume is large, I don't know what it is used for. They all looked at Li Jiang's Black Devil's shadow with great envy. Seeing Li Jiang's reaction, Lin Zheng smiled slightly and said, this kid learned very quickly this time. I saw Li Jiang controlling the Black Demon Giant Shadow, trampling to death several Liu family guards who had pointed guns at him before, and directly trampled them into a puddle of flesh. When the remaining people looked at it, their faces were full of fear. But they still raised their guns and shot at Li Jiang wildly. The Black Devil's giant shadow immediately opened his palms to block Li Jiang's body. Those bullets that broke through the air disappeared silently into the huge black palm like being shot into a sponge. Soon they finished shooting the bullets in their guns. After looking at the guns in their hands, they looked back at Liu Hongd and asked him for help. Old man, save us, Liu Hongd sh. He looked left and right as if nothing was wrong. It's not that he doesn't want to take care of it. It's just that the huge black shadow is too scary, and he doesn't have the courage to take action. Hey, Li Jiang grinned. And the black demon giant grinned and let out an extremely sharp laugh. Its pure black face with almost no facial features visible suddenly opened a large black mouth, like an endless black hole filled with terror and a sense of depth. It dropped the shrapnel in its hand one by one, then stretched out its palm to grab it, and directly grabbed the remaining Liu family guards in its hand. They howled crazily for mercying, with tears and runny noses flying everywhere. But as Li Jiang suddenly clenched his palm, the giant black demon also clenched his palm instantly. There was only a sound of fine bones breaking and the sound of the body being squeezed. A pool of unspeakable stuff slowly flowed out from the palm of the black demon's giant shadow. Snap when it fell to the ground. There was a strong smell immediately, and everyone present frowned slightly and vomited. After doing all this, Li Jiang returned to his original state and came to Lin Zheng. Zheng, I have learned the third lesson. Lin Zheng nodded, very good. After Liu Hongd saw that the other party had such a powerful awakened person, he knew that he could not confront him head-on, so he had to endure it first. when his own powers or his family became stronger in the future. It would not be too late to take revenge. He said angrily to his men behind him, "Let's go." After that, he was about to take the people and leave. However, he was suddenly stopped by Lin Zheng. "Stop, do I let you go?" Liu Hongd was shocked. Although he was scared, but now that he was so humiliated, he was even more angry. But he still suppressed his anger and turned around and said, "What else do you want?" Lin Zheng pointed at the pile of things on the ground and said with disgust, "Take this pile of things from your Liu family away." "What?" Liu Hongd almost growled out these two words. He stared at Lin Zheng with his eyes wide open, his chest heaving violently, and he kept breathing heavily. "Old man, you are really deaf. I want you to clean up this pile of things on the ground before you leave." Li Jiang pointed at Liu Hongd and said. After hearing this, Liu Hongd almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. His whole face wrinkled like a dry walnut. Embarrassed and angry, he kept grinding his teeth. At this moment, he really wanted to release his superpower, the fangs of poisonous snakes. This skill is to grow two venomous snake-like fangs in the mouth, which can spray venom at the enemy from a long distance. At the same time, the body will become as flexible as a venomous snake. But after he saw Li Jiang's superpower, he knew that there was no guarantee of a fatal blow. In the end, he endured it. He coughed suddenly, his face turned red from holding it in. "Tidy," he said angrily to the men behind him. Several Liu family guards immediately ran forward and cleaned up the puddle of things on the ground. Finally, Liu Hongd left a sinister look in his eyes and led the people away in dejection. In fact, they didn't go far. They set up camp in a building near Taoyuan Base. Even near Taoyuan Base, the fog was far thicker than other places at this time. Zhang Daho was behind the crowd, couldn't help but salivate after seeing the superpowers of Li Jiang and Lin Zheng, and said to himself in a low voice, "This is too strong." Fortunately, the people from the Liu family became the grudges in advance. Provoke them or you will be the one who dies. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. At this moment, the head of the Wang family also arrived here with his people. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Lin Zheng and recognized him as the man in the video communicator before Ma Jun died. "It's really a narrow road for enemies, damn it. If you dare to touch someone from my Wang family, I'll kill you." After saying that, he started to aggressively come forward to trouble Lin Zheng. But Zhang De grabbed him halfway and forcibly pulled him behind the crowd. "Damn it, who is it?" Zhang De hurriedly covered Wang Tiancheng's mouth and made a shushing gesture, signaling him to keep quiet. When Wang Tiancheng saw that it was Zhang De, he calmed down. But his face was full of doubts. Seeing that the other party calmed down, Zhang De slowly let go of his hand, wiped the beads of sweat the size of soybeans on his forehead, exhaled as if after a disaster with a look of joy on his face. Luckily, he had held Wang Tiancheng. "If you offend those killing gods, you might end up sitting there too and turn into a puddle of flesh." "Zhang De, what are you doing?" Zhang De took a breath and said, "Master, I am saving your life. If I hadn't helped you, you would have turned into a cold corpse by now." Wang Tiancheng looked angry. "What's going on?" Zhang De quickly pointed at Lin Zheng, and then said to Wang Tiancheng, "Master, do you want to go to that person to settle the score?" "He is the person who killed Ma Jun." Wang Tiancheng nodded. "Of course, if you touch someone from my Wang family, I will definitely kill him. That's it, Patriarch. Those people are all extremely scary, and they are not something we can deal with now." Zhang De said extremely seriously. "Awesome, how powerful can it be? Is the thunder power that I have awakened so powerful?" After Wang Tiancheng said this, he walked towards Lin Zheng again aggressively. No matter how hard Zhang De pulled him, he couldn't hold him back. Zhang De simply gave up and prepared to run away. At this moment, a zombie wandering on the roof of the building suddenly saw so many living people on the ground. It suddenly became extremely excited and jumped directly from the roof of the building, facing Lin Zheng's direction. After hearing the cry, Lin Zheng raised his head slightly. then raised his right hand silently chanting, "Superpower. Thunder element, thunder is coming," click. Suddenly a thunder exploded in the clear sky. Appeared out of thin air and fell from the sky. Like a spear shot down by the gods, hit the zombie straight. Then there was a burst of black smoke. And the zombie disappeared without a trace. As if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Wang Tiancheng immediately stopped and swallowed. Compared with this thunder, my own thunder power is as weak as the arc of a lighter's piezoelectric igniter. There is no comparison at all. He didn't dare to make any sound and silently returned to Zhang De. Zhang De looked indifferent, as if he had expected this result, and said, "Why? Don't kill him." Wang Tiancheng suddenly held Zhang De's hand and said with gratitude, "My benefactor. Thank you for saving my life. I will double your salary immediately." Zhang De looked surprised. He didn't expect his salary to be increased. Lin Zheng's thunderous move shocked almost everyone, including Ma Wenchen, head of the Ma family. After seeing so many terrifying awakened people in this small base, he gave up his previous idea of attacking by force. "If you can't beat it, then join." Ma Wenchen walked forward with a smile and said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, how about we cooperate to build a super base here?" Lin Zheng clasped his hands on his chest, glanced at Ma Wenchen and said lightly, "No interest. Get out." Hello. Seeing that the other party refused, Ma Wenchen was able to stretch and bend, and walked away wisely. After walking far away, Ma Kun stepped forward and said to Ma Wenchen, "Master, that kid is too arrogant. Should we just leave like this?" At this time Ma Wenchen showed a fierce look, and said with a gloomy expression, "Of course not. Let's find a place to live nearby first. And when our strength increases, we can destroy that broken base in one fell swoop." After hearing this, Ma Kun showed a proud smile and whispered to himself, "Damn it. Let me move the corpses. I will definitely turn you all into corpses." Similarly, the Wang family did not go far and established a temporary base near Taoyuan Base, waiting for the opportunity to capture Taoyuan Base in one fell swoop. In just half a day, all three major security zones had established temporary bases near Taoyuan Base, staring at Lin Zheng and others with eager eyes. Over here at the entrance of Taoyuan Base, "Captain Wang, why are you here again?" Lin Zheng looked at Wang Tian and said. Wang Tian did not speak, but turned to face the members of the Blade team behind him. This time almost all of them were dispatched. Nearly 100 people and everyone looked well-trained, capable and serious. Blade team, all team members obey orders and line up. Oh yes. Lin Zheng suddenly realized that he was here to fulfill his promise. Wang Tian should have sold the entire Blade team back then. After hearing Wang Tian's order, the entire team took action quickly and stood neatly in several rows. Then, Wang Tian walked up to Lin Zheng and said, "Little brother, although I don't know what your purpose is, but since you have made a promise, you should fulfill your promise. This is almost all the members of the Blade team, and there is a small some people are performing other tasks in the quarantine area. So let's fulfill this part of the promise first." Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. This man is so capable that he really brought his team members to fulfill his promise. Then, Wang Tian said to the team members who were lined up, "Now, from front to back, from left to right, step forward to shake hands with this little brother for 10 seconds. It's the captain then." All the members of the Blade team came forward to shake hands with Lin Zheng one by one. Everyone would stand at attention and salute to Lin Zheng before shaking hands. It lasted almost half an hour before it ended. The more people there are, the better. Although most of their superpowers are duplicates, Lin Zheng still collected the 5 element superpowers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earths, and also copied a very special superpower. According to the system, it is called materialization, which can materialize touched objects into other designated objects. As the power continues to improve, there will be more and more types of designated objects that can be transformed, and the scope of the effect will also be wider, getting bigger for a first-level awakener. 100 cubic objects can be turned into water. Second-level awakeners can turn 2% of cubic objects into water or soil. A third-level awakener can turn 5% of cubic objects into water. Soil or a pile of marble switch is 0.05 cubic meters. And the space occupied by an adult is almost 0.5 cubic meters in other words. Anyone touched by Lin Zheng can turn their entire body into a pool of water. A pile of soil or marbles, this is a very terrifying ability. I don't know how many terrifying powers will appear in the later stages. However, Lin Zheng doesn't have to worry at all. No matter how many terrifying and unknown powers appear, they will eventually become his own powers. For Lin Zheng, the more types of awakened powers, the better. Lin Zheng stopped in front of the team member with the ability to materialize, looked at him and said, "Do you know what ability you have awakened?" The team member shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I just know that my physical fitness has become a lot stronger. Maybe it is to strengthen my physical abilities." Lin Zheng thought for a moment and felt that he should be reminded that he didn't even know what kind of powers he had awakened. If one day he touched Wang Tian and others and activated their powers unintentionally, he would turn them into a puddle of water. Is it done? Lin Zheng picked up a stone casually. Watch it, Wang Tian. Guo Yi and others were also curious and gathered around, wanting to see what Lin Zheng was going to do. The team member looked at the stone in Lin Zheng's hand very seriously and nodded. "I'm sure then." Lin Zheng concentrated his mind and felt the materialization power wandering around in his body. A strange energy began to pour into the stone in Lin Zheng's hand. The next second, in Lin Zheng's eyes, the stone seemed to be divided into countless small pieces by neatly arranged white lines. Bang! Those little pieces suddenly spread apart. Then it turned into a pile of marbles and fell to the ground. Lin Zheng was also shocked by this weird power. Transforming one substance into another substance is, from a certain perspective, creating creation. Wang Tian and others also looked at this strange scene in stunned silence. "Captain, is he doing magic?" Guo also stammered. Wang Tian swallowed his saliva and said, "No. This should be the new power awakened by the little brother. Superpower, then this superpower is too scary. If it touches people." After saying this, Guo Yi and Wang Tian looked at each other and couldn't help but shudder. And a chill ran down their backs. The team member with the ability to materialize was also stunned, with his mouth wide open and his face full of shock. This is your awakened power called materialization. So until you can't control this power well, don't have casual contact with other people. Oh, the team member nodded repeatedly. He thought he had awakened the power to strengthen his body, but he didn't expect it to be such a terrifying power. Suddenly his heart became uneasy. "What's your name?" Lin Zheng asked. "Zhao Yun," he replied. Lin Zheng nodded, and then said to Wang Tian, "Captain Wang, please keep him away from other people for now. He can't master this power yet. It's like a time bomb. He doesn't know when it will explode. However, if once he masters this ability, he will be a rare and capable general." Wang Tian nodded. "Thank you, little brother, for the reminder." Lin Zheng continued, "Captain Wang, you should not be here just to fulfill your promise this time." Wang Tian dodges a little after hearing this. He was silent for a long time before he said, "It's true. Little brother, I really can't hide anything from you. I am indeed here with an official mission this time." "Oh, is it related to Taoyuan base?" Lin Zheng guessed. Wang Tian smiled awkwardly. "I really can't hide it from you. Little brother, it is indeed related to Taoyuan base. We found that your area has the highest concentration of fog. If the official quarantine area is moved here, the official people can quickly improve your abilities so you can better protect survivors. So are you here to chase us away or kill us?" "Little brother, you are really good at joking. We just hope to cooperate with you to integrate the Taoyuan base and the official quarantine area into one base. By then, you and your people will still live in this place." "How about that?" Wang Tian asked tentatively. Lin Zheng answered decisively, "I refuse. I don't care whether what you said can be realized after the merger. When the time comes, Your so-called leaders will really care about the survivors after their powers have been raised to a high level. Life or death, this Wang Tian hesitated. Captain Wang's era of supernatural awakening has begun. Teams may be important, but when one person can be powerful enough to destroy a country, do you think a team is still useful? Wang Tian nodded slightly, indeed. The reason why human beings are united into collectives is because individuals have limited abilities. So they need to unite together to accomplish things that individuals cannot accomplish. But when an individual's ability can be infinitely improved, which means that everything can be accomplished by an individual, then the meaning of the team and the collective will no longer be so great. But it certainly won't disappear. Wang Tian was a little stunned, his mind was a little confused. Lin Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, Captain Wang, I will give you a free lesson. The future will be a world of strong people. Improving your own strength is the way to go. Don't let yourself be constrained by any group. Sense of honor and responsibility. These they will all be the devils who will destroy you. After that, Lin Zheng took Li Jiang and others back to the base. Wang Tian and others were left behind looking thoughtful. Official quarantine zone, the days are the same as usual. Boring, frightened, and working hard every day just for a little food. Especially after the heavy fog invaded. Food became even scarcer. And there were tens of thousands of survivors in the quarantine area. Conflicts became more and more intensified. And fighting and robbery occurred at every turn. Commander-in-Chief of the military ministry, Lin stood by the window of a high-rise building, looking at the chaotic scene on the street. His brows furrowed and his face full of worry. General, if this continues, the quarantine area will not be able to hold on. Lin said to Lu Changwei. Lu Changwei said unhurriedly, it is said that Li Kangping, a rice scientist in Shangjing City, is already solving the problem of unable to grow rice. We just need to wait until his research is successful, but even if we can wait until his research is successful, we can't wait until the rice matures. Li En was still very worried. Lu Chengwei put down the document in his hand and stood up from the chair. It is said that Li Kangping is also a wood awakener. This power can make plants grow quickly. There is such a power, Lian was surprised. After the heavy fog invaded, almost everyone has awakened their superpowers. Our quarantine area alone has hundreds of different superpowers. This type of superpower is not uncommon. And there are probably even more exotic ones. Lu Chengwei rolled his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes, so that's it. Lian nodded and then a small flame appeared in his palm. Why did I only awaken ordinary fire powers? Maybe you have a hot temper, booms. A loud noise interrupted the conversation between the two, followed by noisy shouts. What's going on at this time? A guard ran in from outside the door and said hurriedly, General, it's not good, we were attacked by zombies. What? Lu Chengwei frowned. Where is our defense system? It has been breached. The zombies this time seem to be very different from the previous zombies. The guard's face clearly showed a hint of fear, as if he was recalling some horrific scenes. He continued, this time there are flesh-like zombies that can climb up the walls. And there are also zombies covered in flames. After they rushed in, they have caused many fires in the isolation area. Lu Chengwei and Lei and looked into the distance almost at the same time. Sure enough, thick smoke was billowing from several places in the quarantine area. How could this happen? This type of zombie has never appeared before. Lu Chengwei looked serious. Lian said, Commander, do you think it is possible that the zombies have also awakened their fire powers? Lu Chengwei looked at Ang Li, thought for a moment, and felt that this was reasonable. The mist allowed humans to awaken supernatural powers, and it might also make zombies mutate and evolve, becoming more powerful. Because according to the current development of the world, humans are actually outsiders. And the fog and zombies are the same. Thinking of this, Lu Chengwei hurriedly asked the guard, are there any more powerful zombies than before? The guard nodded repeatedly, yes, Commander. Those zombies are more than 10 meters high. The wall we built cannot stop them at all. They can kick the wall down with one kick, sure enough. Just as Lu Chengwei expected after the invasion of the fog. The strength of the zombies has also been greatly improved, even far surpassing that of humans. After learning this information, Lu Chengwei made a prompt decision, quick. Broadcast to inform all residents to evacuate towards Jiangtang City immediately. Soon the radio in the quarantine area sounded. Dear residents of the quarantine area, our quarantine area has been breached by zombies. Now we will open the east gate and ask all residents to escape on their own. Our headquarters will evacuate towards Jiangtang City. Residents who are willing to go, please bring it with you, the supplies follow themselves. As soon as this broadcast comes out, it immediately exploded in the crowd. It's over, the zombies are coming, run away. The officials don't want us anymore. They are going to run away on their own, go home quickly. Pack your things and follow the officials to Jiangtang City. In these troubled times, if you are alone, you will definitely not survive a day, yes guys. Hurry up and pack your things, or you won't be able to keep up with the official. For a time, people were panicked and confused. There were cries for help everywhere. There are also some robbers who take advantage of the fire. Rob someone halfway, grab some supplies and then run away like crazy. At this time, there happened to be a burly man who took a fancy to the package in the hands of an old woman. The old woman also had a teenage girl with her. The old woman seemed to have a strong body and walked very quickly. Pulling the little girls, she ran quickly towards the direction of the crowd suddenly. The big man caught up with the old woman and the little girls. He kicked the old woman to the ground, then picked up her package and was about to run away, but was hugged by the old woman. Give it back to me, you beast. The old woman cursed. The big man seemed to be enraged and stepped on the old woman's head. Breaking her neck, the old woman died instantly. The big man spat at the old woman's body, damn it. Dead old woman, grandma. The little girl immediately threw herself on the old woman's body and started crying. The moment the big man saw the little girl, he suddenly became lustful, licked his lips, picked up the little girl, looked at her lustfully and said, "What if we can't have fun before the end of the world?" Bang. Suddenly there was a gunshot, and a bloody hole appeared on the big man's forehead. He let go of the little girl, his eyes were horrified. And then he fell down suddenly, damn it. I won't let the little girl go, you are such a beast. Lian walked up after putting away his guns. He came to the little girl and said, "Are you going to follow uncles?" The little girl looked back at her grandma with tears on her face. But still naughty this time, Lin Zheng, who was in the safe house, suddenly heard a mission issued by the system. A third-level zombie appeared in the official quarantine area. Successfully kill this third-level zombie and obtain its crystal core. The system will reward the host with a mysterious superpowers. Mysterious superpower, how mysterious? Lin Zheng couldn't help but ask. It allows the host to surpass one level of challenge and become invincible. Damn it, are you so awesome? This third-level zombie is bound to die. Lin Zheng had a look of excitement on his face. It just so happens that we have recently reached the bottleneck of breakthrough, and we need higher-level crystal cores to improve our abilities. This third-level zombie came at the right time, this time. Lin Zheng did not take Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong with him, but asked them to stay at the base to deploy the defense system. Lin Zheng left me a lot of heavy weapons including mortars, bombers, and even a few close-in defense guns with 116 rounds per second. There is an infinite copy system, so you are not afraid of running out of bullets at all. Give me an open fight and I will lose after the fight. On the other side, the east gate of the official quarantine area. As soon as a group of people escaped from the east gate, they were blocked by dozens of second-level giant zombies. Behind those second-level zombies, there were densely packed first-level zombies, which were howling and screaming as if they had been hungry for several days. Beast General, what should we do now? Lian held the little girl and looked at Lu Chengwei and asked. Now there is no retreat, everyone gives it a try. Whether they can escape depends on fate. Those who escape will meet at Taoyuan Base in Jiangtang City. Lu Chengwei looked a little sad and said seriously, Lian. Zhou Ling and others nodded. Then faced the zombies in front of them. As the second-level zombies in front roared. The battle was about to begin. The black zombies came like a tide. And the people in the quarantine area instantly became confused and fled in all directions. Although most of them had awakened their powers. In the face of this critical moment of life and death, they all forgot when using superpowers. They only remember to escape for their lives. Fear has taken over all of their brains at this time. Lu Chengwei, who had always looked like a scholar, suddenly took off his glasses and his eyes became sharp. With his angular face and stubbled chin, he looked quite handsome. Lian and Zhou Ling on the side looked at him expectantly, because they never knew what kind of power he had awakened. And now they finally knew. Lu Chengwei's lips moved slightly. He stretched out his palms and said silently, "Superpower rain of arrows." As soon as he finished speaking, a phalanx of arrows appeared in front of him, neatly suspended in the air, each arrow quivering rapidly and making a faint sound. "Break!" as Lu Chengwei shouted. The phalanx of arrows shot out with a roar, instantly knocking down a large number of first-level zombies. But this is like a drop in the bucket and almost useless. Booma's second-level zombie punched Lu Chengwei. Lu Chengwei jumped up quickly and dodged the punch. Then, while in the air, he aimed his palm at the head of the second-level zombie. A phalanx of arrows appeared again, break, crash. Like dense raindrops, the arrows hit the head of the second-level zombie. But these arrows were like small wooden thorns stuck in the zombie's head. They did not cause any substantial damage to it, instead. They angered it and attacked Lu Chengwei even more crazily. Facing the attack of the second-level zombies, Lu Chengwei could only dodge all the time and did not dare to attack. If the second-level zombies were not huge and slow in movement, they would probably die 1,000 times now. Lian was also attacked by a second-level zombie. The zombie punched down and Lian almost couldn't dodge. He pushed the little girl in his hand away and dodged to the other side. After seeing the little girl, the first-level zombies surrounded her one after another. Lian's face changed drastically, and he sprayed out 2 blazing flames from his palms, igniting the zombies around him. And then he was about to rush over. But the second-level zombie blocked his way. He stepped on it, forcing Lian to retreat repeatedly. He burned it with the flame in his palm, but found that it could not be ignited at all, leaving only a burnt mark on its surface. At this time, countless zombies have already pounced on the little girl. "Don't want," Lian shouted and closed his eyes in fear. The moment he closed his eyes, he recalled the scene where his daughter was eaten by zombies, and a heartbreaking pain shot through his body. He roared and wanted to rush forward and eliminate all the zombies. But when he looked clearly, he found that there was no figure of the little girl at all. Those zombies rushed to nothing. "Where did the little girl go, Uncle? I'm here." Suddenly, the little girl's voice came from above his head. He looked up suddenly and saw the little girl growing a pair of white wings and flying in the air. Damn it, it turns out her power is to grow wings. Lian couldn't help but exclaimed. This way he doesn't have to worry about the little girl's safety and can just let his hands and feet go. "Damn it, you disgusting things. Wait until I burn you to death." After saying that, Lian roared angrily and rushed into the zombies with his palms holding blazing flames. At the same time, intensive gunfire also rang out. The guards in the quarantine area began to fight back one after another. The residents who escaped also realized that they had superpowers and immediately activated their superpowers to counterattack. Suddenly, balls fire balls, and metal balls were flying in the air. But the situation is obviously tilted towards the zombies, because the humans are basically just awakening. And there are many second-level zombies on the zombies, and they can't kill them at all. The result of this consumption is that all the people in the quarantine area will be wiped out. Except for some people with angel wings. It is almost difficult for others to escape. Because there are so many zombies down there, it is almost airtight, and it seems that they can't be killed no matter how hard they are killed. And at this time, on top of a second-level zombie sits a female zombie wearing red clothes and looking extremely charming. Her pupils are red, half of her face is white and flawless, and the other half is scarlet and rotten. This is the third-level zombie, the red-clothed charm zombie, which already possesses normal human intelligence. She was like an empress, overlooking the entire battle situation at the moment. These humans look so delicious," as she spoke. She licked her tongue with a look of enjoyment on her face, and her tongue was forked, similar to a snake's tongue. Obviously, this third-level zombie is a fusion of zombie and snake. If you bring these humans back, the zombie king will definitely be very happy, hahaha. After saying that, a sound similar to sound waves came out of her mouth. It was so subtle that you couldn't hear it unless you listened carefully. She was giving orders to these zombies, telling them to close the net at this moment. An awakened person with angel wings just flew past in front of the red-clothed corpse. She shot out her tongue suddenly, pierced the body of the awakened person, and then dragged her over. Then he took a sharp breath. And in less than a moment, the awakened person turned into a mummy. The charming corpse in red licked the stone. It tastes really good. After the red-clothed corpse sucked the awakened person dry, he threw his body out. Then he wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve, his face full of enjoyment, and then looked at the human beings below. He couldn't help but show contempt. They are all just garbage who have just awakened. They thought they could fight. I'm just talking about these things. Your tone will kill them directly, it's boring. After saying that, she lay half on top of the second-level zombie, dancing with her red long sleeves, looking lazy and leisurely. A few more angel wing awakeners want to escape, but she was pulled back by the red-clothed charm corpse, who shot out a roll of long sleeves and sucked her into a mummified corpse among them. A rather handsome young man attracted her attention. She touched the young man's fair face, slowly approached his ear, and said with a charming breath, "Be my slave and let me play for my pleasure, or you will die." As soon as the pretty boy heard that he had a chance to live, his face immediately became excited. He knelt in front of the red-clothed corpse and kowtowed and said repeatedly, I do then." The charming corpse in red stretched out his foot and shook it. The pretty girl naturally understood what it meant when he saw it. Slowly crawl over, pick up her feet, and slowly. All the zombies under the command of the red-clothed zombie surrounded almost everyone in the quarantine area. In this chaos, at least half of the people in the quarantine area died. Among the rest, many were seriously injured. Those who were not injured stayed away from the injured because they might transform into corpses at any time. In fact, the team gradually divided into two. One team was for those who had been injured, and the other team was for those who had not been injured. In the team of injured people, someone will transform into a corpse after a while, and then madly bite the people next to them. When the injured people see it, they will rush towards the uninjured team like crazy. But he was immediately greeted by all kinds of superpowers and bullets, and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Most of the injured people have relatively weak abilities or have not awakened their powers, so they have no ability to resist. Now not only the zombies want to kill them, but humans also want to kill them at this time. An old man covered in blood but not injured squeezed out of the crowd. He took off his clothes and said, I'm not hurt, let me go. Let me go, da-da-da-da. The uninjured team doesn't care about this side. As long as you come from that side, you will be killed. Just like this, at least 30% of people died at the hands of humans themselves. In the end, barely 0 people survived in the entire quarantine area. And this is also controlled by the red-clothed evil zombie, leaving about 10,000 living people, and using them to sacrifice the flag before the zombie wave at 12 o'clock tonight. General, what should we do now? We seem to be surrounded. Lian looked around. Lu Chengwei put on his glasses again and sighed. These zombies are well prepared. It is impossible for us to escape. Compared with zombies, we humans are too weak. After saying that, he shook his head, looking lonely. At this time, the red-clothed enchanted zombie jumped down from the top of the second-level zombie. Still carrying that pretty boy, this is. The moment the red-robed corpse jumped down, everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. As if breathing became difficult, General. This zombie seems to be very strong, ridiculously strong. Lian said to Lu Chengwei. Lu Chengwei nodded. And then said in a pessimistic tone, I didn't expect that zombies have evolved to this extent. Do we humans still have hope of victory? Hey, hey, hey. At this moment, the red-clothed zombie let out an extremely sharp cry. People within 100 meters of her all covered their ears in pain, looking at this hot and terrifying female zombie with fear on their faces. The red-clothed charming corpse glanced at Lu Chengwei and others, and said, I've been watching for a long time. And you are the best at fighting, come on together. If you can beat me, I will give you a chance to be my slave. Like him. At this point, she pointed to the pretty boy next to her. Before, everyone was wondering why there was a human next to this female zombie. It turns out that he became a traitor and became the slave of a female zombie. For a moment, everyone looked at the pretty boy with anger in their eyes. It's not that I hate him for being a traitor, but I hate that it's not me who became a traitor. Lu Chengwei, Lei and Zhou Ling looked at each other. They all know in their hearts that they have absolutely no chance of winning against zombies of this level. Seeing that the three of them have not taken action, the red-robed corpse said, Don't worry. I will suppress the supernatural powers to the same level as you. You still have a chance of winning. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately moved forward and rushed forward. Started to fight with the red-clothed evil corpse. But even if the red-clothed evil corpse suppresses the superpower, it's still not something they can deal with. Under the fierce attack of three people, the red-clothed corpse walked back and forth with great ease, as if it was toying with a few people. Lu Chengwei's arrow rain and Li An's fire attack were completely ineffective, and they couldn't even touch the corners of the red corpse. No, fighting like this is not an option, Zhou Ling. Your power can shoot out an extremely hard filament. Find an opportunity to tie up this female zombie. And then Lian and I will attack her with arrows and flames respectively. Lu Chengwei quickly said to the two of them. They both nodded at the same time. Zhou Ling's awakened power is called Celestial Silk Rope, which is an extremely hard and extremely thin rope. In the advanced stage of cultivation, it can tie up a 100-meter mountain and cut the mountain in half. Zhou Ling take action following Lu Chengwei's shout. An almost invisible filament shot out of Zhou Ling's hand. Sudden, his eyes turned as if he was brewing some conspiracy, then he changed the direction of the filament and flew towards Li An and Lu Chengwei. The two were unable to dodge and were tied up with silk ropes. The two of them looked at Zhou Ling with doubtful eyes and said, Zhou Ling, what are you doing? Zhou Ling ignored them, but faced the red-clothed charming corpse, bowed and said, Master Zombie, I am willing to be your slave. And these two will be my meeting gift to you. The red-clothed evil corpse was a little dazed at first, then burst into laughter. You humans are really interesting. I really didn't expect you to do this. I see you are quite strong, so let's stay. Thank you, Mr. Zombie. After saying that, Zhou Ling walked behind the red-clothed charming corpse. Lu Chengwei and Lei An stared at him angrily. They didn't expect this kid to betray him temporarily. Lian opened his mouth and scolded, Zhou Ling. You damn be Dayu are actually a lackey of the zombies. Being a zombie's lackey is better than being a dead person. You must also know the strength of this zombie master. No matter what method we use, it is impossible to defeat her. We might as well surrender early, to avoid unnecessary pain. Zhou Ling looked at the two of them and smiled. The charming corpse in red looked at Lu Chengwei and the two of them and said, In this case, you two have no choice but to die. She was just about to take action, but Zhou Ling stood up and said, Master Zombie, let me do it. How can I bother you to do it? Okay, I've been out for so long. And I happen to be a little tired, it's up to you to do it. After killing them, drag their bodies to me. The red-clothed evil corpse said lazily. Yes, Master Zombie. After that, Zhou Ling came to Li An and said as if he was a villain, Li An, aren't you usually very arrogant? Last time you beat me with your men, and today I will take revenge, and you Lu Chengwa. If it weren't for your father's identity, the position of Commander-in-Chief of the quarantine area would be mine. Why on earth do you sit in this position? What skills do you have? What abilities do you have? Lu Chengwei frowned and looked at Zhou Ling angrily, as if he wanted to eat him at this time. Lian spat at Zhou Ling and cursed, I usually think that you are not serious. But it turns out that you are a pure bad guy. Damn it, you are a piece of shit. Zhou Ling wiped the saliva on his face and said with a smile, spit it out. I will make your life worse than death later. Come on, am I afraid of you? Just use whatever means you have. Lian raised his head looking fearless just then. Most of the residents in the quarantine area suddenly knelt down. Yeah. This sudden change stunned Zhou Ling, who was a little out of the situation. Li An and Lu Chengwei also looked at the kneeling residents, with confusion written on their faces. Sudden they shouted in unison, female zombie. We are all willing to be your slaves, please accept us. It turns out that they all want to be traitors. Under the threat of death, most people have no morality, dignity, and honors. The news that one can survive by being a slave to a female zombie continues to spread among the crowd. More and more people kneel down and beg for mercy, fighting for themselves a chance to be a slave. The requests came one after another, chaotic and noisy. But the sound was very loud, slowly. They seemed to be guided by some kind of guidance. And the more they shouted, the more uniform they became. Master female zombie, we are willing to be your slaves. Master female zombie, we are willing to be your slaves. Master female zombie, we are willing to be your slaves. However, there are always a small number of people who insist on themselves and maintain their dignity. They hold their heads high and frown coldly. They glance at the people kneeling next to them begging for mercy, with contempt and disgust written on their faces. The expressions on their faces are resolute and confident, and they are very proud of themselves as human beings. There were less than 1,000 people in this group, standing sparsely and looking lonely and small. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ling couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, showing a proud look, and glanced at Li An and Lu Chengwei like a victor. In his eyes, they were like pitiful prisoners of war. As you can see, the vast majority of people are those who know the current affairs and assess the situation. And you are just stubborn people who don't know how to adapt. If all human beings were like you, then human beings would have perished long ago. Zhou Ling began to preach to the two of them unscrupulously, as if he was the man of truths, the wise man who had seen through everything in the world. If human beings were like you, they would have perished a long time ago. The reason why humans are human is because we have human dignity. You bastards, your dignity and moral integrity are shattered. You are not special at all. They are not considered human beings. Lian spat at Zhou Ling and cursed without any scruples. And the more he scolded, the more excited he became. His body kept twisting, his expression was crazy. His mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to bite Zhou Ling to death. His face turned red, and he was furious. Lu Chengwei also let out a long sigh and said in a heavy tone, the winner is king. The loser is the enemy. The history of mankind is ultimately written by the victors. Maybe they are right to do this, General. After hearing this, Lian looked at Lu Chengwei in disbelief, frowning, feeling as if he heard wrongly. Was this said by a highly enlightened person like the leader? Lu Chengwei said, but I will not associate with them. I am not willing to write such human history. After hearing what was said next, Lian nodded thoughtfully and his face returned to calm. Ha ha ha, I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense anymore. Go to hell. Zhou Ling shouted and tightened the celestial silk rope in his hand. cutting the two of them into two pieces. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up with confused and frightened faces. A bolt of lightning exploded in the air, as if a hole had been torn open in the sky, shaking everyone so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. They all turned their heads and covered their eyes with their hands. Why is there lightnings? Zhou Ling looked into the sky with some confusion. This abnormal scene also attracted the attention of the red-clothed charming corpse. She looked up into the sky and suddenly frowned. As if she had discovered something, it was a winged figure. However, his wings seemed to be longer, burlier, and more majestic than those of the previous angel wings, awakens. As if an angel had truly arrived. There is even an inexplicable sense of oppression. This feeling makes the red-robed corpse very unhappy. There is another fish that slipped through the net. Just when she was about to take action, the figure suddenly swooped down very fast, and even made a sound of breaking through the air. Whizzing down, the sharp sound even gave people a sense of terror. As if the space was wet. The figure's wings were slightly close, turning in a spiral, spinning down, smashing it towards a second-level zombie. The second-level zombie roared angrily and reached out to grab the figure. But after all, it's an egg against a stone, boom. For a moment, the second-level zombie was blown into a pile of minced meat. Flying around, suddenly there was a rain of carrion, and a stench hit him instantly. The people next to him twitched their noses. What? What is that? Is it a meteorite? It seems like a person. No way can people be so outrageous. It can't be an angel. Lu Chengwei looked at that figure and felt inexplicably moved in his heart. If humans have evolved to this extent, then it is not impossible for humans to achieve final victory. Thinking about it, my eyes became a little moist, and the extinguished fire of hope began to slowly burn again. There is hope for mankind. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh, slowly. The smoke dissipated, and the figure gradually became clear. Everyone's eyes widened, wanting to see clearly what kind of person that person was for the first time. A clean and decently dressed young man with a serious appearance came into view. I saw a pair of extremely wide wings growing on his back, and a silver-white sword in his hand. No. The sword seems not to be held in the hand, but to grow on it. A dual system awakener. The red-clothed charming corpse was slightly surprised, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She could feel that the other party was also at the third level like herself. It looks like we can have a hearty battle. Lu Chengwei frowned and said in a low voice, I wonder if he is an enemy or a friend. At this moment, Lin Zheng slowly walked out of the smoke. His wings spread behind him. He looked much taller. I saw him looking around. Everyone did not dare to make eye contact with him, and all avoided him, fearing that the other party would stare at them. After looking at the human side, he turned to look at the red-clothed corpse at a glance. I saw a distinctive female zombie dressed in red, like an ancient woman with a nice figure and fair skin. But the piece of rotten flesh on the right side of her face was very unpleasant. Level 3 zombies. Lin Zheng said calmly to the charming corpse in red. The charming corpse in red was angered by Lin Zheng's careless attitude. She flicked her long sleeves and made a wave of air. Damn human being, you are so arrogant. I will dig up your skull to see if you have any brains. You dare to speak like this to my charming corpse in red. Can talk apart from the baby zombie king. This was the second talking zombie Lin Zheng had encountered, which made him a little surprised at this time. Looking at this strong human being who suddenly appeared, Zhou Ling's expression became extremely complicated, and his eyes kept turning. Damn it. Come on, kill this human kid. Following the command from the red-robed charming corpse, 7 or 8 second-level zombies and hundreds of first-level zombies surrounded her behind her. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Looking at the zombies charging towards him, Lin Zheng smiled slightly and said, absolute space start. Brush, brush, brush. Suddenly, the first-order zombies that rushed within 6 meters of Lin Zheng were like entering a meat grinder, being mercilessly minced into minced meat. and then thrown out, raising a cloud of blood mist all over the sky. This horrific scene could not help but make the people present stunned with horror in their eyes. What kind of supernatural power is this that is so terrifying? It's like a super powerful meat grinder that you carry with you, grinding everything around you into countless pieces. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. And then they recovered slightly from the shock. Lin Zheng flew up and came to the head of a second-level zombie. He just wanted to try out the new ability he copied, materialization. I saw his right hand touching the head of the second-level zombie. The second-level zombie immediately roared and then hit his head with a backhand. Lin Zheng didn't care at all about the huge palm that hit him. He whispered softly, "Superpower materialization. That zombie's palm is coming, why doesn't he hide?" Yes. No matter how powerful you are, you can't just stand there and let the zombies hammer you. When the people below saw this scene, they started talking. Even Lu Chengwei frowned and said that boy is too trusting. Although he is very strong, he may suffer a loss if he is so trusting. Young man, be careful, the zombie's palm is coming. Get out of the way or just hit him. Lian was so anxious that he shouted to Lin Zheng. The next second, an even more terrifying scene happened. There was only a crashing sound, and then a flash of white lights, and the head of the second-level zombie turned into a pile of colorful marbles, falling down like rain in an instant. The ground under the feet of the second-level zombie was covered, and the palm it waved suddenly stopped in front of Lin Zheng. Then the whole body fell to the ground with a crash, sending many marbles flying on the ground. But Lin Zheng was still suspended in midair. Did he do this? Why did that zombie's head turn into a marble? Is he a human or a god? This scene is far beyond human cognition. Everyone feels an unprecedented impact. Their hearts are beating fast. Their breathing is quickening and they are excited. Lian also looked at Lu Chengwei blankly. His face was shocked. And he stammered, "General. This, what kind of power is this? It turns zombies into a bunch of marbles. This is too unnatural." Although Lu Chengwei expected that human beings would awaken all kinds of strange powers, when he saw it with his own eyes, couldn't help but exclaim. He shook his head slightly and said, "This is also the first time I've seen him. It's really unbelievable. I don't know what this boy's background is so far. He has shown 4 powers, and each one is extremely terrifying. Yes, how long has it been since the fog invaded? How come he has awakened so many powers and become so powerful? Damn it, is he even human?" Lian also sighed. Humanity has never lacked people with extraordinary talents. It's just that you and I are too mediocre. So we find it incredible. Lu Chengwei looked at Lin Zheng and said in a deep voice, "Ang Li." Then Lin Zheng also used the materialization ability to materialize the heads of the remaining second-level zombies into water, or a pile of mud. The red-clothed charming corpse was also a little shocked. This power is indeed too terrifying. As long as it is touched even slightly, it will turn into something else, however. A strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and she said to herself, "Then I will prevent you from touching me." After Thatch summoned a second-level zombie, then flew on top of it and confronted Lin Zheng, "Human boy. After killing so many of my second-level zombies, I want to capture you alive. You will be used to sacrifice the first flag of the zombie wave at 12 o'clock tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, she shot out her long sleeves at Lin Zheng. The long sleeves twisted back and forth in the air. Like a mottled poisonous snake opened its scarlet mouth, showed its fangs and pounced towards Lin Zheng. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Zheng was tied up with long-sleeved and 5-flowered clothes and tied into a mummy. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were so capable. But you can't catch this easily." The red-clothed evil corpse laughed proudly. Lin Zheng did not panic at all. Smiling slightly super-enhanced, wow. The strength of his body instantly increased several times. And then the muscles all over his body bulged. And the long sleeves tied to his body were suddenly shattered. At the same time, an air knife was thrown out of Lin Zheng's hand and stabbed straight into the red-clothed corpse. Her face changed drastically. No, this human kid doesn't seem to be simple. Just when he was dazed, the air knife was already in front of his eyes, pressing towards his throat. The charming corpse in red hurriedly dodged to the side, and the air knife flew past the tip of her nose. Very close at hand, it's so dangerous. Is this human boy really a third-level warrior? She couldn't help but exclaimed, whoosh whoosh. Before she could react, countless ice thorns were shot at her. The tips of the ice thorns had a bit of cold light, which was breathtaking. Damn it, ice power, how many powers has this kid awakened? Seeing Lin Zheng displaying new powers one after another, the red-clothed corpse couldn't help but curse, and his originally calm face gradually became less calm. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zheng touched the blazing flames with one hand, and crackling lightning flashed out from the other hand. His whole body turned into silver and he rushed forward. That posture is very terrifying. This man seems to be full of supernatural powers. What the hell? Seeing Lin Zheng with all kinds of superpowers, the charming corpse in red clothes could no longer live in Bangbu. However, she was still shaken, and a powerful wave of air hit her, directly shattering the flying ice spikes and turning them into crystal ice slag all over the sky. This time she was really angry. With a flick of his sleeve, bright red petals flew out and instantly spread all over his body. Thanhe waved his sleeves again, and the petals flew towards Lin Zheng. One of the petals hit Lin Zheng's body and exploded instantly, emitting a burst of dazzling orange fire. More and more petals rushed towards Lin Zheng, and explosions continued to sound. Ha ha ha, let you taste my petal bomb. This is the power of the red corpse petal bombs. When you reach the advanced stage of cultivation, petal bombs can float over a country's territory and then fall down at the same time, destroying a country in an instant. If a country is isolated in the sea, it will sink to the bottom of the sea in an instant. But after the smoke cleared, the man was unscathed. His whole body was silver white, not even stained by the slightest bit of black smoke. And he was still spotless after the explosion stopped. Lin Zheng continued to rush forward. The charming corpse in red was shocked. Her lips twitched, and her face was in disbelief. This is impossible. However, she kept waving her sleeves and continued to throw out countless petal bombs, flying towards Lin Zheng. This time Lin Zheng plunged directly into the ocean of petal bombs, letting them explode on his body. This level is simply not painful for his steel reinforcement. Ah, the red-robed corpse exclaimed again. At this time Lin Zheng was already close to his eyes, throwing a surging lightning towards the red-clothed corpse. Like a thunder from the sky. Seeing this, the charming corpse in red hurriedly jumped down. The lightning struck the second-level zombie directly. Suddenly, the lightning turned into countless fine lightning threads and penetrated into the body of the second-level zombie. The second-level zombie suddenly straightened up and froze, then fell straight to the ground like a boulder. Seeing the charming corpse in red clothes below, his face turned livid. I thought that although the other party had many superpowers, they were too many and not very powerful. The lightning must not have much power. I didn't expect to kill a second-level zombie so easily. Oh my god, what on earth is he? The red-clothed charming corpse had already begun to doubt the corpse. Before she could react, Lin Zheng had already taken out the explosive bow and pulled it to full capacity. An arrow instantly condensed. Boo, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. He also has mutated items. The red-clothed charming corpse was already so surprised that he didn't know what to say. After taking a closer look, she found that it was a second-level mutated item, and she breathed a sigh of relief. If it were a third-level mutated item, she would definitely die in the hands of this human kid today. The next second Lin Zheng thought slightly, copy. Brush. The arrow he shot instantly turned into a square array of arrows, arranged densely, worried. The red-clothed charming corpse burst out with a mouthful of Huxia quintessence, then flicked his sleeves and launched countless petal bombs in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Zheng's phalanx of arrows continued to fire, and he quickly defeated the petal bomb of the red-clothed charming corpse. Countless arrows shot at the red-clothed corpse, and she was instantly submerged in the explosion. Although this is only a second-level mutated item, there are so many of them, others shoot arrows one by one. But Lin Zheng shoots them in piles, and the power instantly increases dozens of times. No serious zombie can resist this. After repeated rounds of bombings, the charming corpse in red finally couldn't help it anymore. She covered her chest with her right hand and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He glanced at Lin Zheng with a face full of resentment. "Human boy, just wait for me. I will definitely come to you for revenge." After saying that, she turned around and ran away suddenly. Countless golden threads swept towards her and bound her instantly. She lost her balance and fell straight to the ground. At this time, Lin Zheng also slowly landed on the ground, and just landed in front of the red-clothed charming corpse. He actually defeated that female zombie. Lu Chengwei looked shocked and whispered, "Awesome, little brother." Lian shouted loudly from the side. Then he looked at Zhou Ling and said, "Old boy, take refuge with the zombies. Your master has been defeated now. Let me see what you will do later." Zhou Ling looked at Lian with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. He really wanted to kill Lu Chengwei and Lian directly, but that strong human being would definitely not let him go. But if you don't kill them and take refuge with the zombies, then they will not let you go. Now I'm in a dilemma. I really don't know what to do this way. The charming corpse in red looked at Lin Zheng with a horrified expression. What are you going to do?" Lin Zheng took a step forward. She was so frightened that she hurriedly begged for mercy. "Wait. Don't kill me, I can surrender to you, then." Lin Zheng slowly knelt down and took a closer look at the red-clothed corpse. Seeing this, the charming corpse in red immediately smiled. There's no cat that doesn't like fish. And there's no man that doesn't like lust. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he is only a teenager and a vigorous young man. How can he withstand the proud figure of my red-clothed charming corpse? She said extremely charmingly, "You can do whatever you want to me, and I will cooperate with you." Well, as she spoke, she kept twisting her body, and her uneven curves were outlined by Lin Zheng's golden thread, which was very dazzling. This golden thread is also a new power copied by Lin Zheng from the members of the Blade team, Gold Power. This ability is that you can transform gold into various shapes to fight. If this kind of power were awakened before the end, it would be really cool. But it's still not as cool as Lin Zheng's copy system. When this ability is cultivated to a later state, it can produce gold as large as a mountain, and its shape can be controlled at will. "Stretch out your hand," Lin Zheng said calmly. "Hey hey." The charming corpse in red was ecstatic. It seemed that her guess was correct. She suddenly became even more charming and enchanting. Slowly stretched out his hand. "You are really impatient. But my sister likes it. Congratulations to the host. Successfully copied the super petal bomb. The ability to copy successfully reaches 20. And rewards are issued. The scope of object copying is expanded to 1.0 cubic meters. Please host continue to work hard. Continue to copy abilities and collect mutated items." Lin Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Seeing the other person's eyes in a daze, the charming corpse in red thought she was fascinated by him and had already started to feel confused. Then he started to act coquettishly and said, "Brother, please help my sister to untie the gold wire on her body. It hurts so much that she is bound." Then Lin Zheng slowly stretched out his right hand. "By the way, help sister untie it quickly. Sister will make you want to stop." Wow. Lin Zheng's right hand suddenly turned into a sharp knife, inserted straight into the head of the red-clothed corpse, and then violently stirred. The charming corpse in red looked shocked. A little out of sorts. "React quickly, you. Some people think they are fascinated by you, but in fact they just want to cut open your brain and take out the crystal nuclei in your brain." Then Lin Zheng made a backhand move, and a cyan crystal core flew out. Lin Zheng's right hand returned to its original position, and grasped the cyan crystal core. Finally, we got it, the third-level zombie crystal core. Now we can finally break through to the fourth level. Lin Zheng looked at the zombie crystal core in his hand with burning eyes. The next second, it appeared in Lin Zheng's system space. Brush, 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 a few rays of white light flashed. And one third-order crystal core instantly turned into thousands of them. Piled up into a hill, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained a third-level zombie crystal core. The mission is completed and the rewards are distributed. After hearing the system prompts, Lin Zheng was so excited that he started rubbing his hands. Because the system said before that if you complete this task, you will be rewarded with a super mysterious power. This power can surpass one level and become invincible. If this is the case, then when you break through to the fourth level and add the ability rewarded by the system, you don't have to worry about the next wave of zombies. Issue reward superpower time is stilled. With the host's current strength, it can stop time for 10 seconds with a range of 10 meters. When this superpower is developed to a later state, it can stop time within a range of 0 meters for 1 minute in an instant. It can be used at most on awakened persons whose abilities are one level higher than those of the host. It turns out that time has stopped. And it can also affect awakened people who are one level higher than themselves. No wonder the system says that they can surpass one level and become invincible. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Although he can only remain still for 10 seconds. These 10 seconds are enough for Lin Zheng to deal with an awakened person one level higher than himself. If this ability is awakened before the end, it will be quite nice and without the crystal core. The red-clothed charmed corpse quickly withered and decayed. And soon turned into a mummy. Lin Zheng smiled at her. You don't think I'm interested in zombies, do you? Just then, the remaining dozen or so second-level zombies, seeing the red-robed corpse being killed, roared and rushed towards Lin Zheng, and soon surrounded Lin Zheng. Little did they know, it was Lin Zheng who surrounded more than a dozen of them. I just wanted to try out the new abilities rewarded by the system. When the zombies ran within 10 meters, Lin Zheng's body surged with superpowers, and a superpower that contained time spurted out instantly. There seemed to be ripples in the space, which were the traces of time. Superpower time stops. Bang! After a slight buzz, time within 10 meters of Lin Zheng's body seemed to have been pressed on the pause button and stopped instantly. The second-level zombies that rushed up seemed to be frozen, and they stopped motionless. 10 seconds is enough to kill these second-level zombies. Lin Zheng unfolded angel wings, activated absolute space, and flew quickly over the heads of the second-level zombies. All the crystal cores in their heads flew out and fell to the ground. That's a zombie crystal core, Lu Cheng. Li An and others outside the scope of time stopping couldn't help but widen their eyes with surprise after seeing the crystal nuclei emerging from the zombies' heads. That is the crystal core of a second-level zombie. Just dropped it on the ground so casually. But for Lin Zheng, who has a third-order crystal core, the second-order crystal core is no different from garbage. 10 seconds later, those second-level zombies instantly shriveled up and fell to the ground. What? Seeing the red-clothed evil corpse and those second-level zombies being killed, Zhou Ling knew that if he didn't run, it would be too late. He dropped the celestial silk rope in his hand and ran into the crowd behind him. Zhou Ling, you be *****D, don't run away. Lian yelled as he looked at Zhou Ling's running back. But Zhou Ling plunged into the crowd without looking back. Lu Chengwei was very calm, as if he had expected it. Human nature cannot stand the test the most, especially at the critical moment of life and death. A zombie crisis will blow up this quarantine area. People who are greedy for life and afraid of death will take refuge in the zombie team at any time, accounting for almost 90% of the entire quarantine area. After Zhou Ling released the celestial silk rope, Lian and Lu Chengwei quickly broke free. Lian cursed and wanted to go to Zhou Ling to settle the score, but was held back by Lu Chengwei. Don't worry about him for now, let's go visit that boy first. Only then did Lian realize that the young man was their savior and also a super strong human being. At this time, he should have a good relationship with him, and those young people should ignore him for the time being. In this way, the two of them came to Lin Zheng with great respect. Young master, Lu Chengwei suddenly felt that it was not a good idea to address the young man. So he promptly changed his words and said, "Senior, thank you for your help." Lin Zheng turned around and replied calmly, "Stop. I'm not here to save you, I just happen to be passing by. So you don't need to thank me." Lu Chengwei didn't expect this young man to have such a character. But maybe strong people are like this. So he was not unhappy at all. And still asked with great respect, "Senior, no matter what. You saved us if you don't mind. If you find us useful in the future, just ask." At this time, Lin Zheng suddenly remembered that he could copy their abilities, and asked, "What abilities have you two awakened?" The two were stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect the other's attitude to change. They were immediately overjoyed and answered, "Back to Senior, my superpower is to shoot a hail of arrows." "Senior, my superpower is fire." Lin Zheng already has the fire power, but this rain of arrows doesn't seem to be there. And I don't know what kind of power it is. Lin Zheng was guessing when the system suddenly reminded him. Superpower rain of arrows. Can shoot a phalanx of arrows out of thin air. In the later stages of practice, it can rain arrows all over the sky at the same time within the territory of a country. And it can also be used to shoot them, combined into one. This arrow can shoot hundreds of thousands of miles, destroying metal and breaking rocks, making it unstoppable. Lin Zhengdian. The early stage effect is the same as using the explosive bow with absolute space. But the later stage is still a little different. The range can reach hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Don't you know that it can directly hit the Yunxiao Palace? Copies copy. No matter whether it is useful or not, just copy it first. Lin Zheng pointed at Lu Chengwei. Lu Chengwei pointed at himself with his index finger in surprise. "Me, yes, hold out your hand." Lu Chengwei was a little surprised. He didn't know what his senior meant, but he still felt a little scared in his heart. "Give me a shake, and you will be rewarded with these crystal nuclei on the ground." Lin Zheng said. Lu Chengwei was extremely shocked, but he immediately stretched out his hand, fearing that the senior would regret it. That was the crystal core of a second-level zombie. For them, it was something that could only be found. How could they miss it? It was the first time he had close contact with such a super powerful person. Lu Chengwei, who was usually very calm, couldn't help but feel a little excited. There was a satisfied smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was doing it deliberately to show Lian. Ang Liang, congratulations to the host. Successfully copied the superpower rain of arrows. 10 seconds later, Lin Zheng let go of his hand. He spread out his angel wings and left. Lu Chengwei naturally did not dare to stop the other party. But someone from the residents of the quarantine area at the back suddenly stood up and said, "Master, don't leave a deal with these zombies first before leaving. Save us." Although the red-clothed zombies and the second-level zombies have been killed by Lin Zheng, there are still many first-level zombies around. They seem to be very afraid of Lin Zheng's aura, and they have not dared to come forward, and just surrounded the isolation area, ready to move. "Yes, master, you are here, just save us. Look, you've killed those powerful zombies. So what's left of these little zombies? Isn't it easy for you?" "Yes. Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Master, you should be a man of evil deeds." The people speaking were basically the same people who had kneeled down and asked to be slaves. Now that the female zombie is dead, she is the only sane zombie. They can still gain a chance of survival by begging for mercy. But the remaining first-level zombies are all flesh and brain carnivores, and they won't listen to you at all. It's just a bunch of bites. So their only hope now can only be pinned on Lin Zheng. If he left, at least half of their people would be killed or injured. Lu Chengwei and Lian did not speak, but quietly observed Lin Zheng's expression. Lin Zheng slowly turned around, faced those people, smiled contemptuously and said, Zombie slaves are not worthy of my rescue. Besides, your life and death is none of my business. You just wait here to die." As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately exploded. They relied on each other to be human beings like themselves. So they certainly didn't dare to do anything to themselves. So they began to speak arrogantly. "Young man, how can you say that about us? We are here to preserve the vitality of mankind. If we don't do this, we will definitely die at the hands of that female zombie. If we all die, who will be responsible for the rejuvenation of mankind? So we are saving humanity through curves." An old man with white hair said to Lin Zheng angrily. "Yes, this old man is right. We are trying to compromise and preserve the vitality of human beings, so that we can better fight against zombies in the future. Young man, you can't understand this, right? It's a shame that we still shout out to you people. What a bullshit expert. It's just that we are luckier than us and have awakened a lot of powers. If I had awakened so many powers, I would kill that female zombie more easily than him. Yes, God allowed him to awaken so many powers in vain. I didn't expect him to be a white-eyed wolf who doesn't care about the life and death of others. You must rescue us today. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of all of us. If we are lucky enough to survive, we will definitely retaliate against you in the future. And we will also tell other survivors about your refusal to save people. You have no place among humans anymore." Lin Zheng suddenly moved slightly. They thought he was shaking with fear. He said proudly, "You alone can't fight against so many of us. You know you're scared. Why don't you kill those zombies quickly and save us?" Little did he know, a blast had already condensed in Lin Zheng's hands. Several blasts were shot out in succession, directly blasting the people in front of them into rubbish, leaving only a pair of smoking legs standing in place. When the other people saw it, they were so frightened that they immediately shut up, afraid that the terrifying energy beam would hit him. One by one they all looked at Lin Zheng in horror, with a hint of hatred and helplessness in their eyes. Lu Chengwei and Li En were also frightened by Lin Zheng's behavior. They didn't expect that the other party would directly kill people. At this time, Lin Zheng stepped forward, stared at those people and said, "Who wants to come out and give me a few words?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. No one dared to speak up. They all lowered their heads slightly and glanced at Lin Zheng. "You are a bunch of rubbish. You will take refuge in whoever is powerful. If you have no ability, you will kidnap others to do things for you." How interesting it is at this time. A tattooed man who had awakened the power of thunder suddenly stood up, pointed at Lin Zheng and said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. I can go to whoever I want to go to. There is no need for you to point your fingers here. What the hell are you doing? Who do you think you are, the king of heaven?" Lin Zheng turned his head slightly to look at him. The big man had a hideous scar on his face. At first glance, he was a ruthless man. But Lin Zheng is more ruthless than him. "You're the only one who awakened your superpower, right? You received a lightning whip from me." After the big man said this, he launched a bolt of lightning with both palms and struck Lin Zheng. The lightning was like a small white snake, flying towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng couldn't help but shook his head. "I really gave you a way to live. But you don't know how to cherish it, so just go and die." I saw him clap his backhand, and the lightning turned around and flew towards the big man. At the same time, it also changed from a little snake to a circling and roaring dragon. As soon as the big man shouted, he was directly blasted through by the giant dragon, and his body fell straight to the ground. Now, no one dares to stand up anymore, no matter how much dissatisfaction and hatred they have in their hearts. They can only chew it up and swallow it in their stomachs. Lin Zheng looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 6 hours before the zombie wave. I have to go back quickly to see how the defense system arranged by Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong is doing. I have to seize the time to absorb the third-order crystal core and see if I can break through to the 4th level in one fell swoop. In this way, Even if you encounter the strongest 4th-level zombie, you can easily strangle it with the time stop ability. Therefore, after killing the big man, Lin Zheng spread out his angel wings and left. After he left, everyone took a long breath and relaxed a little. Those who wanted to speak but did not dare to speak before suddenly became angry at this moment, pointed in the direction Lin Zheng left and began to curse. Damns, who are you? Isn't it amazing that he has awakened so many powers? That's right, that's right. He's so capable that he actually kills humans. He has the ability to kill zombies. Everyone remember his appearance. If you encounter him in the future, you will definitely kill him, yes. It is a waste of resources for such a person to live in the world without saving him. If we see him in the future, we must unite and kill him. Well, suddenly everyone began to curse and shout. Everyone had their hands on their hips frowning and filled with indignation. They were not at all as timid and cowardly as when Lin Zheng was still there. But at this moment, the zombies that were hesitant at first and just ready to move now seemed to have broken free from their restraints and surged towards the crowd. As soon as Lin Zheng left, the terrifying sense of oppression disappeared, and these zombies became unscrupulous. They rushed towards the crowd, crazy-libbiting and eating, and the scene instantly became chaotic. When Lu Chengwei saw this, he immediately ordered someone to put away the second-order crystal core on the ground. This is a treasure. Whether the quarantine area can resist high-level zombies in the future depends on it. Thenha began to command the troops, retreating and fighting at the same time. There are no more red-clothed evil zombies and those giant second-level zombies. They obviously played much more easily. Those first-level zombies are also made of flesh and blood and cannot withstand the intensive bullets. Amidst the intensive gunfire from the troops in the quarantine area, countless zombies were beaten into sieves, with countless flesh and blood splattered. But unfortunately, there are too many zombies. People in the quarantine area are constantly injured and mutated, or they are directly bitten until only a pile of bones and scum are left. Fortunately, they finally opened a hole and escaped. But the zombies have been chasing after them. Those who lack physical strength and run slowly are constantly drowning in the zombies behind them. Until they came to a bridge. Lu Chengwei made a decisive decision and installed a bomb on the bridge. After most of the people in the quarantine area passed, he ordered his men to activate bombs and blow up the bridge. Rumble after several loud noises. The bridge was blown apart and fell into the rushing river below. The zombies on the bridge, along with a small number of people, fell off and sank to the bottom of the river. Lu Chengwei couldn't wait for everyone to cross before blowing up the bridge. That would be too risky, and there would be many zombies crossing the bridge. So he can only choose to sacrifice a small number of people and save the majority of people. Finally, they got rid of the hunting of zombies. After almost 2 hours of running, it was almost completely dark. They were slumped on the ground, breathing heavily, all looking like they were surviving a disaster. The zombies behind piled up on the opposite river bank, baring their teeth and claws, roaring wildly. Some of them couldn't stop the car and fell directly into the river and were washed away by the water. After roaring for a while, they probably realized that there was no hope of crossing the river. So they slowly dispersed and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, here one after another people turn on their flashlights. Only then did people see each other's embarrassed and frightened faces clearly. However, Lu Chengwei ordered to check whether anyone was scratched or bitten by zombies. He knew that the injured would definitely not take the initiative to report. So he ordered the troops to check one by one. In the end, more than 100 people with injuries on their bodies were pulled out individually. Although some people tried their best to argue that it was not caused by zombies. But I can't tell the difference now. Lu Chengwei can only treat everyone equally. He came to more than 100 people and said to them, "I don't want to embarrass you. You can leave on your own." As soon as these words came out, the more than 100 people immediately became excited. Everyone protested, protest, protest, protest. Someone stood up and said, "General Lu, you can't do this. If we leave the quarantine area, we won't be able to survive at all. Aren't you driving people to a dead end besides? There are indeed many people here who are not we were injured by zombies. It's really unfair for us to be driven away like this. Lu Chengwei thought for a moment and then said in this case, I don't want to make things too extreme. The latest recorded zombie transformation is 5 days. You can leave for 5 days temporarily after 5 days. If you don't turn into a zombie, just come to Jiangtang City and find us. Our quarantine area will continue to accept you. When the man heard this, he immediately objected, that won't work. Let us fend for ourselves in 5 days. How many people can survive? Even if we are not bitten to death by zombies, we will starve to death. As he talked, the man became more and more excited and his face turned red. He rolled up his sleeves, exposed the wound on his arm, showed it to Lu Chengwei and said urgently, General Lu, look. I wasn't injured by a zombie. I just accidentally fell and was injured by the gravel on the ground. It's scratched. If you don't believe it, take a closer look. Lu Chengwei frowned and said nothing then. More and more people gathered around, and they followed suit one after another, showing their wounds and trying their best to defend themselves. At this time, those who were not injured also stood up one after another and began to accuse the more than 100 people. Can you have a sense of responsibility? Can you think about those of us who are not injured? Can you not be so selfish? Yes, General Lu has been very kind. He did not order the troops to kill you, but let you live outside for 5 days now. You can still come back after 5 days, that's right. Don't be ungrateful and let us live up to the good intentions of our General Lu. Okay. Yes, I hope you will think about the overall situation. Don't just care about personal life and death. Open up the pattern. For a while, the sound of crusade continued to sound. Compared to the large team, those more than 100 people were weak and unable to refute. I can only look at Lu Chengwei eagerly to see how he decides. Just then, suddenly there was a strange scream, and everyone looked at the direction of the scream with frightened faces. Unexpectedly, the person from before started to mutate. I saw that his body was twisted and his skin began to gradually rot. This is the manifestation of zombie transformation. He's going to become a zombie, someone shouted in horror. Ta-da! Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and the man was shot directly in the head. His brains flying everywhere. It's cold even before it's completely transformed into a zombie. He had previously sworn that his wounds were not caused by zombies, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. Now, the uninjured person was even more determined to drive them away, seeing that they are still stubbornly waiting to live. Those who were not injured shouted for Lu Chengwei to shoot them, because they didn't know when they would turn into zombies. Just like the man just now, Lu Chengwei did not express his position. They picked up stones themselves and threw them at those who were injured. Those injured had no choice but to live. These uninjured people stopped cursing, damn. You are such a B***ch, I have to beat you up before I leave. After Lin Zheng returned to Taoyuan base, he saw that the wall was covered with various heavy weapons. There were also many small openings in the wall, and a gun barrel was shot out of the small opening. Walking into the base, the ground was full of unmanned bombers arranged neatly, ready to take off for bombing at any time. At the same time, in the corners of the base, they also stacked the ammunition neatly for easy access. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Even if there were more zombies coming, they would never come back. Precision strikes don't exist. When the time comes, just pull the trigger to the end and cover it with firepower. This is Lin Zheng's style. Little Baozi Jiang, you did a good job. The two of them smiled and nodded to Lin Zheng, woof woof. At this time, Golden Retriever put down the unmanned bomber in his mouth and shouted twice at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng knelt down and touched its head. Thank you for your hard work, little chicken feather. The Golden Retriever grinned very proudly. Lin Zheng looked at the time again. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. There were still 4 hours before the zombie wave would attack. Time was running out. He called everyone back to the safe house. Then he gave each of them a third-order crystal core and told them, "This is a third-order crystal core. Don't hold on, stop if you can't absorb it." The 2 people and the dog nodded seriously. Then he watched Lin Zheng holding a large number of third-order crystal nuclei and walking towards the place where he usually practices. The 2 people and the dog looked at each other and smiled. All used to it. Lin Zheng's arrogant training method no longer stirred up waves in their hearts. After all, they had seen it too many times. Then everyone began to enter the final sprint. I hope I can improve my strength a little more before the zombie wave comes. And I hope I won't be the one holding back then. Li Jiang's thoughts are particularly strong. I practiced for probably more than 2 hours. Li Jiang was the first one who couldn't hold on. The energy of the third-order crystal core was too rich. For him now, the supernatural power in his body had almost reached saturation, and he could no longer absorb it. He can only stop and start to transform absorb. And precipitate, he glanced at the others. Golden Retriever was still absorbing. And Jiang Yidong was still absorbing with his eyes closed. They placed the crystal core in front of themselves and slowly absorbed the superpower. You can see a stream of cyan energy floating into their mouths and noses. When he looked at Lin Zheng's, he couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. Zheng still devours it like this. I saw Lin Zheng placing a third-order crystal core in front of his mouth and nose, and inhaled suddenly. In less than 20 seconds, the crystal core became dim. After Lin Zheng threw it away, he picked it up again. 1 pill, the same as before. This absorption speed is comparable to that of a vacuum cleaner. It seems that I am at the bottom again. Li Jiang shook his head helplessly, and then continued to practice cross-legged. Around 11 o'clock, everyone stopped. Almost everyone is sweating profusely and their face is flushed. After absorbing the third-level crystal core, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. Although Jiang Yidong and the others have not broken through to the 3rd level, they have almost reached a bottleneck. They only need to stabilize their physical abilities for a while, and they should be able to successfully break through. They didn't even use up a third-order crystal core. Jiang Yidong carefully collected the crystal cores that had not yet been absorbed and put them into his pocket, hoping to save them for next time. Lin Zheng snatched it away and threw it away. Little Baozi, what's the point of saving this? Throw it away if you can't finish sucking it. Just use a new one next time. Jiang Yidong was stunned. Brother Lin Zheng isn't this too wasteful? Don't waste it, just tell me how much you want to suck. Lin Zhenghao said extremely arrogantly. Thank you, Brother Lin Zheng, at this time. Li Jiang asked Zheng, how much has your superpower improved? Lin Zheng smiled and said nothing instead. He lit up a green flame in his palm, which was the color of supernatural power. And the green power is the symbol of the 4th level awakener. Lin Zheng already knew the classification system of superpowers through the information provided by the system. Naturally, Jiang Yitong and the others also knew it. After seeing the green flame in Lin Zheng's palm, he couldn't help but be shocked as if he had seen a ghost, and was extremely frightened. Brother Lin Zheng, you have made a breakthrough again. Lin Zheng nodded yes. I have successfully broken through to the 4th level. Li Jiang couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Zheng, you upgraded on a rocketrite. You reached the 4th level so quickly. Lin Zheng patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, Jiang, you will break through to the 4th level sooner or later. Practice hard by the time I get there. I'm afraid you will have broken through to an unknown number of levels. This time Lin Zheng smiled and said nothing. According to his current cultivation speed, by the time Li Jiang and the others break through to the 4th level, he will probably have reached the 7th or 8th level. Lin Zheng looked at the time again. It was less than an hour before the zombie wave arrived. But now there is absolutely no movement. It's very quiet outside, deathly silent. Normally you can still hear the slightest sound of wind. But now there is no sound of wind, as if all movement has disappeared out of thin air. Is this the calm before the storm? And at this time, Lu Chengwei and the others finally took their people to Jiangtang City and successfully reunited with Wang Tian's Blade team. Wang Tian and others were shocked when they learned that the quarantine area was attacked by zombies. Because the defense system in the quarantine area can withstand ordinary zombie attacks. Later they learned that it was the appearance of many giant zombies and a ridiculously strong female zombie that allowed them to break through the quarantine area's defenses. This zombie attack resulted in heavy casualties in the quarantine area, with less than 5,000 people left. When asked how they managed to escape, Ang Li told Wang Tian that a strong human appeared and killed the terrifying female zombie and the giant zombies, and they were able to escape successfully. Wang Tian was stunned. A strong human being. Yes, he was a young man. He was very strong. Even stronger than that ridiculously strong female zombie. But he also had a weird temper and his speech was very rude. At that time, several residents of the quarantine area contradicted him and were killed by him. Lian said as he thought about it, a young man. He talks very arrogantly. He kills people at every turn. Wang Tian frowned slightly and while thinking, a familiar appearance appeared in his mind. Could it be the little brother? He guessed. Seeing Wang Tian's reaction, Lian asked in surprise, what? Do you know him? Wang Tian replied, Commander, I'm not sure. But the strong human being you mentioned should be the boss of Taoyuan base. He has almost the same characteristics as you described. Taoyuan base is the place with the thickest fog that we detected before. Lu Chengwei interjected and asked. Wang Tian nodded, yes, Commander, that's it. Lu Chengwei nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the mist can really improve people's abilities quickly. That boy must have absorbed a lot of mist to become so powerful. After hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. As everyone knows, the mist is not very useful to Lin Zheng now. He is now directly absorbing the crystal nuclei. This is the concentration of the mist, which is purer and thicker than the mist. Lu Chengwei said again, if the boss of Taoyuan base mentioned by Captain Wang is the strong human being who saved us, we should have no chance of that treasure land. Lu Chengwei is quite self-aware. General, what should we do next? Lian asked. Let's find a place to settle down first. Suddenly, Wang Tian said, by the way, Commander, people from the 3 safe zones are here, bringing almost all their belongings. They are all eyeing the treasure land of Taoyuan base. Lu Chengwei's eyes lit up. People from the 3 families are here. That will be interesting. At the same time, somewhere deep in the mountains on the outskirts of Jiangtang City, in an extremely hidden cave. Although the entrance of the cave is small, it becomes wider and wider as you go inside, and traces of artificial modification gradually appear. It is quite similar to the story in Peach Blossom Spring, where you are extremely narrow-minded at first, but you are able to understand others. And then after dozens of steps, you suddenly feel enlightened the further inside. The atmosphere becomes more and more eerie and terrifying. Suddenly, countless heads of people appeared in the open land. When I walked in, I saw countless zombies. This open area was so wide that it almost penetrated the entire mountain range. There are tens of thousands of zombies hidden under this stretching mountain range. The source of zombies around Jiangtang City, Anyuan City, and Tianyang City is right here. In the deepest part of this underground world, there is a zombie that is huge like a hill, and resembles a mass of sarcomaleing in the middle. There are many zombies around him to serve him. It was a zombie queen. Because her body was a mass of huge sarcoma, she could only lie on the ground all the time. Her limbs and head were all in normal proportions. If you didn't search carefully, you wouldn't be able to find them. And this zombie queen has almost no fighting power. Her only function is to continuously produce new zombies. At this time, there were piles of corpses as high as a mountain next to her. 2 zombies are working together to deliver a corpse to the zombie queen's mouth. The zombie queen suddenly opened her mouth, revealing the jagged teeth inside. Then bit the head of the corpse and began to chew slowly. Blood continued to overflow from the corners of her mouth. And at the same time, She made an oozing sound of flesh being cut into pieces. Sound. I saw the zombie queen closing her eyes and enjoying herself, chewing constantly, while the two zombies kept sending their corpses forward. At this time, the other two zombies were already waiting aside carrying a new corpse. After the previous corpse is finished, they will continue to deliver this corpse to the zombie queen's mouth to ensure that the queen never eats. At the same time, there are still zombies dragging new corpses and piling them up on the mountain of corpses. Occasionally, people who are still alive will be so frightened that their expressions will distort when they see this horrific scene. They will scream and run around like headless flies. But in the end, he couldn't escape and was caught by the zombies, and was sent alive into the mouth of the zombie queen. Whenever she eats such a living person, the zombie queen will open her eyes with excitement. And she has a rule when eating live humans. Starting from the legs, because the painful cry of a living person is a sound that helps her eat, which can make her feel happy and increase her appetite. Start eating from the legs to ensure you hear the longest scream. Once she has a good appetite, she can easily produce more zombies or high-level zombies. Usually, her production rate of zombies is 1 every 5 seconds. After eating a living person, her production efficiency can reach 1 every second. The speed is astonishing. No wonder we can't kill all the zombies. If this source is not solved, there will still be a steady stream of zombies. In addition to the zombie queen, there is also a zombie king who controls all zombies. He is the 4th level zombie in this zombie wave. At this time he was sitting high on a chair made of stone, looking at the zombies below. Both sides were filled with second-order giant zombies. The middle was filled with countless weird 3rd-level zombies. The zombie king suddenly spoke up and said in an extremely deep voice, "Charming zombie in red, why haven't you come back yet? Isn't that guy addicted to playing outside?" A 3rd-level zombie covered in flames stood up and said, "I think he was out having fun with men and lost track of time." A zombie covered in thorns also said, "That sexy woman can't move when she sees a man. She must be like this." A zombie with more than a dozen hands echoed. As soon as these words came out, the other zombies laughed strangely. "Shut up." The zombie king roared, and the zombies immediately fell silent. Does anyone know that we are about to set off? This operation is very important. We want to kill all the humans in this area without making any mistakes. All the zombies looked at each other. At this time, a zombie with bat wings flew in. He exclaimed, "It's not good, it's not good. The charming corpse in red has been killed." "What? No way. She has level 3 strength, how could she be killed?" As soon as these words came out, they immediately caused an uproar. Because this means that there are already strong men of level 3 or above among human beings. Yeah. Carrion Bat, are you sure the red corpse has been killed? The zombie king looked at the zombie with bat wings and asked. Back to the zombie king, I am sure, very sure, that I have brought back the bodies of the red-clothed evil zombies. Their heads have been cut open and the crystal cores inside have been pried away. As he spoke, his chest began to rise and fall violently, as if he was about to vomit. Wow. As a stench of gastric juice gushed out, a shriveled corpse was spit out from his mouth. It was the charming corpse in red whose head was cut open and the crystal core was snatched away. Only a shriveled skin remained, but one could vaguely identify it as a red-robed corpse from its twisted appearance. What a charming corpse in red, she is really dead. Don't tell me, except for her face. Her skin is really fair and smooth. It's a pity I haven't played with it yet. A zombie with a pig's head and a human body said with regret, and licked his tongue at the shriveled skin of the red corpse, showing his wretched temperament. Jiudu, look at your appearance. It's a good thing that the red-clothed corpse didn't kill you when it saw you. If you still want to play with her, go ahead and dream. The pig-headed zombie snorted. She didn't let me when she was alive, but now that she's dead, I'll play with her to death. As he spoke, he picked up the shriveled skin bag of the red zombie from the ground, shook the mucus on it, then folded it and put it into a linen bag hanging on his waist. Then a lustful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and it began to appear gracefully. It seems that someone has indeed killed the red-robed corpse, and the matter is a foregone conclusion at this time. A zombie with an exposed brain suddenly walked out, bowed to the zombie king and said, "Lord Zombie King, I don't think the red-clothed zombie was necessarily killed by humans. It is very likely that it was other mutated animals. Even if she was killed by humans, and it was definitely not just one person. Many people must have besieged her, and even used some extremely mean and vicious methods. You also know that humans like to use some dirty methods. This brainless zombie is the strategist of the Zombie King. He analyzed the death of the charming zombie in red. After hearing this, the Zombie King nodded yes. Humans have just awakened not long ago. It is impossible for anyone to kill the red-clothed evil corpse. This should be what the military advisor said. The brain zombie continued, even if there are one or two geniuses among humans. The Zombie King can easily kill him, of course. It's exciting to twist off the head of a strong man. It's more exciting than twisting off the heads of 100 ordinary people. The eyes of the Zombie King showed a desire to kill. At this time, the brain zombie said to the pig-headed zombie, "Pig-headed zombie, hand over the skin of the red zombie, and we will make it into a flag. Let this flag lead the way and walk at the front." Although the pig-headed zombie was a little reluctant to part with it, he did not dare to disobey the brain zombie's order. So he said, "Commander, when this operation is over, can you return it to me? If you like, feel free." "Thank you, military advisor, okay." The Zombie King slammed the chair, stood up, and said loudly, "Get ready to go and kill all humans. Ho ho ho, kill all humans. Ho ho ho, kill all humans. Ho ho ho, kill all humans." For a while the shouts kept echoing underground. If anyone passed by the foot of the mountain at this time, they would be scared to death at the same time. People from the Wang family, the Ma family, and the Liu family gathered together and plotted to take down the Taoyuan base. Then divide that treasure land. I can divide it a little less, but you must leave that boy to me, Liu honged. The old man of the Liu family gritted his teeth. Hearing what he said, the other two families were naturally very happy. At this time, Wang Tianqing, the head of the Wang family, said, "But everyone in that base is not an ordinary person. Especially that kid, his powers seem to be very powerful. How are we going to deal with him?" The head of the Ma family suddenly moved his brows and thought of a clever plan. He looked at the crowd with squinted eyes and said, "Since we can't defeat him openly, let's do it secretly. Oh, I wonder if Master Ma has any clever ideas." Liu Honged narrowed his eyes and said with a smile on his lips, "I believe you all have smoke when the time comes. Throw hundreds of rounds of powerful smoke into the Taoyuan base. Let alone a few people, even a dinosaur will be fascinated. By then, won't it be any is it up to us to manipulate them?" Ma Wenchen said with his eyes squinting. As expected of the Ma family, this is indeed a clever plan. Without further ado, let's set off now. Liu Honged quickly urged. He couldn't wait to trample Lin Zheng under his feet, humiliate him wantonly, and then put him in pain again. On the other side, the people in the quarantine area fled in a hurry and took few supplies with them. Now they have nothing in their hands. They are thirsty and hungry and have reached the point of being unbearable. No way. They could only be led by Wang Tian to Taoyuan base to see if they could borrow some supplies from Lin Zhengxian to relieve themselves. And at this time, Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang, "Jiang Yidong and Jin Mao, just stay on the wall. No matter what you see, just fire at me like crazy. Don't save bullets for me." Li Jiang rubbed his hands excitedly. "Don't worry, Zheng. I guarantee that even a fly will die under my gun." Woof woof woof, the golden retriever has turned into a human form. Although it cannot speak after turning into a human form, it can operate a heavy weapons. Jiang Yidong also nodded and replied, "Brother Lin Zheng, don't underestimate me. In the past 2 days, I have become very familiar with guns, cannons, and tanks. I will definitely prevent zombies from coming back. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Let's enjoy a killing feast tonight. Just like Sat the Liu family, Ma family. And the Wang family quietly headed towards the Taoyuan base with their most elite personnel. They walked forward in the darkness, like a pair of elusive ghosts. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZKZ NDKWHQ equals. According to Marvin Shan's, Planthy brought a lot of smoke. When they were about to arrive at Taoyuan base, Ma Wenchen, who was walking at the front, waved his hand to the people behind him and said, "We are about to arrive at Taoyuan base, everyone. Please move more gently to avoid being discovered by them." Everyone nodded slightly. Liu Hongd could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. He could not help but clench his fists and whispered, "You be *****D. You have killed so many people in my Liu family. I will definitely cramp and skin you today. Life is worse than death, I must make you kneel in front of me." Begging for mercy like a dog, but Zhang De, the leader of the rattlesnake team, has always been uneasy. Although this plan sounds feasible, he always feels that there will be some unknown variables. So he whispered to Wang Tiancheng, "Master, I always feel that this matter is unreliable. How about we withdraw? It's still too late now." Zhang De still focuses on Gu as always. But after Wang Tiancheng thought for a moment, he said, "We can't miss this opportunity. Once we miss it, we will fall behind the other two companies. So even if there is a risk, we have to take it." After hearing this, Zhang De had no choice but to shake his head. As the saying goes, listen to others and eat enough soon. Wang Tiancheng would pay a heavy price for his wrong decision. Ma Wenchen turned around and whispered to the people behind him, "Everyone, take out the smoke and get ready." After seeing that everyone had prepared the smoke, Ma Wenchen waved to them. "Oculets, approach slowly now. When we get to the bottom of the walls, listen to my order and throw all the smoke in. And then evacuate quickly." Everyone nodded at this time. Li Jiang, who was on the walls, noticed something moving not far away. Could it be that the zombies are coming? He touched his head and said to himself. He took another closer look and found that there seemed to be many figures. It was too dark to see clearly. He slammed the barrel of the heavy machine gun placed in front of him and said, "Who cares?" Ah Zheng said that anyone who dares to come close will be shot to death. After that, he turned on the safety and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Suddenly a fiery snake emerged from the barrel, followed by the sound of intensive bullets coming out of the chamber. It almost resounded throughout the sky in the dark night. The trajectory of the bullet is a visible light, and countless rays of light are shot towards the group of black shadows. And those dark figures are none other than Ma Wenchen and others. The moment they heard the gunfires, they panicked and wanted to escape, but found that bullets had already come and shot into their bodies mercilessly. Immediately blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Screams occurred one after another, and people kept falling to the ground. The remaining people hurriedly ran into the building next to them, sweating profusely and Tingand looking terrified. "What the hell, why do they have heavy machine guns?" Ma Wenchen said with a puzzled look, "How is this possible? They are just a big base, how can they have such heavy weapons?" Liu Hongd also looked in disbelief at this time. The intensive gunshots were still ringing out, as if they had no intention of stopping. The bullets hit the wall, splashing out sparks, and the wall was soon torn into pieces. Zhang De once again persuaded Wang Tiancheng, "Master, did you see it? This base is not as simple as we thought. How about we withdraw now?" Wang Tiancheng rolled his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "No is the critical moment. The more difficult it is, the more we have to advance. If we fall behind the other two companies because of this, we will be lambs to be slaughtered in the future." Well, Zhang De sighed helplessly. He was already ready to find a good time to escape. Wang Tiancheng doesn't care about his life, so let him die. I Zhang De want to live well and enjoy life. What to do now? "Master Ma," Liu Hongd looked at Ma Wenchen and said. Ma Wenchen thought for a while and said, "Master Liu, You don't have to worry about this heavy machine gun firing so fast. They will probably run out of bullets in a while, right? Liu Hongd nodded and thought for a while. It was indeed the case. And you can see that the gunfire has not stopped until now. It has been firing randomly, which is enough to show that the person who fired it does not know how to use a heavy machine gun. Ma Wenxin continued his analysis. That's right. With the way he fights, even an arsenal won't be enough for him to fight. Wang Tiancheng also answered from the side. Yes, there is no way to fight like this. It's like the Dubai style of play, don't bullets cost money? Or they have a lot of bullets, no matter how many they have. They can't last more than 3 minutes with this style of play. Ma Wenxin said confidently, in this way. Everyone reached an agreement and hid in the building until the gunfire ended before taking action. Waiting and waiting, 3 minutes are over. And the gunfire still hasn't stopped. Ma Wenxin looked a little embarrassed and said hesitantly and unconfidently, it seems that they do have a lot of bullets. But they can only last 1 more minute at most, I promise. Another minute passed, and the gunfire showed no sign of stopping. Bullets continued to attack like a torrential rain. A large hole had been dug into the wall, and it was on the verge of breaking. How could this happen? Do they really have an arsenal? Ma Wenxin's face became increasingly ugly. I bet you have 1 minute at most. If the gunfire doesn't stop after 1 minute, I will eat this brick. As he spoke, he picked up a brick from the ground and waved it in his hand. Soon another minute passed, and the gunshots still did not stop. The barrel of the heavy machine gun had been beaten red and was almost melting. When Li Jiang saw this, he quickly stopped and walked to another heavy machine gun. At this time, Ma Wenxin, who heard the gunfire, stopped, almost jumped up happily and shouted excitedly, when you heard the gunfire stopped. I said they couldn't have so many bullets. It's over now. It's time to take turns. It's time for us to take action. Everyone listened carefully and found that the gunfire had indeed stopped. And they all breathed a long sigh of relief. They stood up, slowly counted the number of people, and prepared to take action again. Ma Wenxin said quickly, we have to move fast this time. They have already discovered us. Everyone nodded. Took out the smoke bombs agony and prepared to set off. Ta-da-da-da, intense gunshots rang out again, scaring everyone to squat on the ground. They all looked at Ma Wenxin. Ma Wenxin looked uncomfortably as if he was constipated, and kept saying, impossibly, absolutely impossible. There is no way they have so many bullets. Master Ma, what did you just say? Did you say you wanted to eat bricks? Wang Tiancheng said from the side. Ma Wenxin pretended not to hear. Looked at Liu Hongd and said, Mr. Liu, what do you think about this matter? Liu Hongd smiled slightly and said, I'm going to sit and watch, Master Ma, you can eat it. Ma Wenxin, Hey, I just said it casually, Mrs. Liu, you won't take it seriously, right? Ma Wenxin said with embarrassment. Liu Hongd spread his hands and said, what's wrong? Seriously, Ma Wenxin quickly changed the subject. We should think about how to escape now. Listen, the gunfire hasn't stopped yet, damn it. Where did they get so many bullets? There was crackling outside, as if firecrackers were being set off. The people inside were huddled in the corner, shivering. Li Jiang was on the wall, getting more and more excited as he beat him, and even shouted loudly, the person on the other side. Come out here, I'll take you to heaven in a single shuttle. Everyone who heard this suddenly felt a surge of anger in their hearts. But they could only hold it in. If they went out now, they would be beaten into a hornet's nest in less than a second. All of them were extremely aggrieved, their faces turned red, and they looked embarrassed. It was originally a sneak attack, but he was forced into a corner and beaten with a heavy machine gun. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved if I changed this? F***K. The other person is bullying me too much, how can I bear this? Ma Wenxin yelled, stood up, and then said, he's not the only one who has a gun. We also have one, let me beat the hell out of you. These words awakened everyone. And then they all realized that they also had guns. Why did they stay here and get beaten? They should fight back. Maybe he was caught off guard and stunned. F***K them. Everyone stood up one after another went to the window. Stretched out their guns and started to fight back. Suddenly sparks popped up in the darkness here, and countless bullets were fired towards the Taoyuan base. With so many people shooting at the same time, the bullets fired are not half as good as those fired by Li Zheng alone. Li Zheng could almost be said to have beaten nearly 100 of them. Seeing that the opponent was starting to fight back, Li Zheng became even more energetic. Well done, I like people who resist. If you don't resist at all, you're like a dead body. That's boring, He roared and controlled the heavy machine gun to fire wildly at those places where sparks were coming out, making Ma Wenchen and others shrink their heads. Good boy, you almost hit me, damn it. What's the background of the other side, and why is the firepower so fierce? This heavy machine gun has been fired continuously for so long, and it hasn't been scrapped yet. In fact, several of them have been scrapped. If one is scrapped, just replace it with another one. You won't be able to use it all anyway. Seeing that his side was beaten in such a mess, Ma Wenchen couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Where's the howitzer? Where's my howitzer?" At this time, a Ma family man holding a howitzer came to Ma Wenchen. "Give me a F***G blow. It's great to have a heavy machine gun, I also have cannons." Ma Wenchen said with a fierce look on his face, "Yes, master." After that, the Ma family man came to the window with a howitzer, aimed it at the Taoyuan base and fired violently. However, due to the darkness, it was difficult to see the specific location, so several rounds hit the open space in the middle of the base. Li Zheng stopped and looked back. "Damn, it's a cannon, right? Today I'll show you what a cannon is." With that said, Li Zheng put down the heavy machine gun in his hand and ran towards the place where the RPG was placed. After firing a few rounds of howitzers, Ma Wenchen saw the gunfire stopped and began to laugh proudly. "Damn it, I knew you were afraid. But I thought you weren't even afraid of cannons." Then he said to Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng, "Mr. Liu, head of the Wang family, please let your people rush over. They have been frightened by my people's howitzers and dare not shoot." Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng looked at each other. Both of them are not fools, and they will definitely not rush forward at this time. Maybe in the middle of the target, other side will shoot. Wouldn't it be like a living target? Wang Tiancheng smiled and said, "Master Ma, we will hold down the guns and cover for you. You charge forward with your men, you are braver." "Why you don't believe me?" Ma Wenchen frowned slightly and looked at the two of them. "How could it be, even if you don't believe me? Then you must believe in the howitzer. You have also heard that the other side is too scared to shoot. Just rush over with no worries. If they still dare to fight back, I will eat them this time." "2 bricks, Ma Wenchen said with confidence. Liu Hongde pointed to a brick on the ground and said, "Eat the previous one first and we will believe you." When Ma Wenchen heard this, he was so anxious and angry that he almost jumped up. "Really, you believe me? Although this small base doesn't know how to get heavy machine guns, it certainly doesn't have cannons. Now that we have cannons, we have an advantage. What are you afraid of? This opportunity cannot be missed, you two, really. If they still dare to fight back, how about I eat 3 bricks?" The two looked at each other again and smiled. Even if the other party really did not dare to fight back, they would not be the first to rush out rashly. No one can guarantee whether the other party will jump over the wall and fight them to the death. When the time comes, the first one to rush out will definitely suffer heavy losses and will be at a disadvantage among the 3 families. Although they claim to be an alliance, in fact they each have countless agendas behind their backs. Liu Hongde said with a smile, "Master Mana, we are one. Let's not talk about you and me. How about we lead the charge together?" When Ma Wenchen heard this, he hesitated. If he were really asked to rush out, he would have no idea. "If you hesitate again, you'll be in trouble when the other party reacts," Wang Tiancheng urged. "Damn it, just rush, you can find wealth in danger." Ma Wencheng suddenly waved his hand and said loudly, "Okay, then let's rush together in this way." Ma Wenqin left the howitzer in the building to fire at the Taoyuan base from time to time. He also left a few rifles to suppress their fire and cover them. Soon, a group of people came out of the building fumblingly. Everyone is cautious and trembling. After walking for a while, I found that no shots were fired from the other side. I straightened up immediately, felt relieved, and took a long breath. Ma Wenqin stretched his body as if he was relieved, spread his hands and said, "Look, let me tell you. They have been too scared to fight back." Everyone nodded. Whoosh. Suddenly there was a sound piercing the air not far away, and a whistling sound flew towards the building next to them. Boom! A big hole was instantly blasted out of the wall of the building. The howitzer inside was also blown into a pile of minced meat. "Damn it, it's an RPG," someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone stared at Ma Wenqin. Ma Wenqin's face was full of embarrassment, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He was about to say something. Another RPG shot came, this time aimed at them. They quickly fled in all directions. Boom. The shell exploded in the middle of them, injuring several people before they could react. Several more shells were fired one after another. Their eyes widened one by one. "Quickly get up from the ground and run," she ran and shouted. "Mom, I want to go home, it's so scary here." Ma Wenqin, Liu Hongde, and Wang Tiancheng didn't look like heads of the family at all. They ran away so fast that their shoes were all gone. And at this time, Zhang De, who had slipped away with the rattlesnake team early, suddenly heard an explosion behind him. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "Fortunately, I had the foresight. Otherwise I would be bombed like them now." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Li Jiang kept firing in the direction in which they were escaping. Explosions continued, and the fire even illuminated that area. Li Jiang recognized Ma Wenqin, Liu Hongde, Wang Tiancheng, and others who were running away in embarrassment. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "It turns out it's you old boys. I knew during the day that you wouldn't let it go. Sure enough, I came here at night to carry out a sneak attack. I'll give you a few more rounds." As he said that, Li Jiang fired a few more shots at them. This is the cordial greetings to them from Li Jiang. "Oh, damn it, how come they have RPGs? Who are they and why do they hoard so many weapons? It's as if they know the end is coming and have prepared in advance." Ma Wenqin had a look of fear on his face, as if he had escaped from death. He really couldn't figure out how they had so many weapons. Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng were standing next to Ma Wenqin, holding their hands on their waists slightly bent, and breathing heavily. They both had white faces and frightened expressions. "If I had run slower just now, I would have turned into cannon fodder by now, Master Ma." Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng shouted almost at the same time. Ma Wenqin was stunned and looked at the two of them. "What's wrong? Should you eat it yourself or should we feed you?" Liu Hongde said with resentment on his face. If Ma Wenqin hadn't been so confident, the other party would definitely not have fought back, and they wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Ma Wenqin must be at least 70% responsible for this accident. The two of them were full of resentment at this time and wanted to tear this guy to pieces. "I've had my meal, thank you." Ma Wenqin pretended to be confused and answered. Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng held their hands in front of their chests and looked at him sideways, looking like they were about to eat someone. Ma Wenqin knew that he would not be able to get through this matter. Then he said, "Mr. Liu, head of the Wang family, don't worry about these details. Now we should unite as one and figure out how to win the Taoyuan base instead of engaging in these infighting." Liu Hongde took a step forward and approached Ma Wenqin. "We suffered heavy losses this time, and you have to bear the main responsibility. If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let it go." "That's right, give us an explanation." Wang Tiancheng also agreed. Seeing the two men looking so aggressive, how could Ma Wenqin not understand what they were thinking? Don't you just want to take the opportunity to gain more territory? Okay, this time it's my responsibility. In the future, if we take over the Taoyuan base, I will give up 10% of the territory. Now let's go to the head office. Ma Wenqin said with a quick smile. The two looked at each other and smiled. Their goal was achieved, since Master Ma has said so. We naturally have nothing to say. Liu Hongde laughed and said. Wang Tiancheng also burst out laughing. Seeing the two of them looking proud, Ma Wenqin couldn't help but curse it in his heart. Damn. You two be asterisk, just be proud of yourself now. We'll see how I deal with you in the future. At this time, Wang Tiancheng stepped forward and asked, however, it seems that the Taoyuan base is not as simple as we thought. Whether it can be captured is still a question. Liu Hongde frowned slightly after hearing this. But Ma Wenqin smiled and said, you two, I have another plan. I guarantee it will work this time. When the two heard this, they immediately felt familiar and rolled their eyes almost at the same time. Ma Wenqin said hurriedly, this time it is absolutely reliable. But it requires the help of the two family heads. You tell me first and listen, Liu Hongde said. That's right, in fact. Our Ma family is already studying how to use mist to quickly enhance people's abilities. Oh, speaking of this. The two of them suddenly became interested, actually. In addition to inhaling mist into the body through natural breathing to enhance superpowers, you can also use some equipment to forcibly inject mist into the human body, which can also quickly improve superpowers. However, this approach will cause people to lose their minds and become a mere human being. The walking dead that will destroy. Marvin Shan continued. What good are the uncontrolled walking dead? Of course it works. As long as we implant a control system in his brain, we can control his behavior and become an extremely powerful killing machine that can fight 1 against 100. The two of them took a deep breath after hearing this. Seeing that the two of them were attracted by what he said, Ma Wenqin continued, however, our experiment still lacks some key materials, and we need the help of the two family heads. As long as this experiment is successful, we can create a batch of powerful, the supernatural walking corpse. No matter how powerful the Taoyuan base is, it can be taken down in a matter of minutes. Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng looked at each other and felt that something was going on. Okay, Master Ma can help you, but we also have a requirement. After the experiment is successful, all the experimental processes and data must be given to us. Ma Wenqin rolled his eyes and looked at Liu Hongde. Cursing in his heart, damn, he is an old fox after all. Originally, he planned to kill both of their families after the supernatural zombie army was built. Seeing that the old fox Liu Hongde has realized this. Okay, no problem, we are allies. Anyway, when the time comes, they won't know if I give them false data. So just agree to it first. In this way, the three of them reached an agreement again. Ha 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 ha, they looked at each other and smiled. Just then, the people who were running in front turned back for some reason, and each one of them ran back as hard as if they had seen a ghost. They just wanted to stop someone and ask what happened. The man ran away without looking back and ignored them at all. Sudden, Ma Wenqin saw Ma Kun running back. So he stopped him and asked, Ma Kunwi, are you running? You are still running towards the Taoyuan base. Aren't you afraid of being bombed by RPG? Ma Kun's face was filled with fear. He completely ignored Ma Wenqin's identity as the head of the family and tried to pull his hand away. But Ma Wenqin grabbed his arm tightly, making it impossible for him to break free. Ma Kun looked like he was about to cry and said, Master, let me go quickly, there are many zombies over there. Thousands of zombies, all kinds of zombies. And they are carrying flags and holding lanterns. It's so damn scary, I'd rather be bombed by an RPG. What? Thousands of zombies, everyone was shocked. Carrying the flag and holding the lantern. Ma Wenqin looked confused, are you seeing it wrong? Yes, you read that wrong, Patriarch, run quickly. If you don't run, it will be too late. Really, believe me, it's really G scary. Ma Kun's eyes were so anxious that tears flowed out. Ma Wenqin and others still couldn't believe it. At this moment, suddenly a gust of wind blew by, as if blowing from hell, bringing with it the chill and breath of death. It makes people tremble all over and send chills down their backs. as if a poisonous snake swam across their backs. Immediately afterwards there was a whimpering sound, like the low whimpering of a hell ghost, vague and looming, as if a female ghost in red breathed softly in your ear, staring at you with her dead fish-like eyes. The next second, there was a faint yellow light not far away. Everyone turned to look, seeing a scene that made their hair stand on end. Everyone's hair suddenly exploded and they took a deep breath. A word immediately appeared in my mind: runs. Ugh. What a terrifying picture that is. I saw densely packed zombies, swaying and moving forward slowly. In front, a second-level zombie is carrying a strange flag. At the same time, within the zombie team at regular intervals, there will be a zombie carrying a lantern made of white paper. The lantern emits a faint yellow light, which just illuminates their decaying faces. It looks like a bunch of hellish ghosts wandering the streets. At this time, a slower runner was discovered by a group of zombies. He screamed in horror, "Mom, help me," but the more he yelled, the slower he ran, and his voice attracted the attention of the zombies even more. Maybe it's because of too much fear. Suddenly his feet gave way and he fell to the ground. He tried to get up again, but he couldn't do it. His legs seemed to be out of control and he couldn't use any force. He clenched his fists, beat his legs desperately, and yelled, "Damn it, stand up for me, stand up." No matter how hard he tried, his legs seemed to be paralyzed and there was still no reaction at all. "Damn it, you trash leg, I'll G chop you off." Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, he began to become impotent and furious, and slowly lost his mind. The expression on his face was not clear whether he was crying or laughing. Whoosh! The carrion bat suddenly flew out from the zombie group, and then quickly flew towards the person. After a scream, the carrion bat's sharp claws scratched the man's neck, and blood suddenly poured out. The man finally lost his life in extreme fear. Then, the carrion bat picked up his body, flew above the zombies, and threw the body high into the sky. Immediately afterwards, he flapped his wings towards the corpse scene. The next second, the corpse exploded, sending up blood, mist, and broken meat all over the sky. Flesh and scraps of flesh were scattered on the zombies on the ground. They suddenly seemed to be activated and became bloodthirsty and crazy. It began to make terrifying roars, and its actions became rapid and violent. "Look, there are a lot of humans ahead. Go and tear them apart one by one and let out all your long pent-up desires." The carrion bat said to the zombies below in a very strange voice. "Ho ho ho!" After the zombies below roared in unison, they rushed towards Ma Wenchen and the others. Their faces were ferocious, their teeth and claws bared. Ma Wenchen and the others immediately turned pale. "Worry, run!" someone yelled, and everyone ran away as fast as if there were engines installed on their feet. Although Ma Wenchen and others are usually pampered, but at this critical moment of life and death, their potential explodes, and their speed is not even lower than that of a sprinter. Several people rushed to the front of the crowd at once. Even Liu Hengduho is 70 or 80 years old. Can fly quickly, the two legs alternated rapidly. Not looking like an old man at all, but more like a young boy. Soon, he surpassed Ma Wenchen and Wang Tiancheng and ran to the front. Looking at the rabbit like Liu Hong's, Ma Wenchen and Wang Tiancheng couldn't help but be surprised. Unexpectedly, this old guy had such a strong sense of wanting to survive that he just ran out of Bolt's posture. The two of them didn't dare to fall behind and ran as fast as they could. Li Jiang, who was still on the wall, put down the rocket launcher and glanced at the situation in front of him, and found that there was no movement on the other side. He couldn't help but look overjoyed. Comparing equipment with our Taoyuan base. "You are really thinking about Peach, then." He loaded the heavy machine gun on the bullet chain again. Compared to rocket launchers, he actually prefers to use heavy machine guns. The dense bullets pour out continuously, strafing objects and splashing debris. Inexplicably, he feels very relieved. After loading the bullet chains, he began to clean up the bullet casings that fell on the fence, almost covering them with a thick layer. When you walk on it, it will make a creaking sound. Li Zheng found a shovel and shoveled the shell casings under the wall. After finishing it, he sat next to a heavy machine gun and rested. Suddenly, there was movement in that direction again. He stood up and took a look, and saw about a dozen figures running towards the base quickly. Hey, are you trying to rush here quickly? No matter how fast you are, can you be as fast as my bullets? After that, he grabbed the handle of the heavy machine gun and pulled the trigger suddenly. A tongue of fire spurted out instantly. Countless dense bullets poured out, duh-duh-duh-duh. The dozen or so people running in front were instantly beaten into pieces. When the people behind saw it, they immediately hid in the building next to it. Among them are Ma Wenxin, Liu Hongde, and Wang Tiancheng. What should we do now? There are zombies behind us and machine guns in front. Wang Tiancheng said with a look of horror on his face. Suddenly he remembered Zhang De's words. If he had known better, he would not have gone through this muddy water. Now he is in a dilemma. I really regret it now. Zhang De, he shouted twice, wanting to ask if there was anything he could do. But no one answered him at all. Only then did he remember that Zhang De said before that he wanted to go to the toilet. Since then, he has never seen him again. He suddenly realized that Zhang De had slipped away a long time ago. Damn brat, you didn't call me when you were running away. You don't take me as the head of the family seriously at all. Don't let me touch you in the future or I will skin you. Wang Tiancheng said fiercely. People have warned you a long time ago that it was you who insisted on seeking death. Now that you are forced into a desperate situation, you are blaming others again. This is people. If we hide here, we will be discovered by zombies sooner or later. So we have to leave quickly, Liu Hongde also said. But where can we go now? The three of us have just arrived in Jiangtong City and have established temporary bases. Even if we escape back to our respective temporary bases, we will be attacked by zombies in a short time. What's more, if we return now, the road to the temporary base has been blocked by zombies. Wang Tiancheng said with a worried look on his face. Then we have nowhere to escape now and have to wait to die. According to Wang Tiancheng, they really have nowhere to escape now. Ma Wenxin stood aside, thought for a moment, and said no. We still need a place to go, as long as we get to that place. We won't be afraid of any number of zombies. Where is it? Everyone's eyes lit up and they looked at Ma Wenxin eagerly. As if they saw the hope of life, Peach Garden Base. Ma Wenxin slowly scanned the crowd and then said. What? After everyone heard this, their faces were full of doubts. They also know that the Taoyuan base is safe. But will they be allowed in now if you show up? People will shoot you with heavy machine guns. Isn't it sheer nonsense to enter other people's bases? Master Ma, are you scared out of your wits by the zombies? Will they let us in at Taoyuan base? Liu Hongde questioned. After hearing this, Ma Wenxin pointed to his brain. Of course they won't let us in, so we have to use our brains. What can you do? We pretended to surrender. And then said we wanted to apologize to them. I hope everyone can sit down and have a good talk. As long as we enter the base and they drive us away, we will say that we can attack the zombies with them. Liu Hongde still had some doubts just like this. Can they keep us? They haven't seen how terrifying those zombies are yet. When they see it, they will understand that one more person is more powerful. If they drive us away, they probably won't be able to hold on for long. Ma Wenxin continued his analysis. What you said seems to make sense. Wang Tiancheng said, but how are we going to surrender? The firepower from the other side is so fierce. If we show up, we will be beaten into a sieve. Ma Wenxin thought for a while and said to everyone, if any of you are wearing white clothes, take them off quickly. Everyone looked at each other. They basically all wore black clothes, no one wore white. Ma Wenxin was furious, damn it. Why are there no people wearing white clothes? You're a waste. People like them who often go out on missions rarely wear white clothes. Firstly, it is easy to get dirty, but it is too obvious. So they basically wear dark clothes at this time. A subordinate suddenly stood up and said, Master, are you okay with underwear? I can't care about so many details now. Just underwear, just underwear. Ma Wenqian ordered his men to take off their underwear, then put it against the muzzle of a rifle and slowly stretched it out. They were even afraid that the other party would not be able to see them. So they asked a fire awakener to spray a flame next to their white underwear for lighting. Li Jiang saw the white underwear. This is a white flag surrender, he guessed at this time. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong also came to the wall. Lin Zheng asked, "How is it, Jiang, have you solved it?" Li Jiang pointed to the building not far away, Look. They have hoisted the white flag. Lin Zhengdao, the white flag has been raised. So let's stop fighting. Li Jiang was stunned. Is this still Lin Zheng? How could he say such warm words, but Zheng? If these people are not dealt with now, they will definitely come back in the future. Li Jiang said. Lin Zheng looked at him and smiled slightly. I didn't say I wouldn't deal with it. Then you didn't means. I'm saying don't fight now. Let's deceive them first and then fight when we get closer. Aren't they surrendering with a white flag? We'll just pretend to accept their surrender and trick them into coming. Then we'll fight, it'll be much easier, he said. Li Jiang was overjoyed. Oh, now this sounds right. Then Li Jiang put down the heavy machine gun in his hand, and he shouted to the people on the opposite side. People on the opposite side, listen carefully. If you want to surrender, just line up and come over to me. When Ma Wenqian and others heard this, they were instantly ecstatic. Everyone was so excited that they were dancing and almost singing out loud. It may be that the situation is too urgent, or it may be that I am carried away by joy. They didn't even think about whether there might be any traps in this. Ma Wenqian said with a proud face, "Look, what I said is that they will definitely accept our surrender. Just those teenage boys of theirs are really controlled by me. You look out after we enter the base. Everything will develop according to what I said." This is a wisdom. Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng couldn't help but rolled their eyes. If it hadn't been for this opportunity, they would never have known that Ma Wenqian could be so good at playing. That's all. The subordinate who just raised the white flag is walking in the front. They quickly walked out of the building and came under the wall. Ma Wenqian couldn't wait to say, "We are willing to surrender. Can you open the door and let us in first to have a good talk?" When he said Thaiselmost, his whole body was trembling, and he was visibly nervous. Lin Zheng noticed something unusual about him. I guess something must have happened that forced them to surrender. Lin Zheng looked at the others again. Their faces were all pale and extremely frightened. Many of them were also trembling slightly, because they know that in a little while, those terrible zombies will come. Then, fortunately, there was another group of survivors who didn't understand the situation and were targeted by the zombies, which temporarily attracted the attention of the zombies. Then they were able to escape. But now those survivors must have been eaten clean. The zombie swarm will arrive soon and continue to strangle them. Lin Zheng's first reaction was that the zombie wave was coming. He looked at the time and saw that 12 o'clock had arrived. Then, he turned on the monitor to check the situation in Jiangtang City, and found that groups of zombies had indeed poured in. On the outskirts of the city, there were still zombies coming here. It flows continuously like a big river. No wonder this group of people want to surrender. It turns out they want to enter my base to escape the zombie wave. So I won't let you have fun with it. Lin Zheng thought in his mind, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face at this time. Li Jiang whispered to Lin Zheng, Zheng, what's up? They've all come out, can we send them away in one go? Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, nah, let's change the game. Change the game, deal with them until the zombies come. Li Jiang immediately understood and nodded. Zheng, it has to be you, then. Lin Zheng said to Ma Wenqian and others below, surrender must be like surrender. You should throw all the weapons aside before talking. As soon as these words came out, everyone hesitated. Without weapons, it is like a beast without fangs and claws. And they will suffer a great loss. No one made any move. Lin Zheng said hypocritically, since you are so insincere. Before he finished speaking, Ma Wenqian hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. We throw it away or throw it away. Everything is easy to discuss as he spoke. He took out his weapons such as guns and daggers and threw them aside. He also said to others, everyone listens to him. And when you surrender, you must look like you are surrendering. During this period, he kept winking at Liu Hongde and Wang Tiancheng, indicating that they should follow suit. Although the two were very reluctant, in order to enter the base, they still took out their weapons and threw them aside. Soon their weapons were piled into a hill then. Lin Zheng came close to Li Jiang's ear and whispered a few words. Li Jiang showed a big smile and walked away. Until only one pair of underpants is left. Li Jiang threw away the rocket launcher and came to Lin Zheng. Explode if you like. 13 seconds passed. Surrendering and handing over firearms is equivalent to the firearms becoming someone else's. Ma Wenxin almost burst out. Why you don't want to? Forget it if you don't want to. Lin Zheng waved his hand and said before leaving. After a while, Lin Zhengyi clapped his hands and said, that's it. Lin Zheng nodded. The people below were anxious. But when they heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. What a strange time to think about. Lin Zheng pointed behind them and said, look at the back. The person who raised the white flag before accidentally dropped his pants when he came. So now he is completely naked, Although he said it with a smile on his face, he could clearly hear the overwhelming hatred inside. We can go in. We're not really going to take off our clothes, are we? Liu Hongde said with an embarrassed look. After all, he is so old and is so embarrassed to be naked. 13 seconds. Ma Wenxin said again, it's okay now. Why consider 13 seconds instead of 10 seconds? We can come in now and have a good talk. Ma Wenxin suppressed his anger and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Lin Zheng. Zheng, it's okay soon. Lin Zheng pretended to think for a moment, then shook his head. Noho knows if you have any hidden weapons on your body. Unless you take off all your clothes and pants. Ma Wenxin hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Wait a minute to take off, of course. It's your choice whether you want to be naked or be eaten by zombies. After everyone has taken off their clothes. Although everyone was very confused, they could only wait silently. A rocket launcher was fired, hitting the pile of weapons and directly blasting them into a pile of scrap metal. Ma Wenxin said with a cold face when everyone heard this. The terrifying zombies appeared in their minds, and they immediately began to take off their clothes. When Ma Wenxin and others saw that their weapons were destroyed, they were all filled with hatred. But they did not dare to say anything. They could only forcefully swallow it into their stomachs and endure it silently. Lin Zheng clasped his hands on his chest, touched his chin and said, let me think about it for 13 seconds. Everyone slowly looked back. Those scary zombies are coming. After seeing a group of white-colored humans, they became extremely excited. They never expected that the food this time was actually peeled. Just like when you eat crayfish. Someone peels off the shell for you now. They finally understood why it was 13 seconds. It was just the time when the zombies arrived. What a cruel person. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Marvin and others were almost crying and kept pleading, please. Let us in first. As long as you let us in, we can do anything we want. Aren't you plotting to carve up my Taoyuan base? You are my enemies, save you. Stop joking. In fact, Lin Zheng had already known about their plot through the monitor. After hearing Lin Zheng's words, everyone's faces turned pale. It seemed that the other party was determined not to let them in. It's our fault, we were blind and offended you. Please give us a chance, okay? Ma Wenxin kept begging. Lin Zheng just said calmly, if you run now, you may still have a chance to survive. If you don't run, the zombies will come. Everyone looked back and saw that the zombie was less than 20 meters away from them. Too late to react. They glared at Lin Zheng and others fiercely, then turned around and ran away. You wait for me. I will definitely come back to seek revenge on you. After Ma Wenxin and others left a word, they disappeared into the night, and countless zombies chased them. Some zombies noticed Lin Zheng and others on the wall. Then he rushed towards the wall like crazy. Soon a high layer was piled up, and the zombies behind kept stepping on the zombies before them to climb up. Like stacks of arhits getting higher and higher. We are about to reach the edge of the wall. Lin Zheng immediately said to Li Jiang and Zhang Yitang, "Quick. You too. Get to your respective positions and open up for me to fight." "Yes, Zheng, yes, brother Lin Zheng." After that, the two quickly arrived at their positions. Li Jiang continued to control the heavy machine gun and fired wildly. The bullets poured out like raindrops and hit the densely packed zombies on the ground, making a muffled sound. Countless blood and flesh splattered. The ground soon became littered with broken limbs and broken arms, as well as beaten bodies. But those zombies were not afraid at all and continued to rush towards the base regardless of the situation. Li Jiang also became more and more excited as he fought. The body kept shaking with the heavy machine gun. "Ah, come on, boom, boom, boom." At this time, an unmanned bomber appeared over the base and was bombing wildly at the zombie swarm. After bombing more than a dozen rounds in a row, the drone crashed directly into the zombie swarm and overturned a large number of zombies. Immediately afterwards, the second drone appeared again. Another crazy bombardment was directed at the group of zombies below. Each shell would blow up a large area of zombies, with countless limbs and pieces of flesh flying everywhere, hanging on trees on the roadside, abandoned street lamps. And it was Jiang Yitang who controlled these drones. She followed Lin Zheng's instructions. After each drone used up its shells, it rushed directly towards the zombies. There was no need to recover them at this time. The golden retriever watched eagerly next to Lin Zheng, waiting for Lin Zheng to assign it a task. Lin Zheng looked at Jin Mao and said, "Little chicken feather, you are responsible for those fish that slip through the net. You must not let a zombie cross the wall and enter the base. Do you understand?" Woof, woof, woof. The golden retriever barked twice, then ran away excitedly. Li Jiang and Zhang Yitang are engaged in large-scale fire strikes, and there will always be fish that slip through the net. At this time, Somyo needs to strike accurately, and this task falls on Jin Mao. It responds quickly and is extremely suitable for this task. This is not a zombie climbed up. When the golden retriever saw Ith bared his teeth, rushed forward, split it in half with his sharp claws, and then threw it outside the wall. Just as we finished dealing with this side, a few more ones climbed up from the front. The golden retriever opened its mouth directly and sprayed out a fire dragon to drown it. Soon they will be burned into a pile of black coal. Everyone performs their duties perfectly matched. Not a single zombie rushed into the Taoyuan base. But Lin Zheng kept standing there, as if searching for something. He knew that to capture the thief first capture the king. So he was looking for the 4th level zombie king. After searching to no avail, he unfolded his angel wings and flew into the continuing his search. He even dropped countless petal bombs casually. Even the ground shook slightly. Lian looked at Lu Chengwei and said, "General, are these the previous batch of zombies?" Wang Tian and others also encountered a large number of zombies on their way to Taoyuan base to borrow supplies. This conclusion is somewhat surprising. Lu Chengwei lowered his head slightly and said extremely seriously, "Do you think they have awakened the power to create weapons out of thin air? Fighting while retreating, I think you're right." Explosions sounded one after another. They woke up completely after hearing this. Liu Honged and Wang Tiancheng suddenly realized. Lu Chengwei thought for a while and said, "Obviously most of these zombies appear out of thin air. Not all of them are humans infected with the zombie virus. What happened? Why did so many zombies suddenly appear? Even if the entire population of 3 cities turned into zombies, there wouldn't be so many." Lian frowned and said in confusion. Although there were numerous casualties, he finally managed to hide in an abandoned factory. Yes. The world is undergoing an unprecedented great change. A mysterious force beyond our knowledge has fully invaded the entire Blue Star. Our era is being subverted. History has ushered in a sudden development that no one could have predicted. What happens next? just like the era in fantasy novels where strong people are everywhere. After finally hiding in a high-rise building, Ma Wenqin and others couldn't help but swallow when they heard the noise coming from Taoyuan base. Boom, 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 times have completely changed. When it landed on a zombie, it exploded with a bang. Its power was not even inferior to the unmanned bomber controlled by Jiang Yitang. Liu Hongde shook his head. I have never heard of this person before. Where did they come from, appear out of thin air? Apart from this reason, he really couldn't figure out where Taoyuan base got so many weapons. After all, they are officials with special training. This way, the three of them suddenly realized and looked at each other. Ma Wenqin thought about it and said, suddenly it began to rain petals from the sky. It has become an era where superpowers are the only thing that matters. And it has become an era where personal strength is the only thing that matters. Lu Chengwei pushed up his glasses and said, there seems to be more this time. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Now is the era of awakening powers. It's possible to awaken any weird powers. How many weapons do they have? And why do they feel like they can't use them all? Wang Tiancheng said with horror at this time. Like thunder that keeps sounding on a rainy day. The two agreed this way. A carrion bat standing on the edge of a high-rise building spread its long and wide wings and flapped them gently, quietly admiring the carnage. Whenever there are human screams, he will close his eyes and enjoy it a day. It happened to be a full moon, and the moon was like a huge jade plate hanging in the sky. Seen from below, the carrion bat is at the center of the moon. Sudden, a pink petal slowly fell from in front of him. He took a closer look and frowned slightly. Isn't this the petal bomb of charming corpse in red? Isn't she still dead, then? He grabbed the petals and quickly used his wings to protect his body. Boom, the petals exploded, and then he opened his wings. It is indeed a petal bomb. But I saw the body of the red-clothed charming corpse with my own eyes. What on earth is going on? Boom, 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 boom. Just when he was puzzled, there were bursts of explosions not far away. Judging from the extent and frequency of explosions, the carrion bat immediately recognized that it was caused by the massive explosion of petal bombs. Isn't that corpse the red-robed charming corpse? After Thaith flapped his wings violently, flew into the air and flew towards the place where the explosion occurred. When we are about to reach the place where the explosion occurred, he suddenly saw a figure with wings not far ahead, hovering in the air. He turned slightly sideways and saw the other person's appearance clearly through the moonlight. It turned out to be a human being. It just so happened that he also caught a human to satisfy his greed. Whoosh, he flapped his wings violently. Like an arrow from a string end shot out quickly, heading towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng turned his head slightly. I saw a dark shadow flying towards me quickly. He moved slightly and said to himself, a third-level zombie. Gaga, human being, please be eaten by me, Grandpa. Don't make any unnecessary struggles. This will only increase the pain. The carrion bat let out a weird laugh and said while flying. Then I saw the other person hovering in place motionless. The carrion bat was even more proud, haha, timid humans. You are so scared by Grandpa that I can't move. You trash, don't pee your pants, it won't taste good then. Soon he came to Lin Zheng's side. He opened his mouth suddenly and tried to bite off Lin Zheng's head. Suddenly a gust of wind sounded, and a shadow flashed quickly. The carrion bat was a little confused. What flew by? The next second, a strong sense of suffocation came over me. It was horrified to find that its throat was being pinched tightly by a big silver hand. And the owner of that big hand was the human in front of it. His pupils dilated. And he discovered to his horror that the human being in front of him was very powerful. The aura and coercion exuding from him were even comparable to the Zombie King. How could there be such a terrifying and powerful person among human beings? Could it be that the charming corpse in red was killed by him? The carrion bat suddenly realized, his eyes widened. Looking at Lin Zheng in horror, Lin Zheng said calmly, you like biting people so much. Right, I'll tear your mouth apart and see how you bite. After saying that, Lin Zheng let go of the carrion bat's neck, then quickly grabbed his upper and lower lips with both hands, and then violently tore his head open, and the carrion and yellow liquid inside instantly gushed out. The carrion bat's body also softened in an instant, like a deflated rubber ball hanging on Lin Zheng's hand. Lin Zheng looked at the dead zombie in his hand. His face suddenly changed, showing a look of regret. Here I go. I forgot to copy his superpower. I'm really at a loss. Lin Zheng then lifted up the corpse of the carrion bat and kept shaking it. While shaking, I shouted, "Brother, don't die. Can you hold on for 10 more seconds?" But the carrion bat didn't react at all, and its muscles and bones seemed to have been pulled away. Like a puddle of mud. The head opened a big mouth and there were piles of words. The contents inside are still flowing out. Lin Zheng grabbed the carrion bat's hand. 10 seconds later, I didn't receive a notification from the system, and it seemed like I was completely dead. Lin Zheng had no choice but to throw it down. Lin Zheng now has level 4 strength, and it is easy to kill level 3 zombies. I just don't know where the 4th level zombie king is. It seems that before going to find the zombie king, Lin Zheng needs to solve the situation here first. There are more and more zombies around Taoyuan base. Like a tide, they keep coming. The hundreds of unmanned bombers prepared in advance are almost used up. Therefore, any zombies that came within 10 meters of him would be automatically dismembered and scattered on the ground. But when they approached Lin Zheng's, they were all like a machine, instantly dismantled into more than a dozen parts. Li Jiang's heavy machine guns were damaged several times. I saw Lin Zheng gently landing on the ground. Lin Zheng was just like this, wandering among the zombies. But there are too many zombies. The speed has obviously slowed down. Corpses litter the fields, countless broken arms and limbs. Many people have already climbed up the wall. The golden retriever had no skills and failed to eliminate the zombies in time, causing many zombies to jump into the base. Wherever he went, no one survived. Li Jiang started shouting and kept moving the heavy machine gun back and forth to shoot at the zombies. But as soon as it reached the 10-meter range, it was dismantled into more than a dozen pieces and fell to the ground. Zombies of level 3 or above become conscious and can communicate with humans. Hua, absolute space open. Countless limbs and pieces of flesh fell to the ground like rain. Taoyuan base will be breached sooner or later. The golden retriever also looked a little tired from running back and forth. The rest of the zombies were fearless, shoaling and roaring, and kept rushing towards Lin Zheng. I saw him falling slowly. Where did this zombie come from? Why does it feel endless and endless? At the same time, turn on absolute space. To capture the thief, capture the king first. You must first solve it. It seems that we need to capture a 3rd-level zombie and ask where the source of these zombies is, and then destroy that source if this goes on. Lin Zheng couldn't help but think, but at this time, a large number of zombies 10 meters around died instantly. When the zombies below saw a living person falling from the sky, they all roared and rushed over. Now Lin Zheng's. The range of absolute space has expanded to 10 meters. Lin Zheng was like a ruthless killing machine, quickly shuttled among the zombies. Pieces of zombies were dismembered by a strange force and fell to the ground continuously. Soon, the ground was covered with a thick layer of broken limbs, and there was turbid blood everywhere. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Jiang saw the scene here on the wall. I stopped unconsciously and stared at this miracle with wide eyes. Lin Zheng is like a god. Anyone who comes close will be killed without mercy. Zheng, you are too strong, he couldn't help but sigh. His eyes full of admiration and yearning, that's all. With Lin Zheng's help, there were fewer and fewer zombies surrounding Taoyuan base, and the pressure on Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong was obviously reduced. Then he replenished them with enough bullets and drones. I also absorbed a few 3rd-order crystal nuclei and recovered some of my powers. Activating absolute space all the time like this is extremely energy-consuming. But fortunately, Lin Zheng has endless crystal cores and can replenish them at any time. After absorbing the crystal core, his slightly tired face immediately turned rosy and looked very energetic. Now it's time to find the 4th level Zombie King. Unless that Zombie King dies, this zombie wave will never end at the same time. A 4th order crystal core is very tempting to Lin Zheng now. If he wants to move towards the 5th level, he must have this 4th order crystal core. Suddenly the system's prompt sounded ding. Trigger the mission to eliminate the 4th level Zombie King, which can expand the object replication range by 5.0 cubic meters. Now it's better and the system task is triggered. It seems that this Zombie King must die then. After Lin Zheng briefly explained a few words to Li Jiang and Jiang Yitang, he suddenly spread out his angel wings and left. Zombie King, wash your neck. I, Lin Zheng, am here to take your life. On the other side, Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru are being hunted by a large group of 1st level zombies. The two of them fought while retreating. I saw Xiao Lin breathing fire with one hand and water with the other. Every time he shot, he would knock down a large number of zombies. Li Xiaoru also sprayed out blasts with both hands, constantly shooting at the zombies that were charging up. After this period of practice, their abilities have improved greatly. Although we haven't completely broken through to the 2nd level, we are only one step away in addition. The two of them are dual-type awakens, so they can be said to be more than enough to deal with such ordinary zombies. But there are too many of them, and their physical strength is limited soon. Xiao Lin's water and fire attacks and Li Xiaoru's blast attacks are getting weaker and weaker. Their faces turned pale and their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat. It is obviously a sign that he is exhausted and his powers have been exhausted. At this time, more and more zombies are surrounding them. Fortunately, there is a small bungalow ahead with a ladder next to it. The two quickly climbed up the ladder to the roof of the small bungalow, then pushed the ladder down. The small bungalow is not high, only 3 or 4 meters, but it can also slightly block the zombies below. They piled up around the small bungalow, stretched out their hands kept flopping upwards, and roared from their mouths. Each one looked ferocious and terrifying. Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru were finally able to breathe. The two slowly sat down back to back, breathing heavily and looking exhausted. Sister Xiaoru, why do so many zombies suddenly appear? Li Xiaoru took a breath and shook her head. I don't know. But the number this time is many times greater than what I have encountered before. I don't know if I can escape this disaster. It's definitely possible, Sister Xiaoru. As long as we have confidence, we will definitely be able to escape. Xiao Lin said with confidence. Li Xiaoru looked at him. Young people are not deeply involved in the world and have relatively simple thoughts. Having this kind of blind self-confidence is a good thing in peaceful times. But at such a critical moment, it is tantamount to seeking death. But she didn't want to expose him directly. Then he asked him to see how many zombies there were underneath. Xiao Lin stood up and came to the edge of the small bungalow. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he looked around and saw that the surrounding area was dark and full of zombies. At least several thousand of them, moreover. They almost completely surrounded this small bungalow without any gaps. Want to escape from here? Either grow wings and escape from the sky, or jump down and fight your way out. But based on the current state of the two of them, it is obviously impossible. Even if the two of them were in their prime, facing thousands of zombies, they would have almost no chance of winning so. The current situation is a dead end for them. Li Xiaoru has clearly seen this, but Xiao Lin seems to. After reading it, he returned to Li Xiaoru and said, Sister Xiaoru, there are zombies around us but we are still safe for now. They can't get to the roof. They will kill them when we recover our strength. Li Xiaoru just smiled and nodded without speaking. Just like that, the two of them sat and rested, recovering their strength. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. The two of them took a closer look. Several zombies actually climbed up. The two of them shouted bad. Li Zioru fired an explosion backhand, directly killing the zombies. But more and more zombies are crawling up. It turned out that they kept piling up against the wall, and the pile got higher and higher. The zombies behind them stepped on the zombies before them and climbed up. Soon the roof was filled with zombies. The two kept attacking. Zombies are constantly being shot off the roof, but new zombies will soon climb up. I finally replenished some energy, but it was all used up in a short while. The two fell into a state of exhaustion again. They were back to back looking around at the zombies. The zombies quickly surrounded them now. They are almost at the end of their rope, no one can help them. The breath of despair is getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, Li Zioru rolled her eyes and found a telephone pole next to it. With the wires still on it, Sister Zioru no. Zio Lin noticed her abnormality and shouted loudly, Sister Zioru. What are you doing? Zio Lin shouted helplessly. Consciousness also began to gradually blur. The surrounding zombies were violently impacted by this spiritual power. But Li Zioru had no intention of stopping. The mental power in his brain was still gathering, and it was almost overloading his brain. Instead, he closed his eyes silently, took a deep breath. Zio Lin was so anxious that he almost cried. He had probably guessed that Sister Zioru was going to sacrifice herself to give him a way to survive. Slowly, Li Zioru said calmly, "You can climb up the telephone pole later, and then escape along the wires, walk." Li Zioru thought like this. She began to crack and tremble all over. Then he opened his eyes suddenly, make a slight roar now. The power system is almost paralyzed, and the power lines have long been out of power. Li Zioru did not answer him, but, "How are we going to get through when we are surrounded by so many zombies?" Zio Lin asked. Li Zioru used her last consciousness to yell at Zio Lin, and then pushed him hard, then. She poured out her extremely powerful mental power like a huge wave towards the surrounding zombies. Zio Lin looked in the direction she pointed and saw the telephone pole. Then nodded. "I saw it, Sister Zioru." She had a splitting headache at the moment, and her brain felt like it was being shocked by tens of thousands of volts of electricity. A wave of air spread out all of them. Zio Lin cried loudly. Suddenly a ray of light shot out from his eyes, and those eyes became extremely sharp and determined at the same time. Stop quickly, Sister Zioru." Li Zioru's eyes began to turn red and bloodshot, and then blood slowly flowed out. Countless mental powers gathered in her mind. He even foamed at his mouth. "If you can climb up the telephone pole and follow the wires, you might be able to escape," then he said to Zio Lin. "Did you see the telephone pole over there?" Li Zioru said seriously, "Listen to me, you must live well." "What, Sister Zioru, what do you want to do?" "If you want to live, we must live together." Collapse. All the zombies around him stopped. The next second their heads exploded, sending up blood mist all over the sky. Only a body without a head is left. Boom. All the headless zombies fell to the ground almost at the same time. At this moment, Li Zioru could no longer hold on, and the powerful mental backlash caused her great harm. She knelt down. Suddenly her eyes were red, and blood continued to flow from her eyes. Her hair was messy and her face was extremely pale. She looked like a ferocious witch. "Let's go." She used her last bit of strength to roar at Zio Lin. Then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground suddenly. Zio Lin's eyes were moist, his body was shaking, and a no appeared in his mind. This is the second woman to die because of him. No. This must never happen, therefore. He did not leave alone, as Li Zioru said, but ran over quickly, picked her up and tied her to him with clothes. He turned back to Li Zioru and said softly, "Sister Zioru, how could I leave you with his weak body?" He stood up with difficulty, then gritted his teeth and ran towards the telephone pole, which was still some distance away from the roof of the small bungalow. He took a running start, then jumped up suddenly. Seeing the right moment, he opened his arms and hugged the telephone pole. The huge momentum caused a violent impact on his chest, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain. He endured the severe pain and climbed up step by step. After seeing the zombies below, they rushed toward the telephone pole crazily and soon formed a hill along the telephone pole. The thin telephone pole immediately became precarious and crumbling. "Ah, go to hell, you monsters," Lin roared, and sprayed out a fire dragon from his palm, which rushed directly to the zombies below. The zombies were instantly ignited, and a raging fire broke out. The fire rushed upward violently. Lin and Li Zheng were about to be burned. It was already too much for Lin to forcefully use such a powerful power. He was obviously overdrawn, but when he saw the fire coming, he gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength, and climbed up quickly. He successfully climbed to the top of the telephone pole and escaped the burning of the fire. Other zombies were blocked by the fire and did not continue to rush towards the telephone pole. Lin took a long breath. He looked at the unconscious Li Zheng behind him with relief and said, "Sister Zheng are saved." But before he could take a few breaths, suddenly two black shadows fell from the sky. Lin immediately became vigilant. The two black figures stood on the wires, holding their hands on their chests. Lin took a closer look and discovered the two black figures. One had a pig's head and the other was covered in spikes. But they all had one thing in common, that is, their faces were rotten to varying degrees. This shows that they are all zombies. Lin once again shot out a high-speed stream of water. This stream of water could directly cut the zombie in half. If the pig-headed zombie caught it with its mouth, it would definitely be penetrated directly through the head. There are still densely packed zombies down there. My own strength is obviously not at the same level as theirs. No matter how hard I struggle, it will be of no avail. Lin Zheng happened to be passing by here. He sensed that there were two zombies with level 3 powers nearby. Lin's expression suddenly changed when he saw this scene. This was the first time he had seen such a strong zombie. The flames he sprayed out were swallowed up without any pain or itching. Even escape is impossible. After saying that, he pointed his palm towards his chest. This time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. It seemed that the forceful activation of his powers had begun to damage his muscles and internal organs. The pig-headed zombie said calmly to Lin, "At this level, I don't feel anything at all. And you can tell from the way they appear that they are very strong." Zhu Tu looked at Li Zheng behind Lin with a lustful expression, wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "That woman. That woman, I want it, don't snatch it from me, pighead." These two humans still have some strength. They must taste delicious. The spiked zombie said to the pig-head zombie. Lin was really in despair now. He smiled slightly and said, "Found it, unexpectedly." The pig-headed zombie suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the flame in one mouthful. After swallowing it, he burped and a wisp of white smoke came out of his mouth. At the same time, he still had no pain or itch, no feeling at all. If fire attack doesn't work, use water attack at this time. Human boy, do you have any other skills? Use them all. Look, grandpa, I will eat them all. He yelled at the two of them. It's not certain who will eat who. Monster, don't be too arrogant. After saying that, Lin forced his power to activate again. It seems that the only way to escape is through death. Hearing that they were discussing him and Sister Zheng as if they were food, Lin suddenly became furious. Lin turned back to Li Zheng and said, "Sister Zheng, it seems that we can't escape this time. But we must not die at the hands of zombies." Facing the water jet coming from it, the pig-headed zombie still opened its big mouth and swallowed up the water flow. The spiked zombie said with a smile, "No problem, aren't there two of them? Let's each share one. I know you like that one, so I won't compete with you." Lin thought like this. A stream of flame shot out from his palm, heading straight towards the two zombies. Just when Lin was about to pierce the chests of himself and Li Zheng with water jets, a winged figure fell from the sky. "Is there another zombie?" Lin said with a helpless smile. "It seems that this time it is impossible to escape even if you have wings." 2 are already certain to die, let alone 3. The pig-headed zombies and the spiked zombies glanced at the figure and thought it was a carrion bat coming. The pig-headed zombie said to the figure, "How about it? Old Bathe, have you eaten any delicious humans?" But when the figure descended to their level, only then did they realize that it was not a carrion bat at all, but a human being. It seems like it's not an old bat, but a human being with wings. The spiked zombie said excitedly. After Lin saw the figure clearly, his eyes suddenly lit up and he cheered up. It's him. This is the benefactor he vowed to repay for the rest of his life, the Lord of Taoyuan base. This is also the purpose why he and Li Zioru have been on the way to the Taoyuan base, to protect them secretly. No, those 2 zombies are too strong, he can't deal with it. Lin immediately shouted to Lin Zheng, "Go quickly. They are very strong, you can't deal with them." Lin Zheng looked back and found that it was the boy who was carrying his mother's body in exchange for supplies that day. And the person behind it is Li Zioru. "Oh, really? I want to see how strong they are," Lin Zheng said lightly. "They are completely different from ordinary zombies. Especially the pig-headed zombie. It can swallow all attacks, and no special powers will work on him." Hearing this, Lin Zheng suddenly became interested. The ability to swallow attacks. It is a new ability and must be copied. Don't be too harsh this time and kill the pig-headed zombie first. You can beat it half to death first, pig-headed zombie. Are you polite? The spiked zombie looked at the pig-headed zombie and said, "I have never eaten humans with wings. It seems that we are in for a treat this time. Hey, I want to eat his wings, so don't try to grab them." The pig-headed zombie said with a weird smile on his face. Lin Zheng looked intently at the pig-headed zombie and whispered, "Do you have the ability to swallow? See if you can swallow my ice spikes." After saying that, Lin Zheng slightly raised his palm and pointed it at it. "Superpower ice spike. Seeing that the other party is about to attack you." The pig-headed zombie chuckled, come on. Shoot at Grandpa." Then he opened his big mouth, preparing to swallow the attack from Lin Zheng. Whoosh. An ice spike shot out. Hey, it turns out to be a small ice cube. I just happened to be thirsty, so I came at the right time. The pig-headed zombie said with a stern expression, not caring at all about the ice spikes coming from it. Wow. Just when he swallowed the ice thorn in one gulp, he instantly felt something was wrong. His eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. He found that he could not swallow this ice thorn at all. He was even shot directly through his head. The huge kinetic energy of the ice spike drove him to fly backwards. And finally, he was nailed to the wall of a building. The tip of the ice spike spread quickly, condensing a thick block of ice on the wall, freezing the pig-headed zombie to death, making him unable to move. When the spiked zombie looked at it, his expression changed drastically. There are actually attacks that the pig-headed zombies can't swallow. It seems like this human kid has something, human boy. Let's see who's stronger with your ice spikes or mine. The next second, the spiked zombie's whole body stirs, and the spikes on its body also rise and fall, and will be launched at any time. And the tops of those spikes were spitting out black venom drop by drop, which looked terrifying. This is the ability of spiked zombies, toxic spikes. As long as you are slightly scratched by a sharp thorn, the venom will quickly invade the body and kill you within seconds. Whoosh whoosh. As the spiked zombie exerted force suddenly, his muscles instantly inflamed, and the spikes on his body shot out and shot toward Lin Zheng. Careful, Lin shouted. But Lin Zheng remained calm, showing no intention of escaping. The spiked zombie looked proud. Boy, you actually despise my poisonous spikes so much. I'll let you know later what it means to live in pain that is worse than death. But the next second, the spiked zombies and Lin were both dumbfounded. Those spikes suddenly stopped in front of Lin Zheng, as if time had stood still. Slowly, those spikes began to change direction, heading towards the spiked zombies. Worry, what's going on? Why are you turning on me? The face of the spiked zombie changed drastically, and he was a little confused about the situation. Did that kid do it? This is impossible. Whoosh whoosh. Those spikes shot out again, but this time they were shot at the spiked zombie itself. He immediately jumped up and dodged those spikes. But just in this gap, Lin Zheng had already rushed in front of him, almost face to face. The spiked zombie was so frightened that he wanted to retreat, but was caught by Lin Zheng. I only heard the other party say, "I'll give you two choices. One is to be beaten half to death by me, or to be beaten to 80% to death by me. Human boy, don't be too arrogant." When the spiked zombie heard this, he suddenly became furious. "Human boy, you are so close to me now. I don't believe you can escape my poisonous spikes." Having said that, the spiked zombie once again sprouted countless spikes. Without any hesitation, it shot out directly. Lin Zheng's lips slightly raised and he said, "Time stops." Bang! A ripple of time and space passed by, and everything 10 meters around Lin Zheng stopped in time, including those spikes that just shot out. Lin Zheng immediately held the spiked zombie's hand. 10 seconds later, congratulations to the host. Successfully copied the superpower poisonous spikes. During this period, Lin Zheng had already used absolute space to turn the direction of the spikes. After momentary stillness ends, those spikes popped, all shot into the spiked zombie corpse. Looking at the dense spikes on my body, the spiked zombies are a little suspicious of the zombies. What happened? Why are all my spikes stuck in my body? Although he was confused, he didn't panic because he was immune to his own venom. It's just a little painful when those sharp thorns are inserted into the body. The next second, Lin Zheng said calmly, "Okay, you are of no use anymore." Hateful. The spiked zombie was once again angered by Lin Zheng's words. He clenched his hands covered with spikes and swatted at Lin Zheng. Snap! His hands slammed onto Lin Zheng's head. I thought the spikes would penetrate the opponent's head, but I didn't expect that. The opponent's head was as hard as iron, and all the spikes on his palms were broken. This is a superpower steel strengthening. The spiked zombie was shocked. How many superpowers does this human kid have? The next second, Lin Zheng grabbed the head of the spiked zombie and, let me go. The spiked zombie immediately realized that something was wrong, and he might be dying. Superpower materialization. Wait a moment. The spiked zombie seemed to want to say something, but as soon as the words came out, his entire head turned into a pile of marbles falling down. The scene was extremely weird. What kind of superpower is this? Xiao Lin stared at this scene with wide eyes, feeling indescribable shock and fear in his heart. He knew that the Lord of Taoyuan base was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Isn't it a joke that I am still here to protect people's safety? But another thought also ignited in his mind. If he is lucky enough to survive this time, he must become stronger and repay his benefactor. After killing the spiked zombies, Lin Zheng slowly flew to the pig-headed zombie. After witnessing Lin Zheng's fear tactics and the death of the spiked zombies, when the pig-headed zombie saw Lin Zheng flying towards him, his face suddenly turned livid and he was frightened. His eyes widened, his body kept shaking, and his whole body was resisting. But he was frozen by the ice and couldn't move at all. I can only make a humming sound. Lin Zheng put his hand on the pig-headed zombie's hand. The pig-headed zombie was so frightened that he thought he was going to turn into a pile of marbles. He made a fearful sound and stared at Lin Zheng. After waiting for a few seconds, found that nothing happened. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. After 10 seconds, the system beeps. Congratulations to the host. Successfully copied the superpower, devouring superpower. Alright, if the superpower is successfully copied, you should ask this pig-headed zombie where the zombie king is and where the source of these zombies is. Lin Zheng raised his hand and waved, and the ice spike inserted in the pig-headed zombie's mouth shattered into pieces and turned into a pile of ice slag. This was to allow him to speak. The pig-headed zombie spit out the bloody ice slag in his mouth and looked at Lin Zheng in horror, wondering what he was going to do. Lin Zheng said to him calmly, "Now I give you two choices. I hope you will cherish them. Yeah, the pig-headed zombie nodded fearfully. First choice, I turn you into a pile of marbles. Before Lin Zheng finished speaking, the pig-headed zombie hurriedly answered. I choose the second one, I choose the second one. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and asked, okay. Then tell me where the zombie king is and where the source of these zombies is. The pig-headed zombie hesitated and revealed the origin of the zombies to humans. If the zombie king found out, he would definitely die. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell the other party where the zombie king was. As for the source of the zombies, he could just make up a random one. Anyway, when he found the zombie king, he would be a corpse. Don't think you can beat me and the spiked zombies. So you want to challenge the zombie king. You are just asking for death. The pig-headed zombie thought proudly. The zombie king is on the top of Longhua Mountain to the west of Jiangtang City, overlooking the entire battle situation, and the source of the zombies is also on Longhua Mountain. The pig-headed zombie was obviously guilty and his tone was hesitant. Lin Zheng saw his little thought at a glance. The address of the zombie king should be true. As for the address of the source of the zombies, it was definitely not true. Do you think that if I go to find the zombie king, I will definitely be killed by him? So you just made up an address of the source of the zombies? Lin Zheng said while staring at the pig-headed zombie. When the pig-headed zombie heard Thishi's heart tightened. Why would he know what he was thinking? No, no, no. No, everything I said is true. The pig-headed zombie's face turned pale. But that's not important anymore if you don't say it. There will always be other zombies who will. Lin Zheng said calmly. The pig-headed zombie instantly felt that something was wrong with these words, like a declaration of death, and stared at Lin Zheng with fear on his face. Lin Zheng continued, by the way, I forgot to tell you. The second option is that you tell me where the zombie king and the source of the zombies are, and I will turn you into a pile of marbles. The pig-headed zombie showed the same emoticon as black question mark. With a face full of disbelief, damn human. You dare to play tricks on me, I will fight with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to exert all his strength, trying to break free from the shackles of the ice, and at the same time let out bursts of roars. Lin Zheng smiled coldly and slowly put his hand on the head of the pig-headed zombie. Then angel wings spread out suddenly, setting off a gust of wind under the moonlight. This scene looks like a god judging a demon. Solemn, sacred, and breathtakingly oppressive. The pig-headed zombie hitch was still struggling, seemed to feel this terrifying breath of death. His pupils instantly dilate, his eyes bulged, and he stared at Lin Zheng. Fear like waves kept pouring out from the depths of its heart, and soon its forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Wait, he was about to say something. Lin Zheng said in a deep voice, superpower materialization. Bang crash. The head of the pig-headed zombie instantly turned into a pile of colorful marbles, which fell down hitting the zombies below, attracting their attention, and kept pouring towards this side soon. There was a mountain-like group of zombies underneath. He actually killed those two terrifying zombies by himself. Xiao Lin couldn't help but swallowed, his face full of shock. But the next scene made him even more stunned and shocked. I saw Lin moving slowly in the air. Then he raised his hands slightly, suddenly. A whirlwind appeared out of thin air with him as the center. Slow-lithe scope of the whirlwind became larger and larger, wrapping up all the zombies underneath. Those zombies didn't even realize the danger was coming. They were still howling and screaming, reaching out to pull Lin Zheng out of the air. Superpower air control banged. A ripple in the air spread out, and Xiao Lin was blown by the wind and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, I saw countless zombies being sucked into a tornado. They hit each other in the tornado and were torn apart by the tornado. At the same time, the tornado has a strong suction force, constantly drawing the surrounding zombies into it, like an exposed super powerful vacuum cleaner. The speed of the tornado is getting faster and faster, and the tearing force is getting stronger and stronger. The zombies that were sucked in were quickly torn in half. Then, Lin Zheng controlled the air inside and condensed a pair of extremely sharp air knives. Now, the super strong tornado has turned into a veritable super meat grinder. Stab, sting, ho 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 ho. The zombies involved were cut repeatedly by the air knife, and were soon cut into small pieces of flesh. Waves of red liquid floated out from inside. The scene was once shocking, then. Lin Zheng controlled the meat grinder to move back and forth among the zombies. Ho ho ho, his soul was severely shocked then. Xiao Lin said to Lin Zheng with full respect. Almost 10 minutes passed, it looked scary and weird. Jiang Yitong, Li Jiang and Jin Mao were still reluctant to deal with the zombies. Although they had enough weapons, they did not have enough manpower, exuding dense mist. Lin Zheng slowly lowered his hands, sprinkle on the wall. On the ground and the street lamps and the trees. Just when he was surprised in this way, almost full coverage of firepower can be achieved. Ho ho ho. The whole place is like a purgatory on earth. Lin Zheng slowly flew towards him. He stared at Lin Zheng blankly, feeling a little at a loss. Lin Zheng said to him, take this Tang Dao to Taoyuan base. They will let you in. After entering, help them kill the zombies together. Although they were seriously injured, and their abilities were difficult to recover in a short time, they could at least control 2 heavy machine guns. Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru are 2 good helpers. Thousands of zombies were almost all strangled. The superpower also disappears. Xiao Lin, who saw this scene, sighed again. Against the background of the moonlight, there is an aura of death and terror. The whole place was filled with a strong smell of blood and rot. At the same time, his admiration for Lin Zheng also rose. That figure was like a god in his heart. The zombies kept wailing, but they still couldn't escape being sucked into the meat grinder. Xiao Lin took the Tang Dao and was a little confused. Xiao Lin was completely dumbfounded. Senior. Xiao Lin hesitated for a long time before calling out this title. Lin Zheng took out a Tang knife and threw it to Xiao Lin. The dragon hurricane dissipated instantly, and the contents inside were splashed around under the influence of inertia. The tornado was still spinning at high speed at this time, and it was filled with all kinds of things, flesh and blood. Gravel, vegetation, garbage. There were minced meat and inexplicable liquids everywhere. Okay, thank you, senor. Like a juicer running, how strong is he? After explaining to Xiao Lin, Lin Zheng spread out his angel wings and flew away. He now wants to go to Longhua Mountain to eliminate the 4th-level zombie king. Xiao Lin looked at Lin Zheng's back, his heart filled with emotion, gratitude, and admiration. He looked back at Li Xiaoru, who was still in a coma, and tightened his grip on the mutant Tang Dao given by Lin Zheng. With a firm look in his eyes, he jumped off the telephone pole and walked towards the Taoyuan base. Shortly after Lin Zheng and Xiao Lin left, a zombie covered in flames and a zombie with more than a dozen arms came here. After seeing the corpses of pig-headed zombies and spiked zombies, they were shocked what happened. The pig head and spikes were at the 3rd level of strength, but they were actually Killadan, their heads were missing. The fire zombie swallowed and said in disbelief, "Is it possible that there are 3rd-level experts among humans?" Thousand-handed zombie guessed, "No way, how long has it been since humans have awakened? How can there be awakened people with 3rd-level strengths, even if there are monster-like geniuses among them? Based on this time, they can only reach the 2nd level at most." Although the fire zombie said this, he couldn't help but murmured in his heart, not being very sure. After all, everything is possible. Is it possible that a cultivation wizard who is rare in 10,000 years will appear among human beings? But they never imagined that a cheater actually appeared. Why are there so many marbles on the ground? The 1,000-handed zombie lowered his head and said puzzledly. Only then did the fire zombie discover that, just as the 1,000-handed zombie said, there were many colorful marbles on the ground. He bent down, picked one up and sniffed it. It didn't seem to be anything special. So he threw it away and said calmly, "This is something produced by humans. It's just a child's toy, it's not important." But suddenly, He caught a glimpse of the scene not far away. There are zombie limbs, broken arms, broken flesh and blood everywhere. The fire zombie's eyes widened, and he was so surprised that he couldn't even finish his words. The thousand-handed zombie noticed something unusual about him, followed his gaze and saw the chilling scene. It can be inferred from the broken limbs on the ground that there should have been thousands of zombies here. That is to say, the human who killed the pig-headed zombies and spiked zombies also killed thousands of first-level zombies. And in an extremely terrifying and powerful way. The two zombies looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts and down their backs. What a powerful human being that is. You must hurry up and notify the zombie king. After the two looked at each other again, they quickly disappeared into the night. At this time, Lin Zheng was in the air, overlooking the entire Jiangtang city. Zombies were everywhere from time to time. You can hear the wailing and screaming of humans. Those survivors hiding in dark corners should not be forced out at this moment and become the prey of this zombie wave carnival. There are also those who rise up to resist. They fired their own superpowers at the zombies' fireballs. Water balls, metal balls flying all over the sky. Although this can resist for a while, there are too many zombies. Their powers were quickly exhausted at this time. The zombies swarmed up and drowned them, followed by waves of desperate wails. There are also some teams who cooperate tacitly and retreat while fighting, and they are actually able to escape intact. Of course, there are also some more evil geniuses. When close to the center of Jiangtang, Lin Zheng noticed a burst of lightning and thunder below. Crackling, take a closer look. It turned out to be a human boy holding two bolts of lightning in his hands. He was extremely brave. The zombies fell one by one under his attack. Lin Zheng felt it for a moment. He is actually a second-level awakener. No wonder he is so strong. Not long after, the human boy then killed all the zombies around him. At this moment, his face was covered with blood. Although he looked slightly tired, he was extremely determined. All around are burnt zombies, just like rice being blown down by strong wind. It fell into large pieces sudden. He glanced away and saw Lin Zheng hanging in the air. I thought it was a flying zombie. The thunder spear in his hand was quietly condensed, and then it was suddenly shot towards Lin Zheng. Monster, go to hell, he yelled. Lin Zheng was stunned. Did he think he was a zombie? Looking at the thunder spear shooting, Lin Zheng nodded slightly. It does have some strength, but it must be due to lack of physical strength. The power of this thunder spear is obviously much smaller. The young man grinned slightly. You're such an arrogant zombie that you actually don't hide. Let's see if you can catch my thunder spear. Snap. Lin Zheng just raised his hand and patted it gently. The thunder spear seemed to have suffered a violent impact, and it immediately changed its direction and shot towards the building on the side. Boom! The thunder spear exploded, blasting a big hole in the wall of the building. Everything seems so understated. Ah. The young man groaned with a look of shock on his face. Just wave and clap this. How strong is this zombie? The young man couldn't help but feel surprised. Just when he was thinking about what to do, Lin Zheng waved angel wings and slowly landed in front of him. Only then did the young man see clearly. That wasn't a zombie at all, it was actually a human being. Since the fog invaded, the young man nodded. Taoyuan Base is well known in Jiangtang City. It was announced some time ago that awakened people can exchange supplies. Almost everyone knows that those who want to grab supplies will never come back. There should be no survivors in Jiangtang City who don't know about Taoyuan Base. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. So you don't want to go to Taoyuan Base. Therefore, he is very confident in his own abilities. What's up? Lin Zheng smiled slightly and said, it seems that you are very confident in your strength. He discovered that he had a strong ability to absorb and transform mist, and he awakened his powers later. After a large amount of mist came, his powers also improved by leaps and bounds, and he soon broke through the second level. Li Moi asked, aren't you going back? He couldn't help but have this question in his mind. After a while said, it used to be true. But now after meeting you it is no longer true. Just standing in front of me I can feel a sense of oppression. Your strength is not bad if you are willing. Take this Tang Dao to Taoyuan base to help fight against zombies. The advantage is that it can provide you with living supplies. It would be a pity for such a powerful person to become a friend or an enemy. But he would die at the hands of Lin Zheng. Okay, just take this Tang Dao to Taoyuan base. Someone will naturally let you in then. Lin Zheng said to him. His personality is also straightforward. The young man replied, Li Mois. But this human being in front of me. In Lin Zheng's impression, there are no awakened people like this who come to exchange for supplies. Who is this person? He seems to be a young man who pursues unremitting efforts. Lin Zheng said straight to the point at the same time. Lin Zheng was also a little worried that Jiang Yitang and Li Jiang would not be able to cope with it. So he looked for helpers for them along the way. Looking at Lin Zheng, are you from Taoyuan base? As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, Li Moi snatched the Tang Dao from Lin Zheng's hand, looked at him with admiration, and said respectfully, if you were not from Taoyuan base, I would not go, but now I yearn for it very much. Because you will be the target of my pursuit. May I have your names? The young man said, my powers are more than just a box of instant noodles. Why do you know about Taoyuan base? Lin Zheng said somewhat unexpectedly. Do I have anything else to do? Lin Zheng said calmly. The young man was a little confused. Go kill a 4th level zombie king, very nice. After hearing this, the young man's face was a little complicated. Hearing the words zombie king, Li Moi couldn't help but take a breath. Quite self-aware in all this time. He has never met anyone stronger than himself. Then why don't you exchange for supplies? The ground suddenly trembled slightly, and there was a roar not far away. Lin Zheng looked in the direction of the sound. A tank suddenly appeared in the field of vision, and on both sides of the tank were several pickup trucks, all of which were loaded with heavy machine guns and other weapons and equipment. There were several people in strange clothes sitting on the tank. They smeared blood stripes on their faces, like savages in the primeval forest. Everyone carries various weapons in their hands. There are sniper rifles, and a man carrying 2 swords. The man with the double sword has very long hair, hanging down from his forehead covering half of his face. He lowers his head slightly, with a deep and cold look on his face. Alas, those people shouted excitedly all the way, seemingly not afraid of the zombie wave, but enjoying the killing feast. Brother Liu, there seem to be 2 people in front of you. A man with a rifle and dyed green hair said to the man with 2 swords. After hearing this, the man with the double sword did not move at all, but said in a deep voice, the old rule is, kill the men to make food, keep the women for fun, and if they die, you will make food. The green-haired man replied excitedly, okay, Brother Liu. Just sit back and watch and go for it then. The green-haired man jumped into a pickup truck, patted the cab window, and asked the driver to drive towards the 2 people in front. The driver immediately stepped on the accelerator, blasting out a burst of black smoke. The pickup truck accelerated instantly and drove towards Lin Zheng and Li Moi. At this time, the man with the double sword took out a walkie-talkie, put it to his mouth and said, Uncle Tai, I met 2 people in front of me. Gangzi has already gone to deal with them. Okay, let him be more flexible. Uncle Tai's lazy voice came from the intercom. It turns out that these are Uncle Tai's men. No wonder there are so many weapons and equipment. At this moment Uncle Tai is sitting in the tank, leisurely eating a piece of meat pie. Uncle Tai was an arms dealer before the apocalypse and had a large number of weapons. After the apocalypse came, he immediately used the weapons and personnel in his hands to form a team. It can be said that he is almost unstoppable. The only thing that makes him unhappy is that one of his men named Fang Jianhua was killed. A tank driven out by Fang Jianhua was also destroyed. This made him so angry that he killed several survivors to vent his anger. Only now did he know who killed Fang Jianhua. It is Lin Zheng. the lord of Taoyuan Base who has been rumored a lot in Jiangtang City. The first reason they came out this time was to collect food. Because of this zombie wave, many survivors were forced out. This was a great opportunity for them to hunt. Seize food from zombies' mouths. This Uncle Tai is also a ruthless person. The second is to go to Taoyuan Base to take revenge and enslave all the people in that base, if they haven't been eaten by zombies yet soon. The green-headed man's pickup truck came to Lin Zheng and Li Moi. After seeing that it was two men, he was very disappointed. He spat and cursed, "Why are there two men? It's really disappointing. I haven't met a new woman in a long time, it's so boring." At this time, the heavy machine gunner on the pickup truck said to the green-headed man, "Brother Gang, in this world how can there be any women? Either they will be eaten by zombies, or they will be killed by other bases or powerful teams." Almost there, the green-headed man looked at him like a heavy machine gunner and felt that what he said made sense. You must take good care of the women you catch in the future, and don't kill them so easily. Otherwise, there will really be no more women in the future. Actually, it doesn't seem impossible for men with thin skin and tender flesh like them. Brother Gangs. The heavy machine gunner suddenly moved his brows and said with an evil look on his face. When the green-headed man heard this, it seemed to make some sense. Don't be selective about what you eat when you're hungry. You still have an idea. The green-headed man smiled at the heavy machine gunner and gave a thumbs up. Hey, when Brother Gang finishes playing. Can you let me play with you? Yes, of course. Thank you, my Brother Gang, for the reward, then. The green-headed man jumped out of the pickup truck and came to Lin Zheng and Li Moi. Ever since being opened up by the heavy machine gunner, the green-headed man became more and more excited as he looked at these two men. You two turn around in a circle and give me a good look. As soon as he finished speaking, there was still a lustful smile on his face. Lin Zheng was extremely fast. He raised his palm and slapped it hard. Hit its heavenly cap directly, boom, after an explosion. The green-headed man was beaten to pieces and scattered into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Li Moi frowned at his face was serious. He stared at Lin Zheng and whispered to himself, is this his strength? The heavy machine gunner and driver on the pickup truck were stunned by this scene, and their bodies became stiff. A palm slapped the person into blood. How terrifying is this person? It took a long time for the heavy machine gunner to react, shooting wildly at Lin Zheng. The dense bullets shot at Lin Zheng. When Li Moi saw this, he ducked aside. Senior, be careful. After he stood firm, he realized that he was self-motivated. Lin Zheng was not afraid at all in the face of the bullets whizzing towards him. Before the bullets even got close to him, they all rebounded and hit the concrete roadside and gravel next to him, sending out bursts of sparks. That's all. Lin Zheng braved the rain of bullets and walked towards the pickup truck step by step. The heavy machine gunner shouted frantically at the driver. Drive, quickly hit him and kill him. Only then did the driver react. Quickly start the pickup truck, then slam on the accelerator and rush towards Lin Zheng. But when the pickup truck was 10 meters away from Lin Zheng, it seemed to be blocked by an extremely hard glass curtain wall, and it could no longer move forward. The engine of the pickup truck roared crazily, and bursts of thick black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe, almost drowning the entire pickup truck. The driver of the pickup truck yelled wildly. He pressed the accelerator to the bottom, and the wheels rubbed violently against the ground. Soon there was a smell of burnt rubber. At this time, Lin Zheng had already walked to the car. The pickup truck driver faintly saw a figure in front of him. After seeing Lin Zheng's face clearly, he couldn't help but tremble. Those eyes were like the eyes of death, sending chills down one's spine. He could only relieve his inner fear by shouting. I saw Lin Zheng slowly putting his hand on the car light. Then he whispered, "Superpower absolute space." Click, click, click. Suddenly, there was a violent sound of metal friction. The pickup truck began to shake violently. The driver and heavy machine gunner looked around in horror, somewhat at a loss the next second. The entire pickup truck felt like it was being squeezed by an external force. In an instant, it turned into a metal ball. From the gap in the metal balls, a pool of red liquid slowly flowed out. Facing zombies and enemies, Lin Zheng has always been merciless. Li Moi on the side took a long breath, feeling both heavy and excited. Such a strong man will be the goal he pursues throughout his life. He suddenly felt that life became meaningful at this time. The man with two swords sitting on the tank noticed something unusual here and raised his head to take a look. A weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It would be so exciting to kill such a powerful awakener. His machete slashed across the concrete telegraph pole on the roadside. Click, he pulled out the second-level Tang Dao, and a burst of golden light suddenly flashed. The two of them rushed forward, ha. Any rubbish knife will turn into a pile of scrap metal under my scimitar. Right, old man, this knife seems very powerful. During this period, one or two zombies rushed out. At this time, Li Moi didn't know how powerful it was. After nodding slightly to Lin Zheng, he quickly rushed towards the man with the double sword. He spoke softly to the scimitar in his hand as if with great emotion. Li Moi stepped forward and said to Lin Zheng, "Senior, if you leave this guy to me, I should show you my strength." Li Moi was shocked. The man with two swords just waved the scimitar in his hand slightly, and a flash of sword light flashed, and the zombies were split into two half-a-split on the spot. When he looked at his knife, he smiled instantly. The man with the double sword showed a proud look on his face. "Boy, your knife is broken, let's see how you fight me," he said to the man with the double sword. "Why don't you take a good look before you speak?" The man with the double sword looked at the unkind visitor. Is this golden sword just for show but not useful? Much to his surprise, hey. The man with the double sword was even more excited when he saw that the other party was also using a sword. It seems that his two scimitars are also mutated items. So sharp, they all raised their knives to chop at each other. Soon only a stabbing sound was heard as he said that. He started to laugh like a pervert, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Uncle Tai, I met a very powerful awakened person and I can't help but kill him. I'll be right back." The telephone pole slowly fell to the ground after that. Without waiting for Uncle Tai's reply, he threw away the walkie-talkie, took off, and jumped off the tank with great agility. Then there was a metallic chirping sound, then he pulled out the two swords from his back and ran towards Lin Zheng and the others with a strange smile. "That is the upgraded second-level Tang Dao." Lin Zheng nodded slightly. "Go ahead. The knife in your hand is a mutated item and can be used against the enemy." Only the sound of metal breaking was heard. The man with the two swords turned his head slightly and found that his two swords had been broken into two pieces. How is this possible? A look of shock finally appeared on his face. Li Moi looked at the golden Tang sword in his hand and couldn't help but exclaimed, "As expected of the sword given by my senior, it is so fierce." Li Moi had killed too many zombies before, and his physical exertion was so severe that he almost collapsed. Otherwise, with his strength, it would only take a matter of minutes to deal with the man with the double sword. Now, with the blessing of the golden Tang sword, Li Moi was confident that he could easily take down the double sword man in his heyday. The man with two broken swords threw away the broken sword in his hand. Hehe smiled even without the knife. "I can still easily break your neck and pull your head off." Having said that, two ice spikes suddenly appeared from his palms, heading straight towards Li Moi. It turned out to be an ice awakener. Facing the ice spikes that were coming straight at him, Li Moi raised his knife and slashed with great force, splitting the ice spikes in half. He then swung his knife horizontally and cut off another ice spike in half. The man with the double sword frowned again, looking surprised. "What kind of knife is that? How can it be so sharp?" Li Moi was also startled again, and then said excitedly, "It's too fiercey, I'll chop it." "Don't be too proud." The man with the double sword roared loudly, and then raised his hands. The ground rose with his hands, and countless huge ice spikes suddenly appeared, surrounded Li Moi. "Go to hell, then." He closed his hands together, and those huge ice spikes began to close slowly. He was going to crush Li Moi into a pile of flesh. Watching the ice spikes gradually close up, the man with the double sword showed a proud smile on his face. And at the same time, he let out a strange laugh. If you fight with Mether is only one outcome, and that is death, brush. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, those ice spikes all broke with a snap and fell down together. Li Moi jumped up, suddenly raised the knife in his hand high, and stabbed the man with two swords directly. When the man with the double sword saw this, his pupils dilated. Finally, there was a hint of panic on his face. He kept firing ice spikes at Li Moi. Li Moi, on the other hand, kept pulling the Tang Dao in his hand to deflect the incoming ice spikes one by one. Seeing Tang Dao is about to hit the man with two swords in the head, he quickly put his palms together and condensed a huge crystal icicle. This icicle was extremely hard. Far exceeding ordinary steel. I heard a stabbing sound. Li Moi's knife suddenly hit the ground, sinking deeply into the cement floor. With only half of the blade exposed, this knife. He obviously tried his best then. He slowly pulled the knife out of the ground, and a scarlet blood stain suddenly appeared on the knife. The next second, only a click was heard. The crystal icicle in the man's hand broke into two pieces and fell to the ground. The man with the double sword looked at Li Moi with a reluctant expression. His eyes widened and almost burst out. After a slight tearing sound, in the middle of his face, a vertical bloodline appeared. Immediately afterwards, his entire body split into two halves and fell to both sides. There was a crash. The contents of his body flowed all over the floor in an instant. Li Moi also took a long breath. This man with two swords should be at the peak of the first level. Li Moi, who was almost exhausted, still relied on the golden Tang sword to kill him. Uncle Tai, who was in the distance, had already observed the situation here in the tank. Seeing that the situation was not good, he had already run away. Li Moi dragged his exhausted body to Lin Zheng, panting, and said, "Senior, how are you? I didn't disappoint you." Lin Zheng nodded slightly, hardly. Li Moi smiled, feeling very satisfied. "Okay, go to Taoyuan base quickly." After Lin Zheng said something to him, he spread out his angel wings and flew away. Longhuashan mountain top. The Zombie King is sitting on a huge stone pier, surrounded by second-level giant zombies. The brain zombie also stood quietly beside him. At this time, the thousand-handed zombies and the fire zombies ran to the Zombie King in a panic. "Lord Zombie King, it's not good, it's not good." The Zombie King looked at the two of them and said angrily, "What's all the fuss about?" The thousand-handed zombie hurriedly said, "The pig-headed zombies and spiked zombies have been killed, and the carrion bats can't be contacted. It's probably a disaster, listen." The Zombie King moved slightly. "Are you sure?" The fire zombie said, "I'm sure, very sure, Lord Zombie King. The pig-headed zombies and spiked zombie heads are all gone. It seems that there are strong awakened ones among humans." "Lord Zombie King, what should we do now?" Snort. The Zombie King suddenly exhaled a strong breath, and his expression changed obviously. He turned to look at the brain zombie next to him and asked, "Brain zombie, what do you think about this matter?" The brain zombie bowed to the zombies and said, "Back to the Zombie King, the red zombies, spiked zombies, and the pig-headed zombies have been killed one after another. It seems that there is really a strong person among humans who can fight us. We have to find this person as soon as possible and deal with him. Otherwise, this massacre will end in failure. Didn't you say before that humans wouldn't evolve so fast?" The Zombie King asked. The brain zombie replied back to the Zombie King, "With this fog concentration, normal humans will definitely not evolve so fast. Even monsters with heaven-defying talents can only evolve to the second level of strength at most." "Then what do you mean when you say that there is a strong person among humans who can compete with us?" "I only said it was among humans, but I didn't say it was human. It should be in the same camp as humans." The Zombie King nodded. He also understood that humans could not evolve so fast. Then how are we going to find it? The brain zombie thought for a while and then said, judging from the current situation, it seems to like killing very strong zombies. As long as we summon all the third-level zombies back, it will surely come to the door on its own. The zombie king nodded, okay, I'll do as you say. Then a zombie that looked like a toad crawled on the ground. Its neck continued to expand like a balloon, and then contracted. Between the expansion and contraction, it made a sound similar to the sound of a frog. In addition to emitting sound bands that are audible to humans, it can also emit ultra-low frequency sounds, which can travel very far, especially since he is at a high place now. It is more conducive to the long-distance propagation of this low-frequency sound. Soon, those level 3 zombies in every corner received this message. What? There is a strong person among humans who can compete with us. How is this possible? How long has it been since the fog invaded the human world? Don't worry about it for now, Lord Zombie King. Let us go back and deal with that strong human being together. As for a time, countless third-level zombies rushed towards Longhua Mountain. Of course, there is another figure flying in the sky. That is Lin Zheng, who went to Longhua Mountain with him. Sudden, there are several bat-like zombies flying in the air. I found Lin Zheng in front of me. Look, the one in front seems a little strange. Where? Right ahead, it does seem a bit strange. Another bat zombie frowned, took a closer look, and said with some surprise, that's not a zombie. That's a human. The other zombies were startled. And when they looked carefully, they were really human beings. What do you mean, brothers? Why don't you get some side dishes to eat before you go back to Longhua Mountain? Do it, walk. About 7 or 8 bat zombies immediately flapped their wings and flew towards Lin Zheng. Soon they caught up with Lin Zheng and surrounded him. Hey, human beings, stay calm and make our snacks. Don't tell Methai's human being has thin skin and tender flesh. It must be delicious, you're right. Today's humans are all messy, which affects their taste. It's really rare to see such clean humans. You guys wait until I twist off this human's head. As he said that, the bat zombie opened its mouth and rushed towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the head of the bat zombie. Then he exerted force with his 5 fingers. The bat zombie's head was like a watermelon. It exploded and its body spun and fell to the ground. After 4 or 5 seconds, a bang was heard. When the other bat zombies saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This human actually crushed a third-level zombie with his bare hands. Could it be that he is the peak of the 3rd level? Even with the same level 4 strength as their zombie king, they no longer dare to think about it. Sudden. One of the bat zombies suddenly realized it, looked at Lin Zheng in horror and said, You are that strong human being. When the other zombies heard this, they were immediately shocked and understood. Unexpectedly, they met the strong human being who killed many third-level zombies one after another on the road. They originally thought that the strong human being could only have level 3 strength at most. Now when I look at it, far more than that. Several bat zombies looked at each other and immediately understood. They flew in different directions one after another. I thought that one of them would be able to escape, but they underestimated Lin Zheng's strength too much. I saw Lin Zheng thinking slightly. Superpower time stops. Bang! After a space ripple spread out. The zombies were immobilized one after another, just hanging weirdly in the air. However, one zombie flew faster and flew out of the range of standstill time. However, he could not escape from Lin Zheng's grasp. I saw Lin Zheng casually throwing out a piece of gold thread. The golden thread was like a thin swimming snake, swimming quickly towards the bat zombie. Then it quickly wrapped around his body. Just tie it into a rice dumpling. Then Lin Zheng pulled hard, and the golden wire tightened instantly, cutting the bat zombie into pieces of flesh, and slowly floated to the ground. But before the bat zombie died, it sent out a low-frequency sound signal, calling the surrounding third-level zombies to come to help. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Zheng quickly stepped forward and harvested the immobilized bat zombies one by one. After time standstill ended, Their bodies instantly fell down at the same time, almost hitting the ground together at this time. Those third-level zombies who received the news passed the news to the nearby third-level zombies. Suddenly, hundreds of third-level zombies received the news and were quickly rushing towards Lin Zheng. A massacre is coming. What, that strong human appears again? That's right. According to the message sent by the bat zombie before his death, the human strongman was ridiculously strong. So we also have to notify the nearby third-level zombies to strangle him together. There are at least 300 and third-level zombies around here. No matter how strong he is, I don't believe he can deal with 303-level zombies at the same time. You are right. The Zombie King asked us to go back to Longhua Mountain to deal with the strong human being. Now we kill the strong human on the way and bring it back to the Zombie King. He will definitely be very happy. Maybe when the Zombie King is happy, he will hold a feast of human blood pool and human flesh forest. Let's go together are so many third-level zombies. It won't take a minute to kill that strong human being. Lose for a time heaven and earths. A large number of third-level zombies gathered in the direction of Lin Zheng. After Lin Zheng killed those third-order bat zombies, he suddenly remembered the zombie that he had strangled to death with a gold wire. Before it did, its mouth kept moving. As if it was saying something, he is very curious. Could it be that you are begging for mercy from yourself? No, shouldn't asking for mercy be a loud shout? Could it be that he is sending a distress signal to summon help? How about asking the system? System, what did the zombie say before it died? He is summoning nearby third-level zombies to kill you. And the system has also detected that about 300 third-level zombies are rushing towards here. I didn't expect that the system really knew. Should I ask him where the zombies come from? System, where is the source of zombies? The host has insufficient permissions to view the answer to this question. It seems that not all questions can be answered. Lin Zheng landed on a branch, then slowly sat down. Lin Zheng finished his last sip of coffee. I only saw a few bat zombies smashed into meat patties and a few thin slices of meat. 300 third-level zombies. I'm not in a hurry anyways. So let's kill these 300 zombies first. I took out a cup of coffee from the system space and tasted it leisurely. It didn't look like there was a big enemy in front of me, but more like I was enjoying the scenery and moonlight. Lin Zheng, who was sitting on a dead branch, was not in a hurry to take action. Lin Zheng fell slowly. Like a god coming, they shouted loudly. The moon tonight is very round and as light as water. It is indeed a good night to enjoy the moon. Come out quickly and let Grandpa bite off your heads. Dig out your heart, liver, and intestines and lungs to see if you still dare to be arrogant. What kind of bullshit human being is strong? Come out here, come out if you can. You are hiding like a turtle. What kind of human being are you? As there are more and more level 3 zombies, I can only search around with a faint fear in my heart. Vigilantly he looked up at the moon, then nodded slightly. Condensed his breath. He planned to wait for the 300 zombies to gather together, and then strangle them together to save trouble. Come out. The zombies below have no way of detecting that he is here. They suddenly took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but feel a little trembling in their hearts. Such a method is really terrifying, moreover. These zombies obviously have no power to fight back and are at their mercy. There happened to be a big dry tree underneath. They seemed to begin to feel the terror of the strong human being. Only then did they become bold and confident. Those corpses all had a small hole in the back of their heads. And then their brains were stirred to pieces by an inexplicable force. And then flowed out of the small hole then. Kill us so many third-level zombies. Why don't you be arrogant now? We have so many third-level zombies here to kill for you. You have to use your special code. Some zombies even started shouting loudly. At this moment, level 3 zombies came here. They looked around and saw no other people soon. So inconsistent with this killing night. It's almost time. Just when Lin was about to take action, the system's voice suddenly sounded, Destroy level 333 zombies to gain permission to view the source of the zombies. It is indeed a system, whatever you think comes to you. If this is the case, then Lin Zheng cannot delay anymore. With a sudden leap he jumped down. Your grandpa is here. Those third-level zombies turned their heads and looked at Lin Zheng. Seeing that he was a young human being, he couldn't help but scornfully said, I thought he was some bullshit strong man. But he turned out to be a brat with no hair on his head. Yes. We have notified so many third-level zombies to come. Doesn't this delay things at this time? A red zombie stood up, pointed at Lin Zheng and said, Watch. I will take him down in 3 seconds. Having said that, he rushed out with a vigorous step, letting out a strange smile, and at the same time opened his mouth wide, revealing the jagged teeth inside, and saliva continued to flow from his mouth. Lin Zheng just stood there motionless when he saw a zombie rushing towards him. He slowly raised his palm, lips slightly parted. Superpower explosion. A dazzling orange beam of light shot straight into the head of the red-skinned zombie. His head was instantly evaporated in the blast of tens of thousands of degrees of light, leaving only his still smoking body. The rest of the zombies are seen. Only then did he get serious. This strong human being has something. They dare not slack off anymore. Attacks on Lin Zheng were launched almost simultaneously, coming from all directions. A good time. Lin Zheng snorted coldly, began to continuously release supernatural powers. Superpower explosion, boom. Superpower time stops, superpower pedal bomb. Superpower air cannon, superpower absolute space. For a time, the whole place was filled with explosions and screams, one after another complementing each other. From time to time, there will be bright lights that reach into the sky. There was a deafening thunder, exploding dazzling lightning bolts out of thin air. This terrifying movement lasted for almost half an hour. Finally slowly stopped. The whole place looked like a war, with black smoking potholes and charred wood everywhere. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood. I saw Lin Zheng slowly catching up with a zombie whose legs were blown off, and then stepped on his back. The zombie made a whimpering sound and looked extremely frightened. Boom! Lin Zheng directly blasted it and completely ended it. At this time the system prompt sounds. Congratulations to the host. You successfully completed the mission and obtained the location of the source of zombies. Then, a picture similar to map positioning appeared in Lin Zheng's mind. He can also zoom in and out of the map with his thoughts. When he kept zooming in on the map, he finally saw the source of the zombies. Cooperating with the monitors, he clearly saw the picture there. A strange zombie that resembles a meat mountain. It is constantly eating humans, and then constantly producing zombies. No wonder there is an endless supply of zombies. It turns out that there is a zombie queen who keeps producing zombies. After determining the location of the zombie source, Lin Zheng decided to steal the zombies home first. This way, the top of Longhua Mountain. The zombie king waited for a long time and found that less than half of the third-level zombies came back. What's going on? There are still half of the third-level zombies. The brain zombie replied, Lord Zombie King. The bat zombies sent out to investigate will be back soon. While they were talking, a bat zombie fell from the sky looking panicked. Back, Lord Zombie King. The other half of the third-level zombies have been killed. Killed? The bat zombie was still frightened when he recalled the horrific scene, and could not help but tremble. What did you say? After hearing the news, the Zombie King could no longer sit still. He stood up suddenly and glared angrily. Suddenly, a laser shot out of his eyes, directly blasting the bat zombie into a puddle of flesh. This time the Zombie King was really angry. He killed 300 and third-level zombies, which were almost half of his combat power. How could you not be angry, damned human being, when I catch you? I will break your bones one by one and tear off your flesh and blood piece by piece. Only in this way can I eliminate the hatred in my heart. Ho 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 ho. The sky-high hatred turned into a roar and roared out. It resounded almost throughout Longhua Mountain. The zombies below were all trembling, fearing that they would be the next ones to be shot to death by lasers. Bang, just when he was venting his hatred. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, like a meteorite slamming in front of the zombie king, splattering blood on his face. When he saw clearly what was in front of him, his face was trembling, his teeth were clenching. His face was full of anger roar. Another roar echoed through the sky. Immediately afterwards, the zombie king suddenly clenched his fist and hammered it on the ground, making two huge holes in the ground. The whole ground seemed to be shaking slightly. It turns out that the black shadow falling from the sky is really the zombie queen. Her head and limbs were removed alive, leaving only a huge ball of flesh. Now it fell from a high altitude and almost turned into a meat pie. That seems to be the zombie queen. What did you say, zombie queen? How could she fall from the sky? At this time, a zombie looked up towards the sky. He immediately became extremely frightened. They flew into the air in unison and kept rushing towards Lin Zheng. Then he rushed straight towards the zombie king. The zombie king roared angrily, and the muscles on his body instantly bulged like huge rocks. There is a zombie reaching out to pick it up. There was a rain of petals floating around, boom. I saw a figure with wings in the night sky. What? How dares he come here? The zombie king and the brain zombie also looked up. After the bat zombie heard the order, what's this? The zombie king's eyes touched two lasers, directed at Lin Zheng. There was an explosion and it was blown to pieces. The next second, they can clearly feel that it is the breath of human beings. All the zombies looked up. He clenched his fists, took a stance, seemed prepared to punch Lin Zheng. Look, there is something in the sky. Lin Zheng's body was reinforced with steel, and he also clenched his fist, a steel fist bigger than a sandbag brush. While they were talking, the zombie king roared, "All bat zombies, knock that human down for me. Superpower absolute space. Then let's see which one is stronger. Your muscles or my steel." It's him, the strong human being. Down below, a zombie suddenly shouted, "Sudden." When the zombie king saw it, his teeth were about to burst. Suddenly he turned sideways and dodged the incoming laser. It's a petal bomb. Suddenly, Lin Zheng swooped down directly towards the laser. Damn humans. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're in the air. Some zombies screamed. The corpses of countless bat zombies fell from the sky. Bang, two huge fists collided together, making an explosion, and the residual power of the collision spread out in the space like ripples in water. Those zombies that were not killed by the petal bomb were staggered by the aftershock. Face full of horror. I didn't expect that the strong human being could actually punch the zombie king. What a surprise to the zombies. The mist invasion has only been around for a short time. So why has this human race evolved to such a terrifying level? So scary that you can challenge the zombie king in a duel. Stab. The zombie king suddenly looked over his shoulder. A hand bone suddenly poked out from the shoulder. Looking at his fist again, it was smashed to pieces. There were still 2 fingers out of 5, hanging on the palm with a bit of flesh. The zombie king directly used his other hand to grab the 2 fingers, violently tore them off and threw them away. His face was shocked and he looked at Lin Zheng in disbelief. He never expected that this human being could almost compete with him. If it is allowed to develop, within a few days I will definitely surpass myself. Therefore he will definitely die today, brain zombie. He didn't dare to hold back anymore and shouted to the brain zombie. Preparing to use his trump card, the brain zombie nodded, understanding what the zombie king meant. Then I saw a big hole in the zombie king's head, except for some viscous red liquid inside. There was no brain at this time. The brain zombie jumped up, flew into the air and then stood upside down, directly inserting his exposed brain into the opening on the zombie king's head. The next second, the opening suddenly closed, tightly wrapping the brain of the zombie inside. Immediately afterwards, the zombie king's arm that was smashed to pieces by Lin Zheng unexpectedly fell off automatically, and then a new arm slowly sprouted from his shoulder. His body also gradually grew larger, and the muscles on his body slowly turned from brown to golden. The breath is also rising suddenly, heading towards the 5th level. Lin Zheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, with an unexpected surprise on his face, and whispered to himself, "I thought I could only get a 4th-order crystal core, but I didn't expect it to be a 5th-order crystal core." Anyway, Lin Zheng's standstill of time can be used beyond the 1st level. He just stood here quietly waiting for the Zombie King to evolve to the 5th level without disturbing him. At this time, there are desperate zombies rushing up. Lin Zheng directly used absolute space to shut him up, then compressed it into a meatball and threw it out. If this interrupts the evolution of the Zombie King, he will not be able to obtain the 5th-order crystal core, which will be a big loss, so anyone who dares to come up now, whether it is a human or a zombie, Lin Zheng will let him die quietly. Bangs. After a wave of air spread, then there was a burst of golden light. The zombies below were dumbfounded. That's the Golden Zombie King at this time. The Zombie King has turned into a giant zombie with a height of more than 10 meters. Golden body and muscles like boulders. It looks very coercive. "Damned human being, I will make you die in pain today." The Golden Zombie King roared, then clapped his huge palms and rushed straight towards Lin Zheng. "Have you finally evolved?" Lin Zheng whispered to himself, "Now it's my turn." Superpowered time stops. Just when the palm of the Golden Zombie King was about to hit Lin Zheng, it suddenly stopped. The Golden Zombie King is like a sculpture, without any movement at all. What's going on? Why doesn't Mr. Golden Zombie King move? I don't know. Just then, Lin Zheng spread out his angel wings and flew to the head of the Golden Zombie King. He originally wanted to blow his head to pieces and send him to heaven. But when I think about it, it's a pity that he died before his superpower could be copied. So I decided to copy his superpower first and then kill him. The time of time standstill is 10 seconds. And the time for the ability to be copied is also 10 seconds. At the same time, time standstill has a 1-minute power cooling time. If there is no cooling time, wouldn't it be possible to activate time stop again immediately after 10 seconds? And then activate it again after 10 seconds. Then time would be able to stand still forever in the near future. Therefore, if you copy it first and kill it later, it will be too late. The best way is to kill them half dead first, then copy them, and then kill them completely. Lin Zheng has already streamlined this process. The Zombie King, who was twitching, also completely stopped moving. Leap level. Congratulations to the host. Successfully copied the superpower laser and leapfrogged the level. 10 seconds later, then. The Zombie King only jumped up a level for a short period of time. Not the real 5th level. So his crystal core is still 4th level. Lin Zheng directly stepped on his head, causing juice to splash everywhere. Then he threw it suddenly and sent him a blast, directly blasting him out of the debris. Although there is no brain in his mind, there are still other things, and it is not empty. I'll stir it up, I'll stir it up, I'll stir you up to pieces. And the 4th level zombie crystal core also exploded. Soon Lin Zheng muddled his brain to pieces, almost turning it into a puddle of pulp. This ability allows the host to forcibly raise a level to fight in a short period of time. In other words, he is now invincible within the 6th level. Lin Zheng spread his hands and said helplessly, "Then the hard work before was in vain. The 4th order is the 4th order in the future. There will gradually be 5th order crystal nuclei." Oh, suddenly the Zombie King twitched. He used the 3 powers of absolute space, Black Demon Giant Shadow and Super Enhancement at the same time, and suddenly pulled out the brain zombie inserted in the head of the Golden Zombie King. Lin Zheng was overjoyed. It seemed that he still had some breath. After solving the brain zombies, Lin Zheng quickly took out the Golden Tang knife, inserted the knife into the brain of the Golden Zombie King, and then stirred wildly. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed the Zombie King's hand, and began to copy the superpower. After copying the Zombie King's abilities, why is it a fourth-order crystal nucleus, not a fifth-order crystal nucleus, in this way? Combined with time stop, Lin Zheng can jump 2 levels and become invincible. He killed the brain zombies without any wailing or roarings. He just fell straight to the ground. This ability is good. Lin Zheng also stabbed his eyes blind. If he doesn't move, that human will attack him. The Golden Zombie King returned to its normal form. Lin Zheng prayed, "Don't die, don't die. It's over, why don't you move, Lord Zombie King?" To ensure nothing goes wrong, mission completed. The 4th level Zombie King was successfully eliminated, and the object replication range was expanded by 500 cubic meters. Then, Lin Zheng put the 4th level stone into the system space and made a bunch of copies at the same time, stacking them in a corner of the system space. Those 3rd level zombies who were lucky enough to survive immediately fled in all directions, yelling as if they were crazy. Lin Zheng was too lazy to chase them anyway. We have solved the source of zombies and the Zombie King, so we will probably be stable for a while. The remaining 3rd level zombies are scattered here and there. The 2nd level and 1st level zombies basically pose no threat. Of course, this is only for Lin Zheng Taoyuan base. It is still a great threat to other humans, however. Lin Zheng did not need to kill all the zombies for them. It's thankless and I don't have that obligation. That's all. Lin Zheng returned to Taoyuan base, sure enough, with the participation of Xiao Lin and Li Moi. Taoyuan base successfully resisted the attack of the zombie wave. Li Xiaoru was still in a coma and did not participate in the resistance battle. Outside the base, the corpses were densely packed with zombies. Piled up in a thick layer, each corpse was mangled and bloody, and the scene was very terrifying. Lin Zheng came to the base. I found the 4 of them slumped on the ground back to back, sweating profusely and Tingand in a state of exhaustion. The golden retriever next to him stuck out his tongue, gasped quickly and lay on the ground with his whole body, looking like he was about to die. It seems that several people have become familiar with this resistance war and have even established certain emotions. Li Moi was the first to notice Lin Zheng coming back and shouted excitedly, "Senior." Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Zheng in unison. "Ah Zheng, brother Lin Zheng, senior, woof woof." Lin Zheng looked at them with a smile, waved his hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Everyone who heard this suddenly became energetic. Everyone's face is full of smiles and joy. Jiang Yidong's eyes were full of love. Li Jiang is grateful. Li Moi and Xiao Lin were full of admiration and respect. The golden retriever's eyes are full of loyalty. This is everyone's attitude towards Lin Zheng. "It's not hard, senior, it's not hard work, Zheng. Thank you for your hard work, brother Lin Zheng." Woof woof, just when everyone was immersed in joy, there was another movement outside the base. I only heard angrily shouting from outside, "Damn. Damn humans, they actually killed so many of us zombies. It's the base in front, we must eat everyone in it." Ho ho ho, talking zombies, level 3 zombies. Li Jiang looked shocked and immediately ran up the wall and found that there were indeed several 3rd level zombies not far away. However, they seemed a little embarrassed. The rest of the people also ran up the wall, preparing to defend themselves against the zombies. Those zombies who escaped from Longhua Mountain were full of resentment. The Zombie King and Zombie Queen were both killed. They can be said to be leaderless from now on. I was about to go down the mountain to find a few humans to vent my anger, but I didn't expect to see countless zombies dying tragically. I suddenly became more angry and furious when they saw a few humans on the wall. They roared, "Damn humans! You are the ones who killed these zombies, right? Catch them all and eat them one by one. I am very angry right now. You hateful humans, are you ready to bear my crazy anger?" Having said that, those 3rd level zombies moved and rushed towards this side. Li Jiang frowned and said seriously to the others, "Everyone, please pay attention, these zombies are not easy, go all out." Having said that, he and Li Moi immediately walked to the 2 heavy machine guns and operated them quickly. Jiang Yidong took out the golden explosive bow bent the bow and aimed an arrow at the third-level zombies. Lin controlled the drone. Golden Retriever's body was also strengthened with steel, and a fire dragon spewed out of his mouth. When those third-level zombies saw it, they couldn't help but smile scornfully. There are just a few losers with only second-level strength at most. And they want to stop us, it's a joke. Ha 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 ha, I can't help but tear them into pieces. Jie ye ye, Li Jiang shouted to remind everyone. Attention, they are coming. Those third-level zombies didn't take them seriously at all, and rushed towards them with strange smiles on their faces. Just then Lin Zheng slowly walked up to the wall, with his hands behind his back, and slowly looked at the third-level zombies. Several third-level zombies suddenly trembled, as if they were electrocuted, and their bodies stopped instinctively. His eyes widened and he stared at Lin Zheng, unable to help but swallow his saliva. Yes, yes. It's that strong human being, why is he here? Could he be from this base? What should I do? How will it end now? Runs. Because the moon is shining brightly tonight. Maybe many years later. Taoyuan base zombies are prohibited. One zombie yelled and ran back quickly. When the other zombies saw it, they all ran away quickly, as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Zheng said calmly, because I killed their king in front of them. Lin quickly helped her up sister Zioru. You're awake. Lin said excitedly, we are at Taoyuan base. Where are we? On the second day, running and shouting. Taoyuan base ushered in a brief period of peace. Zioru nodded with tears in her eyes and replied, I will definitely not hold the base back. Lin Zheng is that kind of legendary old monster. Taoyuan base zombies are prohibited. Lu Chengwei and Lei and simply lured him into the zombie group and asked him to kill the zombies crazily. That's all. Taoyuan base zombies are prohibited. Taoyuan base, Li Zioru was still in a daze. It turns out that he went to kill the zombie king during the time he disappeared. What happens? They can finally have a good sleep peacefully. But the other three families and the people in the official quarantine area are still fighting fiercely with zombies. The first person in the era of superpowers. They can clearly feel that the gap between themselves and him is getting wider and wider. Zheng, why they seem to be afraid of you? Li Jiang asked. Li Jiang and others looked at this scene in confusion. After a night's rest, Li Zioru slowly opened her eyes and woke up until Lin Zheng came over and said to her, take good care of yourself. My Taoyuan base will not accept waste. Everyone swallowed when they heard this. Why did the zombies run away as soon as Zheng appeared? Lin Zheng and others woke up due to the battle last night. Almost everyone's whole body was sore, and even the slightest movement made them grimace in pain. Wang Tian's super enhanced power was activated, and he could not distinguish between human and corpse, and he would kill any living thing he saw. This peaceful life passed for about a month. Li Zioru's injury has almost recovered. Everyone has also relied on the crystal core provided by Lin Zheng, and their strength has increased rapidly. It can be said that at present, the strongest combat forces in mankind are gathered at Taoyuan base. The strongest one is naturally Lin Zheng, who is at the peak of the 4th level and is still just shy of the 5th level. He found that the higher the levels, the harder it is to break through. Even if you have endless use of crystal nuclei, the energy absorbed by the crystal nuclei needs to be absorbed and transformed by the body. The higher the levels, the more crystal nucleus energy needs to be absorbed, and the longer it takes for transformation and absorption. This number has almost exploded exponentially, of course. This also means that as you go to the back, with each level difference, the strength can be said to be in the sky and on the earth. For example, Lin Zhenghu is at the peak of the 4th level. Fights against the 3rd level as if for fun. It's like a 2-meter fitness instructor hitting a 1 or 2-year-old baby. The second-ranked ones are Li Moijiang Yiteng and Jin Mao, at the early stage of the 3rd level. Because Zio Lin and Li Zioru did not have enough crystal core absorption like Li Jiang and Jiang Yiteng before, they started slowly, so their levels were lower. And Li Moi is that kind of talented player. So he caught up with Jin Mao and Jiang Yitong, however. The two of them also broke through to the middle stage of the second stage, and Li Jiang barely managed to reach the late stage of the second stage. On this day after lunch, Li Moi invited Lin Zheng to the base yard and said respectfully, Thank you for providing the crystal core. I have now broken through to the third level. Can you challenge me? Lin Zheng was helpless. This kid is so enterprising that whenever he has time, he comes to Lin Zheng for advice or to fight with him. Lin Zheng had nothing to teach him, after all. He was a cheat player, so he couldn't say that he relied on cheats. So I can only talk casually. But Li Moi would always regard it as the secret of cultivation and study it carefully. Even to the point of forgetting to sleep and eat. What's more, when I go to bed at night, I talk in my sleep trying to figure out Lin Zheng's words. This kid is simply crazy. However, Lin Zheng quite admired his attitude. Not to be outdone, Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao practiced hard, asking Lin Zheng for more and more crystal nuclei every day. And their training time became longer and longer. Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru also practiced diligently in order not to hold back the base. Isn't this just rolling up? Li Moi is the king of rolls. Only Li Jiang was paddling in the entire base. Go out with all your strength, Lin Zheng said calmly. When Li Moi heard this, his face was full of excitement. Senior, please be careful. With my current strength, I should be able to hurt you. Bring it on. I saw Li Moi's palms clasped together with a serious look in his eyes. Then, a crackling sound of electric shock came from his palms. In the next second, countless arcs of electricity sprang up, circling and flashing around his palms. God's lightning strike, Li Moi shouted. His palms suddenly separated, and a dazzling lightning appeared between his palms. The lightning was surrounded by fine arcs, and it seemed to contain terrifying energy. Go. As he shouted, the lightning roared towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng frowned. The flash of lightning reflected in his eyes, then smiled slightly and whispered to himself, there is indeed progress. But for me, it's not enough. Snap. Lin Zheng waved his hand gently. Directly shoot the lightning away and fly into the air. Boom, then the lightning exploded like a bolt from the blue, as if it tore a huge hole in the space. Which was very terrifying. Li Moi looked shocked. I didn't expect that my full blow would be diffused so easily. Is it still too weak? Li Moi did not freeze on the spot, but took advantage of this gap to condense two thunder spears with his palms and rushed towards Lin Zheng. The speed was so fast that he brought out a whistling wind. I saw him open his hands and draw his bow left and right. Let's see how you hide this time. Li Moi sealed Lin Zheng's escape route. He had no way to retreat if he retreated. Li Moi put his palms together and rushed forward. Not moving, Lin Zheng stood motionless. What's going on? Why didn't he move? Li Moi was a little confused. No matter, let's attack first. He faced Lin Zheng's head, closed his palms suddenly. Just as he was about to succeed at the last moment, Lin Zheng pulled his head back slightly and dodged the blow. Li Moi's palms slammed together, and two thunder spears exploded in his hands. Blast his palms until they burst into smoke, so that's it. Senior, he seems to have seen through my moves. Li Moi said in surprise. In that case, let's trap you first and see how you hide. Having said that, Li Moi moved and ran quickly around Lin Zheng. At the same time, he kept releasing lightning from his hands. Lin Zheng quietly looked at Li Moi, who was circling around him, wondering what he was going to do. Aren't you dizzy? Li Moi, after a while. Li Moi slid sideways and kept a certain distance from Lin Zheng. With a proud smile on his lips, looked at Lin Zheng. Senior, you have nowhere to escape this time. Lin Zheng was stunned and looked around. I found myself covered by a cage made of lightning. Is this the purpose of his circles? Lin Zheng thought like this. Then he looked at Li Moi and smiled slightly. Really? The next second, I saw Lin Zheng put his hand on the lightning cage. He muttered slightly, superpowered devour, whoosh. The lightning cage was instantly absorbed by Lin Zheng's palm. Li Moi was shocked. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Senior to have this trick. Li Moi froze on the spot, completely unaware of what happened. How about it if you have any new tricks, use them? Lin Zheng said to him, sudden. Okay, that will satisfy you, Gulu, at this time. Lin Zheng stepped forward and said to him, remember to fill in the hole in the back. Oh no, yes, senior. Lin Zheng's steps moved slightly, gathering momentum and exerting force. Lin Zheng was so fast that he seemed to disappear in Li Moi's eyes. Call just when his heart was filled with shock. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and his pupils instantly dilated. Li Moi reacted, straightened up immediately and replied respectfully. Brush, there is also such a requirement. Lin Zheng was stunned. Bang. Ugh. The fist stopped 1 centimeter away from him. A breath of death instantly surged into Li Moi's brain. Disappeared. Lin Zheng's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Moi said, Senior, don't always defend yourself. At least throw out 1 or 2 moves. Otherwise, I won't learn anything from this battle. When did you come here, Saw? The wind from the fist blew past his face and circled behind him, directly blasting a huge hole in the ground behind him. That punch seemed very slow, but he felt that he just couldn't dodge it, or that he had lost the courage to dodge it. Is this the strength of Senior? It's not even a little bit different. I saw his footsteps suddenly glaring, raising a cloud of dust. A stream of air came towards me. Lin Zheng's fist was already heading straight for his face, making a whistling sound and almost creating a sonic boom. Li Moi swallowed. His heart was beating wildly. His expression was numb. He was completely stunned by the punch. During this month, the 3 safe zones did not appear again. Instead, new safety zones were established at the other 2 fog sources. The official quarantine area did come to borrow supplies once. However, he was directly rejected by Lin Zheng. Although he has unlimited supplies, but he knew that once he started this, he would become their supplier of free supplies. Whenever the supplies were late or insufficient, they would be resentful and dissatisfied. This is human nature. Besides, they have nothing to do with me. Why help them? I don't care about their life or deaths. Due to the intrusion of fog, a large number of crops and poultry died mysteriously. The existing food has been plundered over and over again, and there is already very little left, even if there are. Most of them have rotted and become inedible. If you are lucky, however, you can find food with added technology and hard work in a corner. This kind of food has a long shelf life. On the contrary, it is food from wealthy areas, which pays attention to freshness, greenness, no additives, and no refrigeration. Not long after the end, everything will stink and rot. So those who were lucky enough to survive the last zombie wave will now face an even greater disaster: famine. Before a large amount of fog invaded, some bases or safe zones have begun to plant crops and raise poultry. After a while, the cycle will be realized, and it is still possible to barely survive now. Due to the influence of fog, crops cannot be planted at all, and living poultry is basically impossible to see. This is almost pushing mankind to a dead end. They eat the same kind and are gradually moving from the shadows into the sunlight. On this day outside Taoyuan base, several strange figures appeared: an old man, followed by a young man wearing glasses and holding documents. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 tall and mighty men in black clothes. His body exudes the aura of a superpower. It seems that the old man is no ordinary person. Sudden, his eyes lit up as if he had seen something extraordinary, and he became extremely excited, then run quickly. Arriving outside the wall of Taoyuan base, in the gap between the wall and the ground, there is a green grass. Found it. Finally found it. The old man was so excited that he started dancing. Then he put his hands on the young man's shoulders and said excitedly, Zio Wang. We finally found the mutant rice seedling in a month. We traveled to so many places, but we never expected that we would find it in a crack in the wall on the roadside. Found in, the young man's face was also full of excitement. His eyes were moist. He took off his eyes, wiped them with his hands, and then said to the old man with a trembling voice, Grandpa Li. We found it, we really found it, no mankind can be saved. It turns out that this old man is rice research expert Li Camping. Ever since crops died mysteriously due to heavy fog, he has been looking for ways to make rice grow again in a new environment. After a series of experiments, it was discovered that a very small portion of rice can adapt to the foggy environment through mutation. But this mutant rice cannot be grown in the laboratory. We can only go outside to look for wild mutant rice. As long as we can find a mutant rice plant, we can study its mutation mechanism. And perhaps we can cultivate a new type of rice that can adapt to fog. Coupled with the wood-type awakener, the ability to make plants grow quickly may really solve the food problem of mankind in this doomsday. Of course, we can only basically provide for food and clothing. And we will definitely not be able to return to the state before the end. Then, Li Camping took out the tools from the box carried by his assistant Xiao Wang and began to knock on the cracks in the wall, trying to dig out the mutant rice plant intact. Assistant Xiao Wang was taking pictures of the mutant rice and taking notes. The two strong men looked around vigilantly, wary of zombies or humans that might rush out at any time. Along the way, they saw too many humans who were more terrifying than zombies. They are actually more afraid of meeting humans than meeting zombies. A few days ago, they encountered a naked woman in the middle of the road. They stepped forward to check, but the woman pointed a gun at her then. The people who were lying in ambush swarmed up and surrounded them. Not only must we rob them of all their supplies, the young assistant Xiao Wang was also killed and used as food. Fortunately, the two bodyguards were experienced and powerful. They cooperated with each other and wiped out the group of robbers. Who are you and what are you doing? On the wall, Li Jiang's voice sounded. He heard a clanking sound outside the wall, so he walked up to the wall to check. I saw several people holding tools and digging into the walls of the base. My first reaction was that they were here for a sneak attack, so we aimed our heavy machine guns at them. Several people trembled in fear when they saw a heavy machine gun pointed at them. The two bodyguards were surprised. A small base in such a small place actually has a heavy machine gun. Little brother, we don't mean any harms. One of the bodyguards raised his hands and quickly explained. Also to attract the other party's attention, another bodyguard glanced at the throwing knife stuck in his waist and was calculating how to kill the opponent with one blow. Both of them are at the peak of the first level. I am quite confident in my own strength, after all. Most of the awakened people I met along the way did not surpass them. There is no malice. Why are you digging into the wall of our base? Do you want to dig a hole and sneak in for a sneak attack? Having said that, Li Jiang directly opened the safety and pulled the bolt. Little brother, we are just digging this grass. Li Camping thought for a while and decided not to reveal the matter yet. So he used the title Xiaoko. Li Jiang tilted his head slightly, and sure enough he saw a small green grass in the crack of the wall, which was particularly conspicuous. However, he recalled Lin Zheng's words. Don't believe anyone in doomsday. Any words they say may be lies, and any actions they take may be preparations to kill you. Besides, why are you digging up a piece of grass in these last days? This lie seems too pale. Just when Li Jiang was about to take action, Li Moi asked from below, Jiang, what's wrong? It's okay, a few people are sneaking around outside. I'll take care of them right away. Would you like some help at this moment? The two bodyguards looked at each other, the time is ripe. Almost at the same time, he pulled out the flying knife from his waist and threw it towards Li Jiang. Whoosh, two flying knives shot towards Li Jiang. Li Jiang turned his head sharply. Damn. I'm really here for a sneak attack. I saw him quickly raising his hands, grabbing hard, and grabbing the two knives in his hands extremely easily. Then he yelled, dark shadow, wow. A black shadow that looked like a demon appeared behind him, which was more than 10 meters away. It was filled with black energy and exuded the breath of death. Li Jiang suddenly jumped down from the wall. The giant shadow of the black devil also jumped down, causing the ground to move, so strong. This aura far exceeds any awakened person we have encountered. One of the bodyguards looked shocked and said, I didn't expect that a small base in a small place would have such a powerful awakener. The other bodyguard was also frightened. When Li Moi saw it, he immediately reacted. There's a situation after that. He also jumped out of the base, with lightning all over his body and appeared cracklingly. It's like the thunder god came to the world. Jiang, I'm here to help you, damn it. Here comes another one. Thighs one is even more outrageous. How many powerful awakened people are there in this small base? The two bodyguards looked at each other, feeling that their world view had collapsed. You just want to attack our base, right? Li Moi roared so loudly that everyone trembled in fright and retreated. A huge black shadow, one is full of electricity. Facing these two people, Li Camping and the others could only tremble. He still stood up and took out his identity certificate. Two little brothers, we really don't mean any harm. We are here to do research. This is my identity certificate. I am a rice research expert. My name is Li Camping. Li Moi glanced at Li Jiang as if asking him what to do next. Li Jiang said directly, Zheng said that no one will believe it in the end of the world. And all suspicious people will be killed. Li Moi nodded, now he was sure and had no worries anymore. Kill, the two of them rushed up almost at the same time. Bang, after a muffled sound. Lin Zheng stood in front of them, stretched out his palms, and grabbed the fists they swung with all their strength. The fist wind blew violently. He almost knocked the four people behind him to the ground. When he saw Lin Zheng blocking those two terrifying awakeners so easily, the world view of the two bodyguards completely exploded, leaving nothing behind. This can't be God. Seeing Lin Zheng blocking him, Li Jiang and Li Moi looked at each other a little confused. Zheng, what's wrong? Lin Zheng just said calmly, this person cannot be killed. When the two heard this, they became even more confused. Why? Li Moi and Li Jiang asked almost simultaneously. Before the end of the world, we all grew up eating the rice he studied. Tell us why. Although Lin Zheng is not a holy mother, it does not mean that he is cold-blooded and has no conscience. Moreover, for scientists like Li Camping, who have devoted their lives to serving the country and the people, and supporting countless people with their research results. According to the Doomsday Development Overview provided by the system, Lin Zheng remembered that Li Camping was a very important figure. Improve the food so that the mist-filled blue star can once again grow new types of food that can adapt to the fog. It can be said that, after the end of the world, everyone in Blue Star will survive by eating the food he researched. He is the hero of the entire Blue Star. No one dared to touch him, not because of how powerful his powers were, but anyone who touches him will be the enemy of the entire Blue Star. Who dares to move? Li Jiang suddenly widened his eyes, as if remembering something, and said in surprise, you are Grandpa Li who studies rice. Li Moi also recalled, you are Grandpa Li. Li Camping usually conducts research in the laboratory or the field. He rarely gives interviews or appears on TV. The most familiar photo of him was taken when he was hunched over studying rice in the field. I'm sorry, Grandpa Li. We didn't recognize you and almost attacked you. Li Jiang and Li Moi apologized to Li Camping almost at the same time. Li Camping was very kind and said to them with a smile on his face, it's okay. Kids, in these doomsday times, human nature is unpredictable. It's good for you to be careful and vigilant. I don't blame you. Li Jiang looked at the two bodyguards behind Li Camping and asked with some confusion, Grandpa Li, do you just take such two weak bodyguards out? It's very dangerous. Two bodyguards asked, are you polite? Li Camping smiled and said, knocked. The country sent a troop to protect me, however. I'm afraid there are too many people, and I might accidentally break what I'm looking for. Besides, Instructor Wang and Instructor Liu are very powerful. I relied on them to protect me along the way. But you are so awesome, kid, hey hey. Li Jiang and Li Moi couldn't help but smile at each other after hearing this. How can you not be happy if your idol praises you for being awesome? You want to dig up this grass, right? Let me help you dig it out. Li Jiang bent down to pull out the grass. Li Camping hurriedly stopped. No need for children. I will do it myself. Li Camping was not afraid of trouble him. But he was afraid that he would damage this precious mutant rice. Li Moi also wanted to help his idol, also mixed in. Grandpa Li, I'm here to help you too. Only Lin Zheng stood there, looking at the tall building not far away. And in that high-rise building, a man was lying next to the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes glued to the telescope of the sniper rifle. Observing when he saw Lin Zheng's eyes, his heart suddenly shook. He turned his head slightly and said to himself, "Did that kid find me? This is impossible then." He looked at Lin Zheng again and found that the other person actually smiled at him and waved his hand gently. F***K. The sniper was so frightened that he cursed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now he was sure that the kid had indeed discovered him. The sniper hurriedly turned back and said to the people behind him, "Captain, we seem to have been discovered." A big bearded man frowned. "What's going on?" "The person next to Li Camping is smiling at me," the sniper said with lingering fear. "How is this possible? This building is at least 1,000 meters away. They can't find us." The big man was a little confused. Then he came to the window and looked in the direction of Taoyuan base with his binoculars. When his eyes slowly moved towards Lin Zheng smiled slightly again and waved to him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly put down the telescope and frowned. "Damned hell, how did that kid find us at this time?" A woman with short hair and scantily clad clothes stepped forward and said, "Captain, could it be that that boy has awakened the power that can increase his eyesight and saw us by accident?" Another man wearing glasses also came up. "This is impossible. The glass in this room is one-sided. You can only see the outside from the inside. But you can't see the inside from the outside. Is it possible that they knew in advance that we would ambush here?" The sniper guessed after everyone pondered for a moment. The bearded man spoke, "No matter what the reason is, Li Camping must be kidnapped this time. With him we can control the food by then. Our Flying Eagle base will become the overlord of the entire Huaxia kingdom and even Blue Star. Captain, there is an army station not far away, specifically to protect Li Camping. How are we going to deal with them?" The man with glasses asked, pushing up his glasses. The bearded man laughed and said, "Just kill them all. Kill them all. They are well-equipped and well-trained. And they are all awakened people. Kill them all." "I'm afraid it's not that simple," the man with glasses analyzed. But the short-haired woman said, "Gong Zimin, have you forgotten the captain's superpower?" Gong Zimin suddenly smiled. "Yes. With the captain's superpower, it is only a matter of time before we kill them at this time." Lin Zheng said to Li Camping's 2 bodyguards, "Are you very experienced?" The 2 of them were stunned, however. He still said to Lin Zheng with pride, "I have been working as a bodyguard for 20 years. In the next 18 years, oh, it's been so long." Lin Zheng pretended to be surprised. The 2 of them smiled slightly, thinking they were complimenting them, with a proud smile on their faces. "It doesn't matter if it doesn't last long. After all, I like this industry and keep doing it. It's been so many years." Lin Zheng was too lazy to listen to their nonsense anymore, but pointed directly at the tall building in the distance and said, "Look at that building." The 2 of them looked at each other with confused expressions on their faces. Then he looked at Lin Zheng with a blank look on his face. Lin Zheng shook his head helplessly and said, "What do you think it looks like?" After the 2 thought for a while, one of them said, "Like a water glass. That tall building is cylindrical. Really like a water glass. I feel like a rolling pin," said another. Lin Zheng smiled and said, "I feel like that's where a sniper would choose to ambush." "Ha, little brother, you are really good at joking, sniper." The 2 thought the other was joking. But when they said the word sniper, they stopped immediately, looked at each other with serious expressions, and immediately blocked Li Camping behind them, facing the building. They then took a closer look at the building. The view was wide and it was an excellent shooting position. They looked at Lin Zheng and suddenly felt ashamed. I was actually taught a lesson by a teenager. Liu Gang hurriedly took out his telescope and began to observe the tall building. The glass in that building is almost all single-sided, so you can't observe anything at all, however. The more this happens, the greater the possibility of an ambush there. Academician Li is recognized as the #1 rice research expert in Daxia. Ever since fog caused crops to die mysteriously, almost all bases or safe zones have turned their attention to him. Because he is the last person who has hoped to solve this situation. And there is news that Academician Li's research has reached the most critical step. And a new type of rice that can adapt to fog will soon be developed. At that time, if you master the food, you also have the right to speak in the end of the world. Therefore, Academician Li suddenly became the treasure that everyone was fighting for. Academician Li, dig out that mutated rice plant quickly. Let's leave quickly, there may be danger here. Liu Gang said to Li Camping somewhat eagerly. As soon as he finished speaking, only a whooshing sound was heard. A bullet came and hit Liu Gang's shoulder. There's danger, he shouted. Immediately, and Wang Pin protected Li Camping and retreated towards the bunker. Tu Hongwei put down his telescope, looked at the sniper Lu Hao and said, Lu Hao, how come your shooting skills have become so bad? You actually hit the person next to you. And you only hit the shoulder, what's wrong with you? Lu Hao also looked puzzled. I was clearly aiming at that kid. So why would the bullet fly to the person next to me? There's no reason. He began to check his sniper rifle. Looked at the telescope, adjusted the accuracy, and turned the barrel. The accuracy of this gun must be bad. It's impossible for my shooting skills to miss. Lu Hao began to explain. Typical people can't do it, it's because of poor equipment. Then he stood up and brought a long black box. Opening the box, there was a brand new black sniper rifle inside. He quickly assembled the gun and aimed it in the direction of Taoyuan base again. What surprised him was that Li Camping and others are no longer in sight. But the few people in the small broken base still stood motionless. Looking in their direction, are you so tough? These people didn't hide even though they knew there were snipers. You will pay with your lives for your arrogance, Lu Hao said in a deep voice and then started to aim. In fact, the shot just now hit Lin Zheng. But it was bounced away by his absolute space and hit Liu Gang's shoulder. At this moment, Li Camping and others were hiding behind a wall of Taoyuan base. Just in the blind spot of that building, Li Camping's face was full of anxiety. Oh no, that mutated rice plant hasn't been dug out yet. With that said, he was about to rush out regardless of the danger. But Liu Gang held him back. Academician Li, you can't go out now. It's very dangerous outside. I have just contacted the army station not far away. They will be here soon. We will go out after they have dealt with the enemy. Although Liu Gang said so, Li Camping was still worried. He was worried that the precious mutant rice would be damaged by the army. Moreover, when a battle breaks out, guns and artillery have no eyes. And the mutated rice plant will most likely be destroyed by artillery fire. No, this mutated rice plant is very important. Even if I lose my life, I will go out and dig it up. After saying that, he is about to rush out again. However, Liu Gang grabbed him. Academician Li, you can't go out. I'll go out and dig him out, then. He turned to look at Wang Pin and said, Instructor Wang. Academician Li will leave it to you, Wang Pin nodded. After saying that, he rushed out regardless of his own safety. After rushing out, he found that the previous teenagers were still standing where they were. Suddenly, I was a little surprised. You know how confident you are that you don't hide even though you know there are enemies in the distance. You guys leave quickly, it's dangerous. Everyone ignored him, whoosh. Another bullet flew towards Lin Zheng, snap. The bullet was bounced off by absolute space again. This time it hit Liu Gang's other shoulder. It's better now. It's symmetrical. Liu Gang's arms were drooped limp like two rubber arms. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Damn, why did you hit it crookedly again? Sniper Lu Hao cursed with confusion on his face. Lu Hao, can you do it? If not, just take your broken gun and get out. There is no need for waste at the Flying Eagle base. Li Feifei, a short-haired woman, laughed at the side. Hearing this, Tu Hongwei explained again. Tu Hongwei then said, in this era of awakening powers, anything can happen. Isn't that kid difficult to deal with? Gong Zimin asked. Hey, what's going on? There's nothing wrong with the gun. Okay, don't argue anymore. Captain Tu Hongwei stopped them, slowly put down the telescope, and said, it's not his problem nor is it the gun's problem. It's that kid who's weird. Everyone nodded slowly. Can anyone deflect a bullet? So he could only check the sniper rifle again. People always have weaknesses, and they can always be dealt with. Everyone's face was full of surprise and disbelief. No way. Although Lu Hao was very angry, he couldn't say anything. He really missed the target, so he was very depressed now. He kept scratching his head, and his expression was uglier than eating shit. That kid fired the bullets. Everyone nodded with a look of enlightenment. And they all thought it made sense. Li Feifei, can you shut up? Or can you try to see if my gun is accurate? Li Feifei continued to mock. Why? You still have to blame the gun for not working. This time you are using a new gun. Lin Zheng had already locked the location of the group of people in the building. He raised his sniper rifle and fired quickly at a plastic bottle not far away. The plastic bottle exploded with a muffled sound. I think it's your problem. If it doesn't work, then it won't work, just admit it. Li Feifei took out a thin needle from somewhere and dangled it in front of her eyes. Lu Hao was a little angry. Come on. I'm afraid you're not a man, and at this time, moreover. The bullet hit Li Kangping's bodyguard's shoulder and entered from the side. The bodyguard was facing us at the time. If Lu Hao missed the shot, the bullet should have shot straight into his shoulder. Therefore, there is only one explanation, that is, the bullet was deflected by the kid with a mysterious force and then hit the bodyguard. Lu Hao yelled. After all, how can a man endure it if he says he can't do it? Everyone looked at Tu Hongwei, waiting for him to continue. Lu Hao had nothing to say. Li Feifei folded her hands on her chest and said again. Tu Hongwei said in a deep voice, found you. As soon as these words came out, come here. Let's see if your gun hits me first. Or if my flying needle kills you. As a 4th level peak power user, Lin Zheng can sense the position of awakened beings within 2,000 meters around him. But it is only within a horizontal range and cannot determine the position up and down. So Lin Zheng has been waiting for the other party to take action to determine their specific location. Through these 2 shots, Lin Zheng had completely locked their position. Then he spread out his angel wings and suddenly jumped into the air. When Liu Gang saw this scene, his eyes widened suddenly with surprise on his face. Here, what kind of power is this? It's so cool. Everyone at the Eagle base hiding in the building saw Lin Zheng spreading a pair of huge wings and flying into the sky. They were all shocked. Tu Hongwei confirmed again. There is indeed something wrong with this kid's abilities. He might be a dual system awakener. Captain, it's bad that kid is coming towards us. Lu Hao's expression changed greatly. HMPH. Tu Hongwei snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Just kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly there was an explosion, and the huge glass curtain wall in front of them cracked instantly. Lin Zheng appeared in the sky waving his wings. When Lin Zheng appeared in front of them, they realized that the wings were surprisingly large, 2 to 3 meters long, giving people a full sense of oppression. Even the confident Tu Hongwei changed his face and was slightly shaken in his heart. Do it, Tu Hongwei ordered to the others suddenly. Lu Hao raised his sniper rifle and fired several shots at Lin Zheng. Li Feifei trembled. Thousands of fine needles flew out and shot towards Lin Zheng. Gong Zimin took off his glasses and stared at Lin Zheng. He was a spiritually awakened person who was trying to control him. The sense of oppression brought by Lin Zheng made them dare not hold back. So they all used their best efforts to suppress the situation. Bang! A low whistle sounded in the air. Sniper bullets and countless fine needles hovered in front of Lin Zheng as if time had stopped. At this time, Gong Zimin's spiritual power also went straight to Lin Zheng's brain. But the moment he entered, he felt that he had entered an infinite and vast universe. Suddenly there was a surge of chills and fear. Is this his spiritual world? Why is it so big? The people of Gong could not help but marvel. The next moment, a huge wave came in the distance. The spiritual power of the tribute people roared in. And that was Lin Zheng's spiritual power. The tens of millions of tons of waves directly submerged the spiritual power of the Gong people. And they were instantly swept into nothingness. Wow. In reality, the Gong people spit out a mouthful of old blood. Then he straightened up and fell to the ground. Then Kakia was bleeding and his whole body was twitching. His mental power was shattered by Lin Zheng. And now he has become an idiot, Gong people. Lu Hao and Li Feifei looked at him at the same time and shouted. They knew that the Gong people's spiritual attack failed. So it means that the person in front of me is still a powerful spiritual awakener. Oh my God, how many powers has he awakened? The two of them were extremely shocked. And at the same time, there was a surge of fear. Superpower copy, wow. The number of bullets and flying needles hovering in front of him instantly increased hundreds of times. And they were arranged densely, trembling slightly and making a low sound, as if he was about to E***** E at any time I saw. Lin Zheng waved his hand gently. Countless bullets and flying needles shot out. Lu Hao and Li Feifei were unable to dodge and were directly beaten into a sieve. The body is also covered with dense flying needles, resembling a hedgehog. After the two spit out a mouthful of blood, they slammed it to the ground and stopped breathing. Tu Hongwei on the side was already stunned. In less than a minute of his 3 team members, 2 died on the spot and 1 became an idiot. The man in front of me is definitely a devil. Lin Zheng fell slowly, standing in front of Tu Hongwei. Who sent you? Lin Zheng asked coldly, then put her hand on his. Tu Hongwei was startled and looked at Lin Zheng with complicated eyes. But he did not dare to move and could only reply tremblingly, "We are from the Flying Eagle Base." Soaring Eagle Base. This Flying Eagle Base was mentioned in the Doomsday Development Overview, provided by the system. It is a base that respects the strong. Although the base recruits new people they have a ranking list and those who rank below 1-0 will be expelled from the base every year. The headquarters of Flying Eagle Base is in Shanghai. As he shouted, the gravity around Lin Zheng instantly increased 50 times. Tu Hongwei never dreamed that Lin Zheng had learned his superpower. Then he picked up a piece of gravel, put it in the palm of his hand, closed his palms suddenly, and the gravel was smashed into a pile of powder. And then he sprinkled it towards Lin Zheng. This is gravity control. His pupils dilated rapidly and his expression was horrified. He actually awakened the ability to control gravity. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he, and how did he awaken so many abilities? He fell into greater despair again. Looking at the powder flying out, he grinned. Just when Lin Zheng was recalling, that is what those gravel droplets condensed into. Tu Hongwei suddenly retreated quickly, raised his hands suddenly and pressed quickly. Lin Zheng stood motionless. Superpower gravity control boom. Tu Hongwei's eyes widened and his expression changed drastically. In the end, whoever controls the food will control the right to speak. Why did he move his hand the next second? A small brown ball hit Lin Zheng in front of him. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangtang City. He couldn't hold on any longer and slammed it to the ground. Under the absolute control of absolute space, even molecular-level substances cannot penetrate. Just smile. He suddenly felt as if a huge mountain was being pressed against him. Extremely heavy. Molecular attacks are also ineffective against him. They also reacted quickly, only then did he react. They sent people all the way to ambush academician Li Camping. It seemed that they already knew that academician Li Camping's rice research had entered a critical moment. What happened in the next second almost shocked him. Tu Hongwei said proudly the next second. Now Tu Hongwei can only refine objects to the size of a hair. Halahab under the pressure of 50 times gravity. I see how you move, no in my eyes. You are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Kill 3 of my teammates, and I will use these gravel powder to crush your brain. And then you will die in pains. You can't stop these powders that are as big as a hair. This ability allows you to refine objects, and then control the refined objects to kill people invisible. In the later stages of practice, you can directly molecule objects and attack the enemy's cell molecules. It is the best ability for sneak attacks as Lao Liu. Tu Hongwei instantly fell into despair. Superpower molecular attack. I saw Lin Zheng raising his hand slightly, because he felt that the gravity exerted on him was gradually increasing. 60 times, 70 times, 80 times. His power, how strong is it? Tu Hongwei's eyes widened almost bulging out, and he looked at Lin Zheng with horror. The Flying Eagle base where he is located can be said to be one of the most powerful bases in Daxia. The people inside are all extremely powerful people. There are even second-level awakeners and above. He once fought against a second-level awakener. Although he was suppressed by the opponent throughout the whole process, he at least had the power to fight back and could fight with the opponent a few times. But facing Lin Zheng, he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. He could only be like a lamb on the chopping board and let it be slaughtered. Gravity control 500 times. Lin Zheng raised his hand, slightly muttered in a low voice, and then gently pressed his palm down suddenly. 500 times the gravity pressed directly on Tu Hongwei. Snap! His whole body suddenly exploded and turned into a puddle of flesh. Looking at the scene in front of me, Lin Zheng expected that the Flying Eagle base would definitely not give up. When they learn that these people are dead, they will definitely send this powerful awakener to kidnap Li Camping. Not only the Flying Eagle base, but also all the ambitious bases in Daxia will send people here. By then Jiantong City will become a land of right and wrong. Just when Lin Zheng was deep in thought, the system sound suddenly sounded. Trigger the main mission, protect Li Camping, and complete the research on mutant rice. The mission reward a super strong base protection mask, which can withstand nuclear bomb attacks. Wow. The reward for this mission is too tempting. A base mask that can withstand nuclear bomb attacks. As long as you get this mask, you will not be afraid that some countries will go crazy and launch a nuclear bomb attack, killing all mankind together. End. Academician Li Camping is also a person whom Lin Zheng respects very much. Even if there is no system mission, Lin Zheng will protect him. The killing of these people at the Flying Eagle base this time is the best proof. Then he flew back to Taoyuan base. I discovered that a well-equipped army actually appeared there. As soon as Lin Zheng landed, he was targeted by countless black guns. Who are you? The leading officer said with a serious expression. Lin Zheng looked at him. This person was actually a second-level awakener. He was able to break through to the second level without enough mist or crystal core. It seemed that this person was very extraordinary. At this time, Li Camping hurriedly stepped forward and said, Captain Yan, this little brother means no harm, he is our friend. He just helped us fight off the enemy, 2 bodyguards. Wang Pin and Liu Gangelso hurriedly stood up to prove that. Yan Hai then asked his soldiers to put away their guns. Liu Gang and Wang Pin looked at each other, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, took a long breath, and showed a relaxed expression. They were really afraid that Yan Hai would anger this great god. They have seen Lin Zheng's outrageous behavior before. To be honest, he could defeat everyone present by himself. Oops! Li Camping suddenly shouted, as if he remembered something. He hurriedly pushed aside the crowd and walked towards the wall. When he saw that the mutated rice plant had been trampled to pieces, his face suddenly showed a look of distress and regret. And he was almost on the verge of tears. My rice. Assistant Zio Wang hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Grandpa, don't be too anxious, we are looking for it. Since this mutant rice grows here, there must be more than this one. Li Camping nodded. But he still felt extremely sorry and distressed in his heart. At this time, Li Jiang scratched his head at the side. He always felt that he had seen the weed in other places, but he just couldn't remember it sudden. His eyes lit up and he finally remembered. I know where there is such a weed. As soon as these words came out, Li Kangping and his assistant Xiao Wang looked at Li Jiang with wide eyes. Especially Li Kangping walked up to him excitedly and grabbed his shoulders. Where else? It's right inside our base. Li Jiang pointed to the base and said calmly. Take me there quickly, Li Kangping said very eagerly. Li Jiang couldn't make the decision, so he looked at Lin Zheng, who nodded. Then he took Li Kangping and his assistant Xiao Wang into Taoyuan base. Yan Heihai's army and 2 bodyguards were all blocked outside. This is how a great research that affects the entire Blue Star begins. In this way, Li Kangping and his assistant Xiao Wang settled in Taoyuan base. There was almost a conflict during this period. It was naturally impossible for Lin Zheng to allow outsiders with weapons to enter his base, so he refused directly. Lin Zheng originally wanted them to live in a safe house. Li Jiang looked confused. Well, isn't it right there? Lin Zheng nodded. Assistant Xiao Wang also followed. Li Jiang pointed to the corner of the wall not far away. Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang and asked curiously, why are there so many weeds here? Li Kangping looked in the direction of his finger. And sure enough, he saw a pile of green mutated rice growing in the corner not far away. In addition, there were other weeds mixed in. Xiao Lin and others knew about this and rushed to help. After entering the base, in less than half a day, a simple shelter was built. But the premise is that Yan Heihai's army and the 2 bodyguards stay far away from their base. He immediately took steps and ran up. Li Kangping asked eagerly, young man, where is the mutant rice you mentioned? Li Jiang said, Zheng, have you forgotten? I asked you if you had any seeds before. I wanted to plant some around the base to improve the environment of our base. As a result, you gave me a lot of strange plant seeds. I sprinkled them around the wall, but most of the seeds didn't survive. Lin Zheng gave Li Jiang a thumbs up. Well done, Jiang. You will live your name in history. It was Li Kangping who came forward to stop the conflict. It's really mutated rice. It seems that the seeds I gave you include rice seeds. They asked Lin Zheng if they could live here temporarily until they could study this mutant rice clearly. If future generations write this period of history, Li Jiang may also be able to leave his name in history. Li Kangping naturally agreed later. Li Jiang's move is very likely to prompt Li Kangping to complete an epoch-making research. What? I will leave my name in history. What have I done? After Li Kangping's research, the land and environment of this base are very special. This special environment just meets the conditions for the survival of mutant rice. Lin Zheng naturally agreed. But Li Kangping insisted on building a small shed next to the mutant rice plants so that he could observe the growth conditions of the rice fields at all times and record data. But Yan Hai was still worried and insisted on taking a few people to follow him. When they came to the mutant rice, they stroked it gently, as if they had discovered some rare treasure, and shed tears excitedly. Yes, Grandpa Li, and there are many more. Now our research will definitely be fine, that's all. Academician Li Kangping began his research day and night. No matter it was windy or rainy, they did not relax for a day. Monitoring the growth status of rice and detecting the particularities of the surrounding environment all the time. They actually carry a lot of instruments with them. Led by Yan Hai's army during this period, Yan Hai brought people to deliver instruments and equipment several times. Lin Zheng always asked him to put him at the entrance of the base, and then asked Li Jiang and the others to move in slowly. In that simple shed, various experimental instruments were set up. And it is in such a simple laboratory that an experimental result that will affect the entire Blue Star is about to be born. Lin Zheng asked Li Jiang to deliver meals to academician Li Kangping and Xiao Wang every day. Li Jiang was very happy and would take the opportunity to see the progress of the experiment every time. From time to time, others will also check out academician Li Kangping's research. This day, Li Camping suddenly found Lin Zheng with his assistant Xiao Wang and said to him, Xiao Lin, can I cultivate a paddy field in a corner of the base? It turns out that their experiment has reached the practical stage. They need to sow the improved mutant rice in the fields to see its growth status. This is in someone else's base, so naturally it cannot be reclaimed at will. So he brought his assistant Xiao Wang to find Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng nodded, of course, academician Li. Thank you, Xiao Lin, as he spoke. Li Camping bent down slightly toward Lin Zheng, nodded, and expressed his gratitude. It doesn't matter. Academician Li, if you need any help from us, feel free to mention it in the future. Although I don't have any great ideals, and I don't bother to save all mankind. For someone like you who has great ideals and spends his life serving the people. With special respect, Lin Zheng said to Li Camping. At this time, Li Jiang Lai Moi, Xiao Lin and Jin Mao heard that academician Li Camping wanted to cultivate a paddy field. He jumped out immediately and said enthusiastically, Academician Lei, we will dig it for you. Seeing such enthusiastic three people and the golden retriever, academician Li Camping smiled and said, no need, kids. Although we are scientists, we still have to do it ourselves. It's okay, we'll help you. The three people and one dog ignored academician Li's refusal and rushed directly to a corner of the base. Then he roared loudly and activated all his powers. Li Jiang summoned the black demon giant Shadow and began to dig the ground frantically. He roared angrily and punched the ground, and a hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Then he followed the same method and smashed out a small and medium-sized sunken piece of land. The purpose of this was to harden the soil underneath and prevent water from flowing away too quickly. The golden retriever is reinforced with steel and uses its sharp claws to cut the entire piece of soil into pieces. Then there is Xiao Lin, who first burns the land with fire, and then slightly moistens the land with water. Finally, Li Moi appeared on the stage. He put his hands on the ground and roared. A thin bolt of lightning instantly covered the entire paddy field. After a clicking sound, those large pieces of soil were blown into fine powder in an instant. Then Xiao Lin filled the fields with water. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, and a paddy field of about 100 square meters was reclaimed. When cultivating, there will be fire and lightning. I saw academician Li and Xiao Wang stunned for a moment. For those who didn't know, I thought I was fighting zombies. Grandpa Liu originally planned to do a day's work, but they finished it in 5 minutes. Assistant Xiao Wang said with surprise. Li Camping nodded, and they are quite particular about what they do. That's all. The first experimental paddy field was created. Academician Li and Xiao Wang took out many rice seedlings from the laboratory and were about to plant them in the paddy fields. When I saw that, I was about to go into the water to plant rice seedlings. 3 people and 1 dog became interested again. He hurriedly said, Grandpa Li, let's help you plant the rice seedlings this time. Li Camping hurriedly stood in front of the rice seedlings and said repeatedly, Children. Children, I really don't need your help this time. You have no experience if they are not inserted. These rice seedlings will not reach their peak in good growing condition. Seeing that Li Camping said this, the 3 of them had no choice but to give up then. Li Camping and Xiao Wang rolled up their trouser legs and went down to the paddy field to start planting rice. What's going on? You grew so big overnight. Li Jiang scratched his head and said with confusion. Others were also confused and didn't know what happened. At this time on the second day, just when everyone is looking forward to tomorrow, now I finally see this bright color. Everyone nodded as if they suddenly understood. It took them almost an hour to get it done. Li Jiang said in surprise, Grandpa Lai, at this rate, these rice plants will be able to grow rice tomorrow. They all seem to see hope of life grow up quickly. Academician Li and Xiao Wang came out of the laboratory and explained, Children, because Xiao Wang and I are wood awakeners, we can make plants grow quickly. So these rice seedlings grew like this overnight. Although seedlings shake gently, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in my heart. Li Camping thought he had seen something. So he humbly asked, Zio Lin, have you seen something? Will these rice plants not survive tomorrow? That's right if there are no mistakes in our experiment. We will use the wood power on these rice plants again tonight. And they should be able to grow rice tomorrow. I hope the yield will not be too low. Zio Lin, what are you doing? Everyone looked at Lin Zheng with doubts on their faces. Not understanding what he meant, a breeze blew by. Li Camping nodded as soon as these words came out. Everyone was even more confused. Lin Zheng stood up and said, "These rice won't be able to wait until tomorrow." All of them looked at the neatly arranged green rice seedlings in the paddy fields. As if very excited. Everyone couldn't wait to come to the paddy field to observe the growth of the seedlings. As soon as these words came out at this time, Lin Zheng also came to the paddy field, along with Jiang Yidong and Li Zioru. But I was surprised to find that what was just a small seedling yesterday has grown into piles of strong rice today. It turns out to be a wood-type superpower. Since the end of the world, they have faced ferocious zombies and dilapidated cities every day. It seems that the whole world is gray as he spoke. Li Camping made a praying gesture and prayed silently. Why cut the good rice? Lin Zheng shook his head yes. They will all be cut off later. Lin Zheng did not reply to Li Camping's words, instead. He grabbed one of the piles of rice and pulled it up violently. Uprooting it. Everyone was horrified to find that the rice rhizomes were constantly swinging, like small swimming snakes, and were covered with saw teeth visible to the naked eye. What's this? Everyone is scared and confused. The next second, the ends of those rhizomes suddenly swelled up and turned into a root mass resembling a triangular snake head. Those roots suddenly opened their mouths and bit into Lin Zheng's arm. At the same time, they wrapped their jagged bodies tightly around his arm and slowly tightened it. Ah Zheng Zio Lin's. Everyone who saw this scene shouted to Lin Zheng worriedly. Lin Zheng had strengthened his steel long ago. Those saw teeth scratched across Lin Zheng's silver-white arms, making a harsh metal friction sound. The open mouth fiercely bit Lin Zheng's arm, making a muffled sound but leaving no trace. Lin Zheng threw the pile of rice on the ground, then raised his foot and stepped hard towards the roots. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Sudden lithe roots made a sound like a baby crying, swinging desperately as if they were howling in pain. Lin Zheng showed no mercy at all. He kept twisting his toes and rubbing them back and forth on the ground. Soon those roots began to ooze red blood and stopped moving. Li Camping looked shocked. He had never expected such a situation to happen. He immediately asked Lin Zheng, Zio Lin, what's going on? Lin Zheng replied, these rice plants have been affected by the fog and have already mutated. When they grow up, they will show their original form and show a certain degree of aggression. The strength of these rice plants is equivalent to that of a first-order human who has just awakened. The reason why Lin Zheng knows this is of course the system prompts. The system prompted him that a mutated plant appeared in his base mutated rice, and trigger the task taming mutant rice. Mission reward, increase the object copy range by 800 cubic meters. The reason why Lin Zheng pulled out the pile of rice and killed it was to kill the chickens to scare the monkeys. Sure enough, when Lin Zheng approached the remaining rice plants, they all seemed to be afraid of him and fell backwards, trying to stay away from Lin Zheng before this. Li Camping also knew that animals and plants had mutated to a certain extent due to the heavy fog. But he did not expect that the degree of mutation would be so great, with plants even taking on the characteristics of animals. This shocked him. If this mutant rice is not tamed, no matter how it grows, it will not grow rice. They will store energy and use it to improve their abilities or resist external attacks. It was also the first time for the rest of the people to see such an unnatural thing, and all of them had surprised and incredible expressions on their faces. It's so G outrageous that plants have become like this. Li Jiang scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Next, Lin Zheng's behavior shocked them even more. I saw Lin Zheng standing in front of the paddy field, facing the mutant rice as if he was facing a group of people. Listen to me and grow rice for me. If anyone secretly conserves energithas will be your fate. Lin Zheng pointed to the pile of trampled rice on the ground and said in a threatening tone. Those rice plants seemed to really understand Lin Zheng's words, and they swayed obediently, as if they were nodding in answer. There was a pile of mutant rice standing there without any movement, as if it was very dissatisfied. He also stretched out the rhizome and slapped it violently in the water, causing a splash of water and wet Lin Zheng's pants. Really a team. There will always be a few thorns in the side who are not afraid of death. When you are strong, you are a pioneer and a revolutionary. But when you are weak and still like this, you are just a fool looking for deaths. Apparently, there are also idiots among plants. Lin Zheng came to the pile of rice, smiled and said, "You like to be a rebel, right? Then I will help you." Having said that, Lin Zheng grabbed it and pulled it up by the roots. Then throw it into the air, send it to explode, be evaporated directly by the high temperature, and disappear into the air. The other mutated rice plants seemed to have felt this horrific, bloody scene, and they all stood obediently and did not dare to shake any more. Does this rice grow as long as it is told? The growth speed of this rice is too ridiculous. It only takes about 10 minutes, it feels so magical. Xiao Lin, I have learned a lesson. But the rice yield is not very satisfactory, and it needs to be improved. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, and then said, there is still no need to improve, just force them. Can their production be increased? Very good, if you are so obedient, I won't cut you. Everyone was shocked by this phenomenon. Li Jiang shouted in surprise then. Lin Zheng said to Li Camping, academician Li, your research is successful. But you have overlooked one point, these mutant rice. Like animals and people need to be tamed. It seems that the mutation is not all bad, but also beneficial. For example, after it is tamed, it can grow rice quickly. The mutated rice shook again. Looking at the mutated rice that has been trained to be obedient, Li Camping never expected that plants would one day show fear and be tamed. Li Camping seemed very uncomfortable with saying such words. Seeing that the reprimand was almost finished, Lin Zheng turned to the other mutants and said, I know you still have extra energy, so you can grow rice for me. Do you hear me, or I will burn you all with a fire? He looked at the rice yield and found that it was not very satisfactory and needed to continue to improve. Li Camping nodded, I will continue to work hard. Li Camping let out a long sigh, for him a scientist. This was really shocking and incredible. Their thoughts were severely slapped in the face. Rice usually heads first and then blooms. Rice flowers are very thin but densely packed. People scold the rice and let it grow quickly. The heading rice begins to gradually become plump, until it turns into bright yellow rice. Lin Zheng replied, this should be their maximum output. If we want to increase the output, we have to rely on you to continue research. Bite. Everyone looked around and saw that the rice was heading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the flowers began to bloom soon. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Others saw this scene. Then he said again, if you don't want to be cut off, you will automatically drop the rice into the container later. Do you hear me? The task is completed. The object copy range is expanded by 800 cubic meters. But the next second, the mutant rice trembled crazily, and then made a rustling sound like an egg breaking its shell. Look, those rice plants are really heading. Lin Zheng in the safe house looked depressed at the moment. There was a pile of fourth-order crystal nuclei that had been sucked dry in front of him. What's going on after absorbing so many crystal cores? I still can't break through to the 5th level. Every time I feel like I'm just one step away. But I just can't get over that hurdle. It's like something is blocking me. Lin Zheng whispered to himself. How about asking the system? System, why do I always fail to break through to level 5? System, due to limited host permissions. I can only answer half of the questions, Lin Zheng. Then tell half of it first. System, the level of human superpowers cannot exceed the highest level of zombies on Blue Star. Otherwise, according to the current cultivation speed of the host, he will soon have powerful superpowers that can make the zombies of the entire Blue Star disappear instantly. In this way, the zombies of Blue Star the crisis will no longer exist, and it will not allow this to happen. Who is it? System, the host has insufficient permissions and cannot be viewed temporarily. Grass a plant. But I finally learned the reason why I couldn't break through to the 5th level. That is to say, the power level of humans cannot exceed that of zombies. In other words, Lin Zheng is now the ceiling of the entire Blue Star's combat power. It always will be in the future. Is there a possibility to capture a 4th level zombie and keep it in captivity? And then use the crystal core to help it break through. And then I can break through smoothly. It's a good idea. But it's a pity that the 4th level zombie king has been killed by himself. Now it's almost impossible to find another 4th level zombie. Just wait, it will appear later at this moment. Li Jiang ran in from outside and said to Lin Zheng, Zheng. There are a lot of people outside the base. It's a dark area. They seem to be refugees fleeing from other places. Refugee, yes. They seem to know that we have supplies at the base, and are now asking us for supplies outside. Come on, take me to see it. The two came to the gate of the base, and others came too. Sure enough, Lin Zheng saw a group of dirty but fierce-looking people. Those who had survived to this day were basically not easy to mess with. You are the boss of this base, right? A middle-aged man wearing relatively clean clothes stood in front of Lin Zheng, looked at him for a few times and said, Lin Zheng didn't want to have too much entanglement with this group of people. He just said coldly, I don't care who you are or where you come from. Get out of here now or you will bear the consequences. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Young people, don't think that just because you have established a small base, you are lawless. Almost every one of us has been in a large base with tens of thousands of people. If we hadn't been captured by zombies, do you think we would be here? Is it a small broken place? Now that we are in troubles, we would like to borrow some materials from your base for transition. When we re-establish the base in the future, we will definitely not forget you. I hope you will understand the situation clearly. Who told you that our base has supplies? Lin Zheng asked calmly. You don't need to worry about this. So how many supplies do you have in your base? We have a lot of peoples, the middle-aged man said in a slightly threatening tone. At this time, those hungry people all stared at Lin Zheng and others, like a group of beasts that had been hungry for many days. We want to eat, we want to eat, we want to eat. They began to shout in unison, trying to use this method to threaten and force Lin Zheng and others to take out the supplies. If it were an ordinary small base, it would really be frightened by their battle. But their luck can only be said to be extremely bad. What they encountered was not an ordinary small base. It contained Blue Star's human combat power ceiling. You want to eat, right? I'll point you to a place. Go straight 800 meters from this street. There is a place with endless food. Lin Zheng pointed into the distance and said. The middle-aged man believed it really. Are there any supplies that haven't been seized by others? That place used to be the largest public toilet in this place. There is endless shit in it, you go and eat it. Lin Zheng said calmly, hearing this. The middle-aged man's face turned green, and the other people all looked angry, staring at Lin Zheng fiercely, gritting their teeth. Boy, are you used to being the king and dominator in this small place? So you feel that you are very awesome, right? People who have been here tell you something. There is a world outside the world. There are people outside the world. And some people are not something you can afford to offend. Having said that, the middle-aged man roared and flames burst out from his body. It turned out to be a fire awakener. Today I will let you remember it for a long time, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he was directly blasted by Lin Zheng's blast, leaving nothing behind when the other people saw it. They were a little surprised and their expressions changed slightly. Let's go, Tojdar is just one person. He can't possibly kill all of us. Someone in the crowd shouted. As soon as the rest of the people heard this, they immediately became commotion and rushed forward to attack. At this time, at some point, Li Jiang who was standing on the wall, shouted to the bottom, "Hey, grandsons, look at this grandpa." Everyone looked at the sound. I saw a dark, heavy machine gun pointed at me. Li Moi also aimed a rocket at them. They were suddenly frightened and stopped immediately. "You guys try one step further and see who is faster. You or my bullets." Li Jiang's tone was full of provocation. Although the people below were extremely angry, there was nothing they could do. Those are heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. They are just flesh and blood. Even if they are large in numbers, they cannot withstand heavy machine guns and rocket launchers with firing rates of thousands of rounds per minute. "Good boy, you have talent, let's go." Lin Zheng had no intention of killing them, after all. The bodies were piled up outside the base, and it would be difficult to clean them up. The zombies killed in the last zombie wave took several days to clean up. Over time, the stench becomes overwhelming and irresistible. But if they are not afraid of death and still dare to come, then Lin Zheng will be rude. Li Jiang jumped down from the wall, looked at the backs of the group of people and asked, "Zheng, why do so many people suddenly come to our place? If they want to escape, they should also go to Shanghai and Shangjing City. Is it right to run? Maybe there are fewer zombies in our place, indeed. Last time, I don't know how many zombies were killed in Taoyuan base alone." And Lin Zheng was even more outrageous. Not only did he kill a zombie king, but he also killed 303 level zombies, and countless first and second level zombies. It can be said that the zombies in Jiangtong City should be the most afraid of humans. It is indeed a good place to escape. Li Jiang nodded, feeling that it made sense. Then how did they know we had supplies in our base? Lin Zheng thought for a while. It should be the fault of the 3 security zones. Jiangtong City will probably become lively in the future. According to this situation, during the last wave of zombies, many bases probably failed to withstand it, leaving countless survivors homeless and fleeing in all directions. They will eventually discover this treasure land of Jiangtong City. Then everyone will flock to this place. When there are more people, there will be more disputes. Lin Zheng must quickly help academician Li Camping complete the research on mutant rice and obtain a super strong photomask as soon as possible, so that everything will be foolproof at this time. The leaders of the refugees angrily found the owners of the 3 families in the safe zone and almost pushed them to the ground and beat them. Really, they revealed that Taoyuan base had supplies. The purpose was to hope that they could capture Taoyuan base so that they could get a share of the pie. It would be best if both sides could suffer losses, so that they could reap the benefits unexpectedly. They hadn't been gone long before they came back in disgrace. Once it comes, those eyes can kill people. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the boss of that small base has such powerful abilities? And they are also equipped with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. If we hadn't been able to stretch and bend, we would have almost died under those heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. Wang Tiancheng, the head of the Wang family who was caught by the collars, looked aggrieved. "I didn't know they had heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. You are people here, so you don't know their situation. Do you want us to lose both sides in the fight? And then you can reap the benefits?" The leader of the refugees, named Mo Russian, stared at Wang Tiancheng and others with his eyes wide open. No, we really don't know. It may be where they found the heavy machine guns and rocket launchers during this period. We really don't know. Yes, we really don't know. We have been recuperating since the zombie wave, so we don't have a clear understanding of their situation. Liu Hongd also echoed. Wang Tiancheng and others can only refuse to admit it at this moment. Otherwise, they will definitely be beaten into pieces by this group of people. Since the heavy fog invaded, they have almost run out of supplies. All of them looked sallow and thin and looked weak all over. In addition, this group of refugees all escaped from big bases in big places. Not only are they equipped with weapons, but they are also awakened people, and their strength is much stronger than them. The leader Mo Russian has even broken through to the early stage of the 2nd level. Therefore, The people in the 3 safe zones could only please and submit to them, completely losing the arrogance of the local snakes in the past. Mo Russian released Wang Tiancheng and I will trust you just once sooner or later. All the supplies in Taoyuan base will be snatched away. Yes, they are rich in supplies. As long as we can grab them all, we can survive for a long time. Liu Hongd echoed with a smile. Mo Russian smiled strangely and glanced at Liu Hongd and the others. Shanghai Daxia's largest official base, Huaxia No. One base in a conference room. A group of people are discussing something, Chief. Zombies are rampant now. But we humans have also awakened our abilities. So we are not at an absolute disadvantage. We should make good use of this advantage. A deputy chief named Zhai Xingguo put down the document in his hand and said to the majestic chief who was sitting on top. The leader was silent for a while, then slowly spoke and said in a deep voice, "Old man, if you have any ideas you can tell me directly." Zhai Xingguo no longer hid, and said directly, "I think we should set up a superpower academy to systematically train our Huxia superpowers, so that we can better use the awakened superpowers to resist zombies." At this time, another deputy chief, Luo Wenyan, took off his thick black-rimmed glasses, placed them gently on the conference table, and then slowly said, "Old branch, this matter can be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. What should we do? Well, let's not talk about it for now. Even if the academy is successfully established, have you thought about who will be the teacher and how to teach? Everyone has just awakened, so there is no experience to teach." Next to Luo Wenyan is a dark-faced, tall man named Duan Hongyuan. He slapped the table and said in a rough voice, "In my opinion, there is no need to set up this bullshit superpower academy. Just take a group of people out to kill zombies. Every time those who come back alive will definitely improve their strength. A big chunk. This is the fastest way to improve your strength. After all, death is the best coach. When everyone faces the threat of death, they will burst out with amazing potential. The only disadvantage of this method is that it is a bit useless. Every time I go out to kill zombies, a group of people die. The price of this training is a bit too high, however. For a strong man like Duan Hongyuan who respects martial arts, he believes that the weak should be eliminated. So he has this idea." Zhai Xingguo took a deep breath. He had also thought about these questions, so he had already thought about how to answer. And he said to Luo Wenyan, "Although we have awakened our powers, we lack combat experience, and we have found that improving physical fitness can enhance our powers to a certain extent. We can first teach them some combat experience and skills so that they can better utilize their abilities. At the same time, we can also teach them some teamwork skills. After all, we are facing endless zombies. It is definitely not possible to fight alone. All of us must unite to win this tough battle. I believe that there will be geniuses or researchers in every field. Once such talents are discovered, we can invite them to join the academy as teachers of special abilities. Establishing a new teaching model is indeed a huge challenge. But I don't want to reach the sky in one step, but to work step by step to gradually improve the system. And the sooner this is done, the better." As for Duan Hongyuan's thoughts, Zhai Xingguo didn't want to pay attention to them at all. The leader nodded slightly and said to Zhai Xingguo, "But now, zombies will appear outside the base at any time. Where do you plan to build the academy?" Seeing that the leader seemed to be relieved, Zhai Xingguo's face was filled with excitement. He had already considered this. He used the satellite system to survey the entire Daxia, which lasted nearly a week, and found an excellent place in the southwest. The fog there is thick. The fog concentration is the highest in the whole of Daxia, and there are fewer zombies there than other places. Although I didn't understand the reason, it was Zhai Xingguo's ideal place to establish a college. Zhai Xingguo looked at the leader expectantly. "Lao Zhai, we don't have too many objects to provide you. 20 helicopters and fighter jets and transport planes, as well as some weapons, ammunition, and living supplies. You can choose some by yourself. I can only help you get them." "This is it." When he looked up the place name of that place, he learned that the place was called Jiangtang City. Duan Hongyuan felt a twinge of pain when he saw the weapons and ammunition being transported onto the plane. Duan Hongyuan could only shut up, he had nothing to say. Seeing that the chief agreed, Zhai Xingguo almost shouted with excitement and replied excitedly, "That's enough. That's enough, thank you very much, Chief, for your support." After hearing what Zhai Xingguo said, the chief did not reply immediately, instead. He closed his eyes silently and began to think deeply. In order to prepare this academy for supernatural powers, he has put in too much effort. Chief, I have already done some research. In a city in southwest Daxia, where there is thick fog and few zombies, it is the best place to establish a supernatural academy. Moreover, the terrain there is steep, and it can also be used for field training, therefore. This is both an academy and a special military force. Silence, Laozhai, don't be too dark-hearted. You have taken so many of these weapons and ammunition. Won't your conscience hurt? Duan Hongyuan strongly condemned. It's the chief, I promise to complete the mission. Zhai Xingguo looked at the leader nervously, his heart pounding, and he could hear his own breathing clearly. There was silence for a long time, however. Luo Wenyan patted Zhai Xingguo on the shoulder and said sincerely, "There is a long way to go." "Old man," Zhai Xingguo smiled, patted Luo Wenyan on the shoulder, and replied, "I will search up and down. Countless people are carrying supplies back and forth, including various living supplies, as well as weapons and ammunition after a long time. Huaxia No 1 base airport during this trip. Zhai Xingguo also took away 1,000 of the most elite soldiers from Huaxia Base No. 1. The chief finally spoke slowly. Zhai Xingguo smiled and said, "Of course it won't hurt. This is what the chief has agreed to." The chief said earnestly, the air seemed to be frozen. "I will leave this matter entirely to you. I will not interfere. But I hope you can achieve something within 3 years. Laozhai, you are starting from scratch this time. You should be very clear about the difficulties of starting a business. But I still hope that you can establish this college for supernatural powers. Perhaps, as you said, this college will affect the future of the entire Daxia." The chief nodded to him, "Okay. Go get ready and set off as soon as possible." He vaguely realized that the enemies they would face in the future were not just zombies. After hearing this, Zhai Xingguo immediately stood up and saluted the chief with excitement. There may also be threats from other neighboring countries. This academy wasn't just built to fight zombies, after all. Supplies are limited and everyone wants to survive. So war must be inevitable on this day. After Lin Zheng had lunch, he went to see how academician Li Camping's research was going. The system has never prompted that the task is completed, which means that the research on mutant rice has not been completely completed. Arriving at the hut, Lin Zheng found that academician Li Camping and his assistant Xiao Wang were concentrating on doing experiments. So he did not disturb them instead. "I came to the rice fields to see how the mutant rice was growing. Those mutated rice plants have grown a lot taller and have already touched Lin Zheng's shoulders." Lin Zheng was a little surprised if this mutated rice grows. It can be planted in a circle around the base as a defensive method. But after having the photomask, Lin Zheng no longer needs this defensive method. At this time, when the mutated rice plants saw Lin Zheng approaching, they all leaned back slightly as if they were afraid of him. Lin Zheng smiled, he changed his previous thoughts. This mutated rice is so timid. If it encounters a powerful enemy, it might temporarily rebel, not useful at this moment. The system's prompt sounded. A 4th-level female zombie appears in the outskirts of the city. Trigger a mission, capture this zombie, and reward a reinforced iron cage that can trap an 8th-level zombie. Lin Zheng was worried about where to find a 4th-level zombie. Keep it in captivity and then help it break through, so that he could also break through. The system is also very considerate, and rewards me with an iron cage that can trap an 8th-level zombie, which is used to lock up the 4th-level female zombie. Fearing that the zombie would disappear, Lin Zheng immediately spread out his angel wings and flew away from the base. Li Jiang and Li Moi saw Lin Zheng flying away in the yard. And they both looked up. Li Jiang, where is Zheng going? Li Moi, there may be a powerful zombie nearby. Senior should go deal with that zombie. Speaking of this, Li Moi remembered that when he met Lin Zheng for the first time, he was going to kill a 4th-level zombie king. At this time in the outskirts of Jiangtong City, a group of refugees were surrounded by countless zombies. Strange lithe zombies did not rush directly to bite them, but consciously formed a circle to surround the group of refugees. The refugees stood back to back, sticking closely together, looking at the zombies around them with horror on their faces. They also fled from other provinces and cities. The last wave of zombies caused too many bases to be destroyed and countless people to be killed. A small number of those who were lucky enough to survive had to flee everywhere. They also heard from refugees from other bases that there were fewer zombies in this direction. So they fled in this direction unexpectedly. Not long after walkings, I was surrounded by a group of zombies. Liars are all liars. We can't sit still and wait for death. Everyone should follow me and fight their way out. Someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, we have all awakened our powers. We have no chance of winning against these 1st-level zombies. Yes, let's fight out together. Maybe we can still have a way to survive. Kill out and F***K him. More and more people in the crowd agreed. Sudden. Among the few people on the periphery, some had flames spurting out from their palms. Some had spikes growing out of their palms. And some had arcs wrapped around their palms. They roared to embolden themselves and rushed towards the zombies. But before he encountered the zombies, he was suddenly immobilized by a mysterious force and unable to move. Then they slowly floated up in the air the next second. Their eyes were frightened, their expressions were painful, and their mouths kept wailing. Brush. The blood of those people suddenly burst out of their bodies, forming blood lines that slowly flowed upward. And the bodies of those people instantly became extremely dry, like a piece of dead wood that had been dehydrated for many years. The skin clings tightly to the bones, looking terrifying and weird, especially on the face. The eye sockets are sunken, the mouth is wide open, and the nose is sunken. If you see the skull alone, it won't be so scary. A layer of tight skin is placed on the skull, causing the expression on the person's face to become distorted, and the person's appearance in life can be vaguely recognized. The uncanny valley effect at its best. Boom. Those corpses exploded and turned into a pile of powder, and those blood lines slowly gathered together to form a crystal-clear blood corpuscle. At this time, a female zombie in green clothes fell from the sky, pinched the blood ball in her hand, then threw it into her mouth and swallowed it. After searching and searching, I came to the boundary of Jiangtong City. Then she pointed to the pile of humans and said, "He's a newbie here, these are the gifts I gave him." The corner of his mouth raised, revealing a strange smile. She knew that there was also a 4th-level zombie king here. After playing with these humans, she planned to pay a visit. She never dreamed that she 4th-level zombie would be captured by humans and kept in captivity. Then he let out a long breath. His expression seemed to be enjoying it. She didn't plan to kill them now, but planned to play with them before eating them slowly. This is the 4th-level female zombie that just appeared. The female zombie nodded slightly. I came from another place and wanted to visit the zombie king here. I wonder where he is now. Not long after she issued the summons, several local 3rd-level zombies hurried over. As soon as she arrived, she met a large number of living people, which made her very excited. Then she opened her mouth slightly and let out a low-frequency roar, trying to summon the nearby zombies and ask where the zombie king was now. Although they are both zombies, this is their territory after all. Those 3rd-level zombies were all stunned and slightly shaken. But she looked at the other humans below. Sudden. This scene left the female zombie confused. She was originally from other provinces and cities. After the zombie wave, the city where she was left with very few living people to eat. Dead people to eat and people to escape. When they saw the fourth-level female zombie, they bowed down to greet them politely. The next second, they suddenly looked sad-hugged each other and started crying loudly. Hearing this, what's going on? Why are you crying? The female zombie asked. She then took the zombies under her hands to search for living people. There are still human beings among zombies. What's going on? She felt that she shouldn't go empty-handed, as it was not surprising that there were so many people. Why do I feel like a dead zombie? Soon she will regret coming to this place, MS. Female Zombie King, may I ask why you came to us? This is quite explosive in the entire zombie world. One of the third-level zombies wiped away tears and cried, Female Zombie. You don't know something. There is a strong human here, our Zombie King, he. Already killed. Just in time, give these humans to the Zombie King here. The female zombie was greatly shocked after hearing this. Her face, which was originally as plain as water, was full of surprise and even a trace of disbelief. No matter how strong humans are, how can they be strong enough to kill a fourth-level zombie king? She would rather believe that Blue Star will explode tomorrow than believe that this thing is true. You, what did you say? When the third-level zombie saw the shocked female zombie king, its expression of grief became even more exaggerated, and it burst into tears. MS. Female zombie king, you heard me right. Our zombie king was killed by a strong human being. Even our zombie queen couldn't escape. What? Even the zombie queen is dead. The female zombie has become furious, and energy fluctuations can be seen faintly around her body. No wonder she came here and found that there were very few zombies here. What makes her even more incredible is that the zombies here seem to be a little afraid of people. At this time, seeing that their emotions had been aroused, those third-level zombies immediately plopped down, fell to their knees on the ground, and began to kowtow and beg one after another. Female Zombie King, you must make the decision for us. That strong human being bullied the zombies too much. He is simply arrogant. The female zombie flicked her sleeves and said angrily, what kind of background is that human being? Do you know clearly? We have found out clearly. The human's name is Lin Zheng, and he lives in Taoyuan Base in Jiangtong City. As for his supernatural strength, he is probably at the fourth level. After hearing this, the female zombie suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Lin Zheng, I must tear off your flesh piece by piece and drain your blood drop by drop. Ho ho ho. After saying that, she looked up to the sky and roared loudly, making a roar that shook the sky. It seemed that the ground was shaking slightly, and a terrifying energy instantly spread out. The few third-level zombies below slightly turned over backwards, showing shocked expressions on their faces. This female zombie king is actually at the peak of the fourth level. That hateful human strongman will definitely die this time. Boom! At this momento, humans flew up suddenly, and then suddenly exploded into a pile of blood mist. The female zombie was so angry that she blasted two humans to vent her anger. Taoyuan Base, Lin Zheng, I'm here. Just wait to bear my endless anger. After saying that, she jumped up and flew into the air, planning to take revenge now. But just as he was flying into the air, he suddenly felt his head being slapped by a hand. The huge force caused her to fall vertically from midair, and she was suddenly stuck in the soil. The soil almost reached her knees. This power. The female zombie was shocked by this powerful force. It was at least the fourth level of strength. Is it a human or a zombie? Just when she was doubting, the previous third-level zombies suddenly looked frightened and frightened. They were so frightened that they backed away. They accidentally fell to the ground. Then they supported themselves on the ground with their hands and backed away with their hands and feet. It is enough to show how deep their fear is and how scared they are. What on earth makes them so afraid at this time? The female zombie suddenly woke up. It's him. That strong human being, Lin Zheng, really. The next second, those third-level zombies began to scream and shout in surprise. Ah, he's coming, it's him, it's him. That human strongman Lin Zheng is here. Run quickly, it's too late if you don't run. Run quickly or you will die. Yes. The other first-level zombies seemed to feel the terrifying power and began to become extremely turbulent. The group of refugees, on the other hand, immediately became cheering and extremely excited. Someone pointed at Lin Zheng and shouted, "Look, that's a human being, he must be here to save us, we are saved." Wow, that human is so strong, yes. I have never encountered a human with such a powerful aura. How far does his superpower go? His wings are so handsome. It's like a god descending from heaven. You all shut up. After seeing the horror of the zombies and the joy of humans, the female zombie was extremely angry. This is completely ignoring her. She yelled at the zombies, "As long as I'm here, you're going to panic." Only then did the zombies realize that they were backed by a fourth-level peak zombie king. What a panic! The third-level zombies immediately started cheering, "Female zombie king. You are the most powerful, you are the best. Help us kill that human kid." These words were very helpful to the female zombie, and her face improved a little. Then with a sudden force, he jumped out of the earth. Lin Zheng, who was floating in midair with his angel wings spread out, shouted, "Damn humans. What's the point of carrying out a sneak attack? What kind of ability do I think you are? You are just a B****************. If we have a hard time face to face, I promise to beat the shit out of you in 3 seconds." Lin Zheng suddenly fell from midair, so fast that the female zombie almost didn't react. At this time, Lin Zheng was already standing in front of the female zombie. A powerful pressure came overwhelmingly toward her, frightening her. Lin Zheng spoke slowly, "I will give you 2 choices now. The first is to voluntarily be held in captivity by me. The second is that I will beat you up and then be forced to be held in captivity by me. You choose." The female zombie's mouth twitched after hearing this, with a look of disbelief on her face. She couldn't believe that she was actually threatened by a human being. "Damn it, you dare to talk to me like this, go to hell." The female zombie roared, her hair flew up suddenly, and half-meter-long nails instantly grew on her fingers. Every nail shines with cold light and is extremely sharp. She stretched out her fingers like claws and stabbed straight into Lin Zheng's heart. Superpowered time stops, wow. After a time, ripples spread out. The female zombie was instantly frozen. "Since we are going to be kept in captivity, we need to remove your minions." After saying that, Lin Zheng broke off all the female zombie's nails and then gave her a blow with a hammer. He beat her until her nose and face were bruised, and her head swelled into a pig's head. After time stops, the female zombie suddenly felt a heartbreaking pain all over her body. At the same time, she was horrified to find that all her nails had been broken. What the hell is going on? The female zombie was confused, and at the same time she felt a very bad feeling in her heart. "How about it, do you want to choose now?" Lin Zheng asked calmly again. The female zombie reacted instantly, "It's you. This is impossible. How could a human being beat me like this without me realizing it?" The female zombie was secretly surprised and said, "This is impossible." The female zombie roared again, and the surrounding area exploded violently. She didn't believe that a human could do this. When Lin Zheng saw her behavior, he couldn't help but shake his head and sighed, "Oh, then I will beat you again." Reluctantly, the female zombie was surrounded by a terrifying energy. You can vaguely see the surrounding space twisting and deforming slightly, and you can faintly hear a slight sonic boom. At this moment, the female zombie was completely angered. Pour out all the 4th-level peak powers without any reservation. She wanted the human boy in front of her to turn into ashes in her violent energy. Ho ho ho, following several frightening roars. Her fingers actually grew half-meter-long golden nails. Those golden nails sparkled, and if you danced a little, you could hear the whistling sound of the nails cutting through the air. Even a steel plate with a thickness of tens of millimeters can be easily pierced and cut in half with just one stroke. Wow, she slashed down Lin Zheng's Tianling cap. Then with a proud and sharp laugh, ha 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 ha. It was as if he had already seen that the human being in front of him had been cut in half by himself. How enjoyable it is to have warm and delicious blood splashing on yourself. The fresh flesh is cut in half smoothly, showing beautiful lines on the cut surface. The viscous plasma and unknown liquid add an artistic touch to the wonderful picture. Superpower leapfrog. Lin Zheng faced the fierce attack without panic at all. He just opened the corners of his mouth slightly and muttered softly. The next second, the aura on his body suddenly rose, and a strong sense of oppression surged from all directions instantly. Lin Zheng's superpower at this moment climbed directly from the peak of the 4th level to the peak of the 5th level. The surrounding zombies and the few 3rd-level zombies seemed to feel the terrifying pressure coming from Lin Zheng. Each one of them was so frightened that they were trembling like chaff. Their faces changed drastically, and their bodies wanted to stay away from this place uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? I actually have a heartfelt fear of a human being. What the hell is going on? A 3rd-level zombie gritted his teeth in fear and anger and said. Another 3rd-level zombie said tremblingly, "Do you feel this way too? I thought I was the only one who was scared." "Damn it, so you are all scared." The 3rd-level 3 zombie also said with fear on his face. The 2 zombies looked at the 3rd zombie and nodded in agreement. Yes, what the hell is going on? He is a human and we are zombies. We are actually afraid of him from the bottom of our hearts. This is as ridiculous as a cat being afraid of mice. The female zombie was also shocked. Superpower gravity control, Lin Zheng whispered again. Suddenly, hundreds of times the force of gravity suddenly pressed on the female zombie. Coupled with Lin Zheng's pressure, she suddenly threw herself to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit and raising a cloud of dust. She wanted to use her hands to support her body, but found that she couldn't move her arms at all. No matter how hard I gritted my teeth, I couldn't move my arms even half an inch. She yelled loudly, but to no avail. Lin was beside her, slowly squatting down. He looked at her gold nails and shook his head. I didn't expect you to have a pair of gold nails. What are you going to do? The female zombie shouted in horror. Since it is a pet, its claws must be cut off, Lin Zheng. When the female zombie heard this, her scalp went numb and her whole body exploded. She seemed to have realized what terrible thing was going to happen next. Kakatalka. There were several crisp sounds in succession, and all 10 golden nails were broken by Lin Zheng. Ah, hateful human being, I want to kill you, I must kill you. Lin Zheng looked at the gold nails in his hands. They seemed to be very sharp. Then he took out one and lightly scratched the stone next to it. The stone was cut open easily like a piece of tofu, split flatly in half. This nail is actually sharper than the golden Tang Dao. If it can be forged together with the golden Tang Dao, wouldn't it be able to increase the power of the golden Tang Dao by several levels? With that said, he put those golden nails into the system space bite. The mission is completed. A 4th-level zombie is successfully captured, and the reward is an 8th-level super iron cage. The next second, a small iron cage appeared in Lin Zheng's palm, and he was stunned at this point. Are you sure it is used to contain zombies? System, this 8th-level super iron cage can change its size at will according to the host's wishes. Lin Zheng said, oh, there is also this function. System, of course. Otherwise, the host would think that the name 8th-level super iron cage was randomly chosen. Isn't this name chosen casually, so casually? However, Rebirth is already an 8th-level prop, so it's not surprising that it can be expanded and contracted at will. Get bigger, wow. Until she was suddenly placed on the cage. A sharp pain came from her forehead. Lin Zheng looked around and saw that this iron cage had no door. How can it be called an 8th-level super iron cage? What the hell is this made of? The female zombie seems not to realize the seriousness of the problem yet. The female zombie disappeared on the spot, and then appeared in the super iron cage system, far smaller than the gap in the cage. She suddenly woke up, oh no, why am I locked in a cage? Lin Zheng waved to her, hi, having said that. The next second she looked at Lin Zheng with some horror. Right system grabbed 2 steel bars with both hands, and then break them violently. The super iron cage instantly enlarged, and turned into a square iron cage with a length of 2 meters. Could it be controlled by thoughts again? How to lock the zombies in? The iron cage slammed to the ground, making a metallic trembling sound. Haha, I didn't expect that I could do this. Watch carefully, I'll come out right away. The female zombie turned sideways and was about to walk out of the iron cage. After discovering that she could not break the steel bars of the iron cage, the female zombie changed her strategy, turned sideways, and moved her joints, causing her body to shrink in a circle. The hundreds of times of gravity exerted on the female zombie disappeared instantly. If you can't control it with your mind, the zombies will be locked in automatically. Lin Zheng guessed the next second at the same time. Lin Zheng also took back his gravity control ability. You see, this is so gentle. The female zombie went berserk in an instant, jumped up from the ground, then roared and rushed towards Lin Zheng, completely unaware that she was locked in a cage. When the female zombie heard this, she laughed loudly. You are really good at bragging about the 8th level zombies. Do you know what the concept of 8th level zombies is? How dare you say that? I will come out and show it to you right now. She thought that the steel bar would be easily broken by herself. But suddenly she found that no matter how hard she tried, she could not break it. Lin Zheng spread his hands and shrugged, I'm a hen too. All I know is that this cage can contain level 8 zombies. Do you think a broken iron cage can trap me, then? Lin Zheng's thought flashed. But when she was about to pass through the gap, an arc of electricity was instantly activated and hit her body directly, causing her to fly backwards and hit the iron fence heavily. Suddenly, a mouthful of black blood gushes out. There was also billowing black smoke coming from the body, like a wood pile that had been burned by fire. The female zombie felt a strong sense of fear in her heart. Could it be that this iron cage can really trap 8th level zombies? She felt a little dizzy for a moment. It's impossible. How could one of his dignified 4th order peak zombies be captured by a human and kept in captivity? Those 3rd level zombies saw that the female zombie was trapped and unable to escape. Immediately apply oil on the soles of your feet and disappear in a flash. They originally thought that someone would come to help them make the decision. But they didn't expect that this person not only failed to make the decision, but also got themselves involved. It was fine when I came here, but I can't go back. If they don't run away, they will definitely be told where they are. The group of zombies piled together saw the boss being captured, and several 3rd level zombies slipped away. They also dispersed in a rush. Lin Zheng came to the cage, slowly squatted down, and said to the female zombie, you can just be my pet. The female zombie looked aggrieved and bitter, and seemed to have accepted the fact that she was being treated as a pet. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. And I will also provide you with crystal cores, so that you can practice and continuously improve your abilities until you reach the peak of the 8th level. Lin Zheng looked around at the female zombie. What about after the 8th level peak? The female zombie tilted her head and stared at Lin Zheng and asked. Lin Zheng stood up, slowly patted the dust with both hands, and said calmly, kill him after he reaches the 8th level peak. The female zombie opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect this answer at all, and her face was speechless. Since she wants to kill, why not kill now? She really doesn't understand human thinking. At this time, seeing that they were saved, the group of refugees immediately cheered after cheering. He walked towards Lin Zheng and thanked him. Thank you for saving us. We really don't know how to thank you. Lin Zheng just replied calmly, I didn't want to save you. You don't need to thank me now, stay away from me. The man was stunned, thinking that if he expressed his gratitude, the other party would be very happy. Unexpectedly, I got an answer as cold as ice. This person is so incomprehensible to amorous feelings. At this time, several people saw the female zombie imprisoned behind Lin Zheng. They walked up with a smile, picked up gravel from the ground, and threw it at her. Damn, weren't you crazy just now? I'm right in front of you, come and bite me. If you dare to come out, we strong human being will kill you. B*******D in minutes. Hey, don't tell me. Although this is a zombie apart from its rotten face, its figure is still very hot. One of the wretched men looked at the female zombie with a lewd smile on his face, and scenes of indescribable scenes emerged in his mind. As he said that, he picked up a branch and teased the female zombie through the gap in the iron cage. This super iron cage will only trigger lightning attacks on zombies, so that wretched man can stick a branch in it. The wretched man poked the female zombie back and forth with a branch, and while poking he laughed and said, "Hey, come on, smile." The female zombie raised her head and glanced at the wretched man. Her eyes were full of fierceness, and she was grinding her teeth. "Why you still want to eat me? Come on, come on." Wow. The female zombie suddenly grabbed the branch and pulled hard. The wretched man didn't notice, and his arm was pulled into the iron cage. Click. I saw the female zombie grabbing the wretched man's arm. The wretched man's face changed drastically, and he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Before he could cry out, he heard a click, and his entire arm was killed by the female zombie. "Tear it off, Suddenly, the wretched man howled like a pig. The female zombie put the severed arm in front of her nose and smelled it, showing a look of disgust on her face. Then she threw the severed arm in front of the wretched man. "No dogs will eat smelly meat." The wretched man roared in pain and even shouted to Lin Zheng, "Quick! Quick, kill this blind thing." Others also cheered yeses. "This female zombie is a scourge, kill her quickly. Otherwise she may threaten our lives at any time. Quick, why are you still standing? Kill this female zombie quickly." Lin Zheng rolled his eyes at them and said coldly, "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, you will die." When the wretched man heard this, he immediately became unhappy. He walked up to Lin Zheng and said loudly, "What do you mean? Didn't you see that my hand was torn off by that female zombie? Kill her quickly, avenge me. Aren't you a human being too? Why can't you do it? You deserve it." Lin Zheng looked at the wretched man and said coldly. When the wretched man heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "How can you say that? Forget it if you are not sympathetic. What do you mean by mocking me? If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not go through." Lin Zheng smiled slightly and nodded, "Okay. I'll explain it to you then." He raised his palm and pointed it at the wretched man's head. When the wretched man saw Ithai's face was full of doubts. "What do you mean empty-handed?" Booms. A blast shot out suddenly, and most of the wretched body was vaporized directly. The remaining half of the body fell to the ground with a bang, and the smell of barbecue was instantly filled in the air. When the others saw it, they backed away one after another. The few people who had been forcing Lai Lai shut their mouths in an instant. "You still have 5 seconds. Lin Zheng glanced at them and said. They trembled instantly, as if they had been glanced at by the god of death. And a chill ran down their spines. "Run!" Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. And everyone immediately ran away. So what if she's a zombie now that she's my pet? It's not her turn to be pointed at by you losers. Lin Zheng said coldly to the group of fleeing people. And at this moment, Zhai Xingguoho was on the plain, was looking at the terrain of the southwest. Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Reporting to the leaders. The radar has detected a zombie with a particularly violent energy response in front of it. At the same time, there is a very strong energy source next to it. This energy source is so strong that it has almost exceeded the detection limit of our radar. What? Zhai Xingguo was shocked and asked hurriedly, "Is that energy source also a zombie?" What? The soldier shook his head. "No, it seems to be a human being." What? Are there any humans who have cultivated supernatural powers to this extent? It has almost exceeded the upper limit of our radar. The soldier nodded. According to our classification of the size of superpowers, that humans' superpowers should be at the peak of the 5th level. After hearing this, Zhai Xingguo almost lost his seat and fell off his chair. What the 5th level peak this? This is too outrageous, but then he suddenly smiled. Nodded and said to himself, God is really wise. He knew that I was going to open a college for supernatural powers. So he sent me a principal. Lin Zheng here suddenly had an itchy nose and sneezed. Hey, that's weird, did someone scold me? Lin Zheng returned to Taoyuan base with the 4th level female zombie locked in a super iron cage. When he was about to fly over Taoyuan base, Li Moi and others felt a dangerous aura. Jiang Yidong looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. This zombie is very strong. I feel it is on the same level as brother Lin Zheng. Li Moi looked at Jiang Yitong. What should we do? Senior hasn't come back yet, can we handle it? You have to cope with it even if you can't cope with it. As long as you can hold on until brother Lin Zheng comes back. As soon as Jiang Yidong finished speaking, an iron cage suddenly fell from the sky, coming boom. The iron cage slammed to the ground, sending up a burst of dust. When the dust dispersed, everyone saw a female zombie inside the iron cage. She was very powerful from a distance. They could feel the coercion emanating from the female zombie. Extraordinary. They could clearly feel that all the people here together were not enough to defeat the female zombie. But what surprised them was that the way the female zombie appears is a bit strange. Why is she in a cage? Jiang Yitong immediately ordered to Li Jiang, Jiang. Jinma, hurry up and protect academician Lai, yes. Without any hesitation, one person and one dog immediately ran towards the hut where Li Camping was staying. Now, in addition to Lin Zheng, the highest combat power in Taoyuan base is Li Moi and Jiang Yitong. When facing such a powerful foreign enemy, the two of them naturally rushed to the forefront. Li Moi, you attack the back, I'll attack the front. Why are you looking down on me? I am in front of you and you are behind. Li Moi was obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Yitong's strategic arrangements. Jiang Yitong glared at Li Moi. Just when the two were arguing, Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru looked at each other, then nodded to each other, and rushed towards the female zombie without hesitation. There is no one in Taoyuan base who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Jiang Yitong and Li Moi were immediately shocked, and rushed forward without thinking about any strategy. But when they rushed up, I found the female zombie sitting motionless in the iron cage, with no intention of attacking at all. Several people were suddenly confused. Do you think there is a possibility that she was locked in a cage? Li Moi said with a frown. After hearing this, several people nodded in agreement. But who is so powerful that he actually captured such a powerful female zombie? It's A Zheng. Everyone thought of Lin Zheng in unison. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill her while she is locked up, Li Moi shouted. Oh. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. When the female zombie heard this, her expression suddenly changed. What are you going to do? Wait a minute, suddenly. Countless explosive arrows, lightning, flames and spiritual attacks attacked the iron cage. Boom, 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 there were bursts of explosions, rumbling resounding throughout the sky, and at the same time mixed with shouts. Although the female zombie won't be killed, she can't bear the pain. At this time, Lin Zheng fell from the sky. As soon as he came down, he saw Jiang Yidong and the others attacking their pets frantically. He immediately ran over and stopped them. Stop. Seeing that it was Lin Zheng, everyone immediately stopped attacking. They saw the female zombie was covered in black smoke and looked half dead. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng with doubts on their faces. Li Moi stepped forward and said, Senior, these are zombies. Lin Zheng said, this is the pet I captured and raised. As soon as Lin Zheng said this, everyone was shocked. Others were afraid of zombies and avoided them. It would be better for you to just catch one. Lock it up and keep it as a pet. You can't do anything to her anymore, got it? Lin Zheng said to everyone. Brother Lin Zheng, what if she runs out? Jiang Yidong asked worriedly. Lin Zheng smiled and said, don't worry. Even 8th level zombies can't escape from my iron cage. Then everyone nodded. By the way, Senior, what do you do with this thing? Li Moi also asked curiously. You will naturally know when the time comes. Seeing what Lin Zheng said, Li Moi did not continue to ask questions. On the other hand, the female zombie looked at Lin Zheng with an aggrieved look on her face. as if to say, brother, if you had come a little later, I would have told you at this time. The soldier on the side said with some worry, Chief, do you think these places will be occupied? Steel egg, steel egg, steel egg. Have you asked me what I think at this time? Don't tell me, do you want to taste my lightning again? Well, after saying that, Li Moi took out a lightning ball in his hand. Hey, what's your name? Li Moi raised his head to the female zombie and said, how about we give her a name, Xiao Lin suggested. Isn't that the cat's name? The female zombie looked bitter. Li Moi nodded, thinking it made sense. Zhai Xingguo pointed to the point marked 1 and said, this place has the highest concentration of fog. So go here. The location of the college has been determined here. Then call me Xiaomi. The female zombie hurriedly leaned towards the iron cage and looked at Lin Zheng helplessly. As if to say, don't you care? Don't tell me yet this name is particularly suitable. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng put his hands behind his back and turned around. The soldier nodded and replied, report to the leader. We have found it according to the maps. We are now at the boundary of Jiangtong City. We have also scanned the 3 places with the thickest fog and have marked them on the map. Of course, the female zombie didn't answer him, but let out a few roars. Steel egg, that's the dog's name. Female zombie. Knowing that the female zombie could not escape, everyone gathered around and began to size her up. Ho ho ho, suddenly Lin Zheng turned around and said, stop arguing, just call her Gangdan from now on. Everyone started discussing in a hurry. Zhai Xingguo puffed up his chest and said, we represent the entire Huaxia kingdom. Even if they are occupied, they have to give way obediently. Zhai Xingguo and others have entered the Jiangtong City area. At this time, Jiang Yitang said she is a zombie and not a human being. How could she have a name? Zhai Xingguo took over a tablet, which displayed a map of Jiangtong City. 3 points were marked on it, which were the 3 places with the highest fog concentration in Jiangtong City. When everyone heard this, they began to fall into deep thought. It's called wealth. Steel egg, okay, I'll call her Gangdan from now on. How's it going? Have you found it? Zhai Xingguo asked the soldier operating the equipment on the side.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.